son números bajísimos, y van empeorando, no van mejorando. O sea que vuelvo a lo que decía antes, tenemos un problema grave de invisibilidad social, que es bastante general, o sea, no se nos ve, o sea, cuando se habla de ciencia en los ecosistemas, no se habla de las problemáticas específicas de ciencia de las mujeres, se habla de, cuando pasamos a hablar de ciencia, no se considera en general la participación de la mujer en ciencia. Y eso, bueno, todavía sigue habiendo en conferencias, paneles donde los ponentes son exclusivamente varones. Es un problema que a pesar de que se ha hablado, sigue ocurriendo. Bueno, entonces yo lo voy a dividir voy por la mitad de mi tiempo, espero terminar en tiempo. Hay esencialmente 3 etapas en las que se nos invisibiliza. La primera es en el nivel escolar y liceal, el segundo es en la universidad, en la juventud, digamos, durante el grado y el posgrado, y los primeros pasos para establecerse profesionalmente, y también como científicas establecidas. Seguimos siendo invisibles, incluso cuando ya hemos alcanzado determinado nivel. ¿Qué ocurre en el nivel escolar inicial? Hay estudios hechos, los estudios más impactantes son unos hechos en Israel, que se compararon los exámenes doble ciego que se hacen a nivel nacional, no doble ciego, perdón, que se hacen anónimamente y los corrigen anónimamente, y sacaban un porcentaje, un puntaje completamente distinto que el que sacaban cuando los maestros sabían los nombres de los niños, y entonces les daban mayor puntaje a los varones. Y después hacían un seguimiento de cómo esa diferencia de puntaje los iba afectando en su vida futura, y cómo eso tenía una correlación alta con el desempeño posterior. En Chile y en Ecuador se hicieron estudios, pero no son concluyentes los estudios que hay en Latinoamérica, porque dan resultados dispares. Con lo que yo creo que hay que seguir investigando. Bueno, otras asimetrías que se dan en el salón de clases y en las familias son respecto a las expectativas que se tienen respecto de las niñas en comparación con los niños. No se espera todavía de las niñas que sean profesionales exitosas con la misma potencia que se espera que los niños sean profesionales exitosos. Y todo eso, o sea, es profundísimo el tema, no voy a entrar en más detalle porque se me va toda la charla. En la universidad también tenemos un tema de expectativas que se da ya temprano en el salón de clases. Yo observo, como docente he observado, los docentes no miran a sus alumnas mujeres cuando se dirigen al público, miran a los varones. Es brutal, o sea, si uno se pone a hilar fino, las asimetrías ocurren incluso dentro del salón de clases. Sesgo a la hora de evaluación para en los llamados, en los concursos. Esto hace falta investigarlo más, yo lo he vivido y he sido testigo de esto. La invisibilidad de las capacidades, como ya lo he dicho antes, y temas más serios como del acoso sexual y el acoso académico, del que todavía no hay demasiados estudios, o por lo menos no todos los que debería haber en América Latina. Que está aquí es un estudio hecho en Estados Unidos y su incidencia en la academia. Todos esos temas que recién están empezando a tener un poquito de visibilidad, pero no todavía se los trata con la seriedad y no se dimensiona el impacto que tiene en que la mujer abandone la academia. Como científicas establecidas, hay también, bueno, el tema de la invisibilidad, que es transversal, la falta de acceso a cargo de toma de decisiones, y el techo de cristal, que está documentado en varios papers de investigación, y que todavía falta seguir investigando, pero en Uruguay está el estudio de Buchstein y Gandelman, y en México estudio de autores varios, relativamente recientes, que documentan cómo en el Sistema Nacional de Investigadores hay asimetrías en el acceso a los cargos más altos que no se justifican con la producción académica. Bueno, entonces, quería hablar primero porque yo me enfoqué en las problemáticas y Mariana se va a enfocar en las soluciones. Yo voy a tirar ahora unas pocas posibles estrategias, pero que desde ya quiero que sepan que son insuficientes. Entonces, lugares en donde uno tiene que enfocarse mínimo, son condiciones necesarias, no suficientes, pero en obtener más información al respecto de estas problemáticas, faltan estudios en América Latina sobre todo, en promover ambientes de seguridad para la mujer dentro de la academia, en generar incentivos para una mayor participación de la mujer en la academia. La visibilidad nunca lo voy a poder enfatizar lo suficiente, y como hablaba hoy temprano Leo, networking, hacer redes, generar redes y sistemas donde nos tengamos mayor interacción y nos organicemos. Y digámoslo, hagamos lobby, porque realmente hace falta hacer lobby. No somos todavía lo suficientemente inteligentes en ese sentido, como que hacer lobby nos parece mala palabra, pero es necesario. En el nivel escolar y liceal hay muchas cosas, hay que profundizar estudios como los que se han hecho en Israel y visibilizar ese tipo de estudios. Otras actividades como las Olimpiadas y tener incentivo para la participación de las chicas en las Olimpiadas. Muchas veces las chicas no participan porque ellas creen que no son suficientemente inteligentes, y hay que incentivar su participación en instancias tempranas como estas, y una mayor interacción entre las mujeres en ciencia y los escolares. Yo sé que eso recarga de actividades a las mujeres en ciencia, pero hay actividades muy positivas que se han hecho en América Latina, en Perú mismo, en Uruguay, de interacción en el salón de clase entre mujeres en ciencia y escolares que han sido muy positivas. Otras cosas que sugeriría es que estimulen a los chicos del liceo a editar páginas de Wikipedia con mujeres científicas. Es un trabajo fascinante de investigación para los chiquilines y que también permitiría la visibilización de mujeres científicas. En la universidad, nuevamente, obtener números sobre acoso sexual, que no se sabe lo suficiente, en América Latina se sabe poco y nada. Mejorar los mecanismos de ascenso y promoción, que en general a las mujeres tenemos que robarle los cargos a los varones para poder acceder a mejores cargos. Generar ambientes de seguridad respecto al acoso. Hay protocolos en la Universidad de Buenos Aires, han hecho protocolos al respecto. En Colombia también han realizado protocolos que se llaman No es Normal, pero todavía insuficientes. Incentivos y visibilidad, acá voy a hacer un poco de propaganda de la OST, y que tiene también en conjunto con el Sevier premios para mujeres en estadio temprano de su carrera. Este es un ejemplo, pero tenemos que generar más incentivos y reforzar grupos de redes como Mujeres en Matemática, Mujeres en Física y la OST mismo como red. Finalmente, para científicas establecidas, lo que hablé de organizar editatonas de las mujeres científicas, somos menos del 20% de los científicos de Wikipedia. Eso muestra la escasa visibilidad que tenemos, y en algunos países mucho menos de 20%. Generar incentivos como el premio de L'Oréal UNESCO y otros, hacernos visibles, ir más a los medios, tener más actividad en las redes sociales. A veces no es culpa nuestra que no nos llamen, pero en las entrevistas, muchas veces cuando consultan científicos, siempre son científicos varones, y entonces no se genera la imagen de que la mujer también hace ciencia. Y por último, armar redes, como la OST y otras. Y para terminar, disculpen, quería resaltar que todas estas iniciativas privadas son claramente insuficientes. Son buenas intenciones, ayudan, pero por sí solas no tenemos los elementos suficientes para generarlos, porque está bien organizarse, pero no es suficiente. Y entonces, claramente es necesario que haya políticas públicas de incentivo. O sea, sin el apoyo de los estados, o sea, lo que se puede hacer desde el ecosistema científico es necesario, pero claramente no es suficiente. Necesitamos de los países, necesitamos de los estados, necesitamos de los gobiernos que realmente generen una política pública y de incentivos a la inclusión en género y otros tipos de inclusiones que también son necesarios para realizar una mejor ciencia. Y bueno, esto es todo. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Hanna. Sí, súper cronometrado todo. Pues bueno, yo qué te puedo decir, tienen razón. O sea, sí, es importante, pues sí, OWSD en Guatemala ha tenido varias actividades para incrementar visibilidad y han tenido buenos resultados. Yo comentaría que también es importante, no solo es apoyar a las mujeres, sino también tratar de entender la dinámica en las contrapartes, en la contraparte pues de los hombres, de ver cómo se les puede apoyar para comprender mejor qué es lo que está pasando, cómo es que la mujer es sujeto, no solo objeto. Bueno, en fin, mejor voy a continuar presentando en este panel súper interesante de nuestra mesa. Tenemos a Mariana González Pires, tiene experiencia profesional vinculada al diseño y evaluación de políticas públicas con énfasis en la perspectiva de género, por lo que quedó muy bien ensamblada la secuencia. Magíster en políticas públicas y desarrollo humano de Flaxo en Argentina. Es candidata a doctorado en estudios sobre desarrollo de la Universidad del País Vasco. Es investigadora invitada del Instituto de Gobierno y Políticas Públicas, IGOP, de la Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona, y en el 2019 realizó estancia de investigación en The Wise Center for Economic Justice en Glasgow Caledonian University. Actualmente trabaja como experta marco en el programa Eurosocial Plus para la cohesión social en América Latina en políticas de igualdad de género en Expertise Francia. Participa en el programa de cooperación entre la Unión Europea y América Latina financiado por la Comisión Europea. Es responsable de la cooperación en Cooper Acción en Barcelona y forma parte del grupo de monitoreo de la Agenda 2030 feminista, programa de incidencia política, sensibilización y diagnóstico liderado por las entidades Creación Positiva y la Asociación de Derechos Sexuales y Reproductivos, apoyado por la Agencia Catalana de la Cooperación al Desarrollo. Previamente en Uruguay fue responsable de la asesoría en género y políticas sociales en la Oficina de Planeamiento y Presupuesto de la Presidencia, cargo en el cual coordinó la incorporación de la perspectiva de género en el presupuesto nacional y en la creación de leyes. Por ejemplo, la Ley 19.685, Promoción del Desarrollo con Equidad de Género, la cual es para la disminución de las brechas de género en compras estatales y su impacto en el empoderamiento económico de las mujeres. Participó del equipo de trabajo en los estudios de prospectiva en género, diseñó la línea de gobierno de mesa institucional para el seguimiento de las políticas públicas para las mujeres en ciencia, tecnología e innovación, tema que continúa desarrollando en Barcelona en articulación con centros de investigación de Cataluña, cerca. Así que, pues bueno, sin más, ya le cedo la palabra a Mariana. Muchísimas gracias. Así que...
No pensé que la iban a leer toda, perdón. Bueno, primero que nada le quería comentar a Ernesto, no sé si andás por ahí, Ernesto, que no sé si sabías que la primera que tomó la posta en aplicar el proyecto SAGA en Uruguay es esta persona que está aquí, Y entonces creo que mi presentación también dialoga un poco con lo que fue mi experiencia de presentación del proyecto Saga en Uruguay, y por qué yo dialogo también un poco con lo que dice Hanna en mi presentación hoy, que tiene que ver con hacer el énfasis en el punto 5 y 6 de Saga, que son los contenidos en las prácticas de investigación y en la formulación de la política pública, justamente porque comprendí en mi proceso y mi experiencia personal de aplicación del proyecto Saga que el fuerte en este momento iba en la elaboración de política pública y cómo hacer para que la política pública tuviera una buena definición, una correcta definición, y no se evaporara en el ingreso a lo que son las arterias del Estado, digamos, en la aplicación cuando ingresa a las distintas partes dentro del Estado. Eso por un lado. Y por otro lado, porque yo a las 16 horas tengo una reunión que no puedo cancelar porque es con personas de distintos lugares y me voy a retirar. Entonces quería comentar algo que dijo Hanna, que tiene que ver con la visibilidad, que también lo voy a mencionar porque la visibilidad o la no visibilidad tiene que ver con el uso del poder patriarcal, y por eso es que las mujeres no somos visibles. Porque las relaciones en donde se establece la toma de decisiones se da en los espacios no visibles, porque los espacios visibles son los institucionales y los no visibles son los públicos, y eso está estudiado. Tiene que ver con el manejo del poder institucional, y también lo voy a comentar en el slide 5, que creo que es. Y por otro lado, Hanna, vos dijiste que hay que reforzar el tema del trabajo Mujeres en Ciencia y demás, y yo ahí estoy de acuerdo contigo, y también diría que nos hace falta reforzar también el tema del trabajo interáreas. Sería muy importante poder dialogar entre las áreas, porque a veces esto del diseño de política pública va más en un área que en otra, y creo que entre todos podríamos hacer un trabajo como mucho más acelerado, y nos hace falta un poco el diálogo entre áreas. Eso como introducción, porque ustedes me han provocado mucho con su presentación, y voy a intentar que la mía sea complementaria. Bueno, la presentación de hoy tiene que ver con la inclusión de género y étnica y social en las políticas públicas. Y tengo que hablar despacio. Primero que nada, es necesario puntualizar género y políticas públicas, porque históricamente la política pública ha estado en manos de quienes tienen acceso, de quienes transitan por el espacio público. Entonces, generalmente, como lo decía Ernesto, si quienes diseñan la política pública tienen más que ver con el BBVA, ¿no? Con el varón blanco académico y burgués, probablemente la política pública sea diseñada para dar una solución allí y para impactar en ese grupo poblacional y no en el resto de la sociedad. Voy a hablar brevemente sobre el ciclo de las políticas públicas, sobre la perspectiva de género en las instituciones y cómo para que ingrese, ¿no? El punto 5 y 6 de Saga, la política pública dentro de una institución es necesario que exista un equilibrio entre el discurso, la práctica y la normativa, y esto está desde el institucionalismo de género estudiado. ¿Qué rol tienen los colectivos para marcar en agenda la política pública? Y acá voy a poner algún ejemplo de Argentina, y también cómo en la implementación de la política pública es fundamental ver algunos elementos presupuestales que hacen a la permanencia y a la continuidad de la política pública. Muy bien. Primero que nada, con lo que tiene que ver con las políticas públicas. La política pública, desde el punto de vista de lo que es más tradicional, sabemos que, bueno, primero, ¿qué es la política pública? Que lo sabemos todos, ¿no? Que son las actividades que diseña el Estado y que implementa a través de su administración pública para satisfacer las necesidades de una sociedad. El problema surge cuando queremos que la política pública tenga perspectiva de género. La política pública tiene 3 puntos como básicos de lo que es la teoría del diseño de la política pública: la definición del problema público, la formulación de la política pública y la ejecución o el gerenciamiento, que ahí debería haber un proceso de evaluación, de ajuste y seguimiento. Pero el primer gran problema que tenemos dentro de la política pública con perspectiva de género responde a cómo se da la definición del problema. Y acá les voy a dar un ejemplo que tiene que ver con algo que dijo Hanna sobre la visibilidad. En realidad, la visibilidad de las mujeres científicas se suele plantear, por ejemplo, como en oposición, que es una cuestión que tiene que ver con, bueno, desde la perspectiva de género hace más o menos a cómo se generan sistemas binarios. Y entonces, en la definición de la política pública sobre la visibilidad de las mujeres, en ciencia se suele decir que un problema que tienen las mujeres es la maternidad, como si la maternidad fuera un problema, como si no fuera necesario poner en el centro la vida, sino que la maternidad y los cuidados dependen únicamente de las mujeres. Entonces, para explicar cuáles son los problemas que podemos tener o a los que debemos atender en el diseño de políticas públicas, le voy a dar este ejemplo. Si yo estoy elaborando una política pública y defino que el problema podría ser la falta de conciliación de las mujeres académicas o de las mujeres en general, porque las mujeres asumimos una doble jornada, en la formulación de la política pública, lo que yo podría hacer sería la implementación de licencias parentales. Y ahí pensaría, bueno, el problema está solucionado. Si lo que yo quiero es dar respuestas a la falta de conciliación, puedo generar lo que son las licencias parentales. Pero sucede, por ejemplo, en el caso de Argentina, que el 47% de los trabajadores no accede a las licencias parentales porque no se encuentra en relación de dependencia, y este es un número bastante extendido a nivel latinoamericano. Entonces, las respuestas de licencias se centran generalmente en dar licencias de maternidad, enquistando los roles tradicionales de género y obstaculizando aún más en este sistema lo que son el desarrollo de las carreras de las mujeres en ciencia o de los procesos académicos. Me acuerdo que en una de las presentaciones de los trabajos que hicimos en Uruguay, hubo una investigadora en ciencias, Beatriz Álvarez, que me mostró un gráfico de cómo bajaban sus publicaciones al segundo año de tener sus hijos, digamos, porque enviaba los papers y las publicaciones durante el embarazo, y durante el primer año de vida de sus hijos bajaba fuertemente lo que eran las publicaciones y su actividad científica, y en el segundo año tenía una caída precipitada. Entonces, ¿a qué voy con esto? Es que es necesario en el diseño de la política pública atender especialmente lo que es la perspectiva de género, porque a veces pensamos que estamos dando una solución y estamos volviendo o enquistando lo que tiene que ver con los roles más tradicionales. No sé si me van siguiendo correctamente, espero que sí. Con respecto a lo que es la perspectiva de género en las instituciones, que era lo que les comentaba recién, una vez que yo tengo elaborado una política pública con un indicador correcto o bien definido, por decirlo de alguna forma, si pensamos, actualmente estamos construyendo y trabajando sobre indicadores que muchas veces no tienen que ver con las realidades, y eso hace que la política pública tenga deficiencias, ¿sí? Por ejemplo, al ingreso de una política dentro de una institución hay que ver cómo se da el equilibrio entre los discursos, las normas y las prácticas. ¿Por qué el ingreso? Porque el ingreso de una temática de género a una institución es el resultado de un proceso político envuelto en una red de actores que responden a los intereses de sí mismo y de la agencia, que suelen tener características muy patriarcales. ¿Por qué? Porque el Estado lo es así, ¿ok? Entonces, un ejemplo, el gobierno define realizar a nivel discursivo, promueve las políticas públicas en STEM. Entonces tomamos los proyectos, los hallazgos que tenemos en Saga y decimos, es importante y es una prioridad en este nuevo gobierno la visibilidad y la participación política de las mujeres en STEM, trabajar para mitigar el techo de cristal, las cañerías en fuga, como mostraron recién las presentaciones anteriores. Entonces, dentro de lo que tiene que ver con el discurso, vamos a hacer una normativa de equidad 2030 que va con los ODS de mujeres en STEM. Eso, decimos todos, bueno, está sucediendo algo en este país, en este gobierno. De pronto carecemos de normativas, carecemos de política pública clara donde diga qué es lo que hay que hacer y cómo. Y la práctica sigue siendo exactamente la misma, nada más que el 8 de marzo, el 11 de febrero y en algún otro momento en el año hay alguna actividad donde convocamos una cantidad de mujeres para hablar de lo que ha sido su desarrollo académico, las limitaciones, los avances que han tenido y premiamos de alguna forma a quienes han llegado. Entonces, sí, una vez que la política, los estudios están hechos, porque la definición de la política pública parte de la definición de un objeto, se hace una política pública y luego no queda claro el equilibrio entre el discurso político, que puede ser muy bueno, la normativa y la práctica, la política pública no va a ingresar a una institución porque para que ingrese a una institución, los actores institucionales necesitan sentir incentivos, necesitan sentir que son importantes para adherir a un proceso de cambio, si no lo que van a hacer es exactamente lo mismo que venían llevando adelante anteriormente. Como ya sabemos, a nivel de política pública y la incorporación de perspectiva de género, desde el año 95 venimos hablando de lo que es la importancia del mainstreaming. ¿Sí? Que la perspectiva de género ingrese a la corriente principal. Pero, como bien sabemos, el reto del mainstreaming es trascender el compromiso retórico y que las iniciativas no se ahoguen en papel mojado, en discursos, y que se materialicen en una implementación que sea sistemática y efectiva para no quedar siempre en lo que sería el como sí. Entonces, en este sentido, es necesario generar elementos concretos, que es lo que varía en la dinámica institucional. ¿Por qué? Porque las reglas y las políticas públicas prescriben los comportamientos esperados de las personas en este relacionamiento que les decía hoy, o en esta coherencia entre los discursos, las reglas y las prácticas. Bien. Con respecto a las reglas como ya sabemos, y acá voy a responder en parte algo que comentó Hanna, se plasman en los escritos, porque configuran los códigos y formalizan las expectativas que hay sobre el comportamiento de acuerdo al objetivo que se quiere alcanzar. Y con respecto a las prácticas dentro de las instituciones, se aplican y se generan en dos canales, los canales formales y los informales. Y esto es muy importante verlo, porque generalmente los procesos de toma de decisión superan a los canales formales, porque si nosotros miramos muchas veces lo que sucede en una sala de reunión cuando venimos siguiendo un proceso de toma de decisiones dentro de una institución, se puede dar vuelta luego de una reunión social o de un encuentro o de un asado, de una barbacoa o de un partido o de una cerveza, y eso es lo que tiene que ver con cuando la práctica informal y la toma de decisiones supera a la práctica formal que está dentro de la institución, que tiene que ver, como le decía hoy Hanna, con el uso del poder. Porque el uso del poder tiene un componente visible y un componente no visible. El componente visible es el que podemos ver dentro de las instituciones, pero el componente no visible es el que aplican los sistemas de dominación, las opresiones, los sistemas patriarcales, que son las que moldean desde lo no dicho y prescriben los comportamientos en esta especie de fuerza que marca un escenario diciendo cómo es que deberían ser las cosas o cómo deberían desarrollarse sin dejarlas plasmadas desde el punto de vista de las reglas. Como para finalizar, las instituciones entonces son, una vez que uno tiene la política diseñada, mucho más profundas de lo que uno puede ver a simple vista. Y entonces las instituciones poseen una doble vida que debemos poder definir y reencauzar para que ingrese una política pública con perspectiva de género, porque la tendencia siempre va a ser a lo que se llama la evaporación de la política pública con perspectiva de género, respondiendo a lo que son los principios patriarcales propios de cada una de las instituciones. Otro punto importante que tiene que ver con algunos temas que ustedes trajeron hoy es cómo la sociedad civil o las organizaciones actúan o de alguna forma marcan agenda cuando existe una debilidad en la política pública por parte del Estado o una ausencia total. Por ejemplo, ahora con la pandemia, hemos visto el rol fundamental que han tenido las organizaciones y la sociedad civil dando respuestas rápidas y propuestas de reforma. Tenemos claro que a nivel de la región el PBI ha caído un 5,3%, que el aumento del desempleo ha sido un 3,4% y el aumento de la pobreza alrededor de un 4,4%, y que la sociedad civil es la primera que se ha plantado en territorio para dar soluciones. En lo que tiene que ver con mujeres en ciencia, por ejemplo, podemos ver, acá quizás pueda compartir, algunas experiencias como el caso de Argentina, donde las compañeras de la Red Argentina de Género y Ciencia y Tecnología, a fines del 2019, presentaron la modificación de la Ley 25.647 de Ciencia y Tecnología e Innovación, incorporando la perspectiva y la paridad y la identidad de género. Esta modificación de ley se encuentra actualmente en discusión en el Parlamento. Como ya sabemos, cuando llega un proyecto de ley, el proyecto de ley que se aprueba no es exactamente el que llega, sino el proceso de negociación entre los actores y las necesidades de cada uno. Y aquí podemos ver claramente cómo un colectivo de mujeres científicas como el de la Red Argentina de Género, Ciencia y Tecnología pudo hacer una propuesta de modificación de una ley de ciencia y tecnología en términos de paridad y perspectiva de género e identidad de género. Y por último, con respecto a lo que tiene que ver con la política pública con perspectiva de género, el ingreso a las instituciones y los elementos fundamentales, más allá del equilibrio entre los discursos, las reglas y las prácticas, es sí o sí que tenga una asociación a nivel presupuestal a largo plazo. No se puede llevar adelante una política pública que carezca de presupuesto. Lo hemos visto en todas las políticas públicas, podría citar millones de ejemplos, pero creo que cada uno de nosotros y nosotras sabemos lo que sucede. Si la política pública no tiene asociado un presupuesto y un presupuesto a largo plazo, lo que va a tender es hacer, por sobre todas las cosas, discurso, más que política pública en sí, o la posibilidad de que esa política pública cambie la vida de alguna de las personas. Bueno, creo que por acá estoy, a ver si los encuentro. Esa es toda mi presentación, me quedan 3 minutos.
Muchísimas gracias, Mariana. Súper, la verdad es que yo personalmente estoy aprendiendo un montón, también ganando más inspiración. Entonces, pues sí, la verdad es que son como cátedras, ¿verdad? Bueno, muchas gracias. Esta mesa, qué interesante. Vamos a continuar con nuestro siguiente invitado, que es Yogendra Srivastava. Voy a leer en inglés su semblanza. Disculpe. Entonces, he's Emeritus Professor of Physics at the Northeastern University in Boston, Massachusetts. For over 3 decades, he held professorships between Boston and the University of Perugia in Italy. Throughout his career, he has been very active in academic and social issues concerning international students and faculty in the United States, Italy, United Kingdom, and India. So thank you very much, Yogendra. I don't know if you will need to share a presentation or...
Okay. Could you show my slides? Because I'm very bad at putting things on the slide. I have sent you my slides. Can you show it?
Sure, I can. I just need to be co-host now, Leo. Voy a proyectar las diapositivas de Yogendra. And give me a second, so I just put that in my...
In the meanwhile, I will keep talking, so you won't be bored, I hope, which is the reason I decided to participate, because I left my own country where I was born, India, when I was 18 years old, and I went to the United States to study physics. And I stayed there, I did my doctorate and so on. And over the years, I've had the good fortune to meet students from everywhere, from Latin America, from China, from Japan, from Africa, from you name it, apart from India and the regular places. And one of the things which struck me was how good the situation was becoming and how bad the situation has become now. So that is what yes, this is fine. Yes. Now, and I hope that since many of you are involved in decision making or advising your governments and your higher education authorities, that maybe a few things I will say will stick in your mind and somebody will act on a few of the suggestions. So let me just start with the history. Oh, I can't change it. So how do I, okay, fine. Now, let's go to gender issues. Now, I have heard so much that I better keep quiet, but I do want to say one thing which I have seen during my stay in the United States, UK, and Italy, that women scientists have made substantial gains, but there is still a major gap, as you heard from the two previous speakers. And in Italy, where things used to be probably one of the best, the room at the top is still occupied by men, even though right now the head of CERN is a woman and so on, but that's 1 in 10,000. So that doesn't count. It's a positive thing, but okay, we heard quite a lot about that. The other thing, since I did want to mention Europe, is that the situation of women scientists in US, Germany, UK, and Nordic countries is much worse than it is in Italy, Spain, Portugal, France, which is surprising given that much of the modern science and technology has been developed in those countries. China and India have shown outstanding growth in the number and job quality of women. I did not think that during my intellectual lifetime, I will see such a good growth. I won't, as I said, in Latin America, that is for you to say. It would be presumptuous for me to say anything. Next slide, please. Yeah, the ethnic issues have been the strongest and most powerfully negative things in the US, which has the poorest record in Black and Native American science students. Just to give you in perspective, in 30 years, in Boston, which is one of the major science places in the United States and perhaps in the world, while I trained something like 40 to 45 doctoral students in physics, I only had one Black student who got his doctorate with me. And I was the only one, and I had to work very hard in order to get him through. He was a very excellent student, but the social environment, no more models, you see, no role models and even now, of course, it's practically non-existent at the faculty level. Okay, Latin American students and faculty, whom I taught quite a few, some of them have remained my friends and became colleagues in the US, have actually done much, much better than either the Blacks or nothing to say about Native Americans. Asian American and Chinese students and faculty are amongst the top grade, and I must say they have gotten the best of both the worlds, okay? Also in the UK, it is, because I taught there for 5 years, I was a consulting professor at Sussex, and I saw how within 2 generations, just 2 generations, the level of Indians, Pakistanis, and from my part of the world, how they had moved from being very menial workers. They are at the top of the profession in UK. Well, Again, I would not say anything about Latin America because that is you. Okay, next, please. Okay, the racial issues has not been such a huge problem in Europe, but as we all know, that there is bias and there is so much poverty amongst Black and Native Americans and absence of role models that have obviously contributed quite a large to this phenomenon in the US, and things are not improving. The only shining light I see is that for the first time, the president of the American Physical Society is Professor Gates, who is a Black American. So I hope he would be able to be the role model for this part. Now, actually, China does have a minority problem, but because it is such a huge country that when we think of the Chinese, we think it as a monolithic society. It's of course not true. They do have a problem. But given the small relative, I mean, the actual number is large, but the relative percentage being so small that it doesn't make very much news for this. Now I want to, next slide, I want to come to just one or two slides about what I saw when I came in the US and UK, and then when I went to Italy. Now, when I came to Italy, after having taught already for several years in the US, I was amazed at the number of women who were there in the postgraduate class. Okay, I had never seen so many women physicists in the US. Nowhere, not at Berkeley, not at Harvard, not at Chicago, not at Columbia, but it was there at the University of Rome. And it was the same in Naples, in Florence, in Torino, in Milano. Okay, then came Spain, then followed by France, UK, Germany, and Nordic countries, with the US at the bottom of the pile, regarding women in science and technology. I will give you one personal example, which was done, I think, in 1969 or 1970, the first National Science Foundation program called Women in Physics for training women. And you'll be surprised that it was started by an Italian physicist called Giulia Pancheri. And that was because I had met her in Rome. And when she became my wife, we came to live in Boston for a while. And she was amazed that there were no women at all. The only women in physics she saw were from Latin America, from Italy, from Spain, from Japan, from China, from India, but practically none. So she started the first program, which was called Women in Physics. So I have a personal experience with this, and that things, so then things started to move up, but they have made progress, but actually not as much as we would have liked. Okay, next one, please. The next slide. Yes. Now, I've already mentioned, but traditionally, the ethnic minority students from abroad, China, India, Latin America, basically, in large part, have represented a significant fraction of higher education students and faculty in the US. And actually, they have been treated very well. I can say personally, because they will then become my colleagues, and I will see them at conferences, and they were treated with respect, they were socially okay, and so on. But recent politics, you all know, we all know, that despite vigorous efforts by the American Physical Society and other academies, like the Science Academy and so on, it has weakened the perception of US as a country, for students I'm talking about, for prospective students, as a country where to carry on advanced studies. I mean, I could imagine myself, if I were that young when Trump was president, it was not the first thing that will come to my mind to go and study, given what the reception from the top that the country was given. And if I were really a black, or black in the sense of not just the color, my color is okay, but I'm not black. I come from a different culture. But my point is that if you have already the blemish of a country that country doesn't want, then why would you want to go there? Okay, that's my point. Next one, please. Well, then, as we saw, that the visa limitations became very, very strong, very, very limiting, and therefore, and this was, of course, perceived by the entire academic sector, no matter where you were in the United States, this became a problem. So the general policy also about Latin American immigrants, which I want to come towards the end of my talk, have further reduced the attraction for studies in the US by a Latin American student or a scholar, because of the very fact that you are not really welcome by a certain small but very vocal portion of the society. Next one, please. Yes. Then, of course, COVID has done its aims that everyone knows, which is the whole thing of the vaccines as it was handled until now. Hopefully things are improving quite dramatically, but they have also been exceedingly detrimental to the cause of a regional scholar contemplating translocating, not only in space, in other words, not being able to go, but even in your psyche, which is what, as a scholar myself, as a scientist, it is obviously exceedingly important for you, for your focus in what you want to do and how you want to do it, even if it is online, but there is a question of the psyche here. So yesterday, I tried to use my little Spanish that I have been able to gather through my Italian. There's a problem with supply, which is the resources, and the demand, which is the regional students and scholars, have dwindled. I mean, they've become much smaller. And apparently, according to the figures I could see from the graphs that were being presented and the statistics that have been harbored very laboriously and assiduously, is almost by a factor of 2. So it has been halved, both the demand and the supply. So, next. Yes. So what can we expect post-COVID? Now, my own prognosis, based on personal experience from the distant past, hosting students and scholars from every part of the globe, is optimistic. And my extrapolations are that if things are handled properly, and I'm now going to just focus on Latin American students and scholars, a more select and competitive group of Latin American students and scholars have a bright future both in the US and in Europe. My prognosis, my extrapolation. Next one, please. So we want to make a change, but to make a change, we have to understand first what has changed. What has COVID and the post-COVID, therefore, extrapolations have to deal with. So, as I already mentioned, we have a problem both with supply and demand have changed. How do we increase the demand? The very first one is, of course, to working to increase quotas for visas, because eventually we are going to defeat COVID. People will start being human beings. We are going to move, whether we can do it not quite in the same way that we used to do, but eventually we will. So now here there is a point that I would like you to consider a bit seriously, which is the following. Biden administration has increased, as you must have read in the newspapers, substantially these quotas. They, in part, to offset the curtailment of Middle Eastern citizens. Well, let me be blunt. Trump had done it for Muslims, but basically he cut off Middle Eastern citizens. And so that is trying to be lifted in the next bill, okay? Mostly students and scholars, because who, for example, was coming from Iran? They were either students. I personally had a 1 year, I had 5 of my best students in Boston. They were Iranian. They were top from any standard, okay? But after Trump came, they couldn't come because, okay? And then there were people on green cards because they were working. They were technologists, they were in digital field, which is where there was a lot of employment and career and so on. It was all cut off. So Biden administration is lifting. It will take a little time, but it is being lifted. So my suggestion to anyone who is listening from Latin America is Latin American administrators is to push for an inclusion of Latin Americans in the same bill that would be sent to the Congress. I can't read the last line because it is unfortunately cut off for me. But anyway, I know what it is, which is that a bill is under consideration. So just not to have it limited to Middle Eastern students and scholars, but push to have Latin American students and scholars. I think it can be done. And in the next slide, I would discuss it a bit better. Okay, so one simple strategy is that Vice President Kamala Harris, she's very sympathetic to this cause. When I say this cause, I will discuss what I don't mean and what I mean. She should be approached, convinced, and persuaded now for this inclusion in the forthcoming legislation, perhaps a reality within a year when COVID will be over, we hope and pray. Now, what we have read in the newspaper, on the other hand, is that Kamala Harris is telling Guatemalans, stay home, don't come. But we are not talking about immigration per se. Immigration per se is what the Biden administration is trying to do because they have the pressure from the Republicans to, quote unquote, solve that problem. I'm talking about a visa relaxation that the same government is considering, and they are going to pass a legislation to have your administrators to group and talk to her. Now, this is a rare opportunity. It's a unique opportunity and it should not be lost. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yogi. Quite an insight from from the ethnic perspective. I was also an international student, and I can identify with so many things you mentioned. So, thank you very much. We already know that we have short time because we started a little bit late. But if there is any question from the audience, o si hay preguntas de la audiencia o los conferencistas quisieran comentar.
Lucia. I would like to make a comment really, which I think is relevant in this context for two aspects of this roundtable. I will try to avoid to make comments taking advantage that I can enter more easily, but I would like to say that what Yogi is proposing must make Latin American cautious. In this sense, Saturday, there was a wonderful webinar of the American Physical Society with the presence of the President Gates he mentioned, with the presence of David Gross. And the main problem was the problem of the pressure on Chinese faculty and students for political, geopolitical reasons in the US. This is something which also affects, for example, the problem of the visa restriction to certain Islamic countries. So these restrictions in the US should not make Latin Americans so confident that the future is pink. Because again, 2 days ago, there was an article in New Herald of a famous journalist talking about Latin Americans in Miami, Andres Oppenheimer. And Andres Oppenheimer was stressing what he considered to be a controversial situation, a supposed improvement of the economic situation of Latin America, which is not so clear according to what was said yesterday in the roundtable, and the fact that his forecast of the political situation in Latin America is a shift in positions which to some extent can be described as anti-US. I don't enter in details which is appreciation about one country or another. But if this happens, one can imagine that the same political problems which are limiting now Chinese students and in general people from countries like Iran, like Sudan, and so on, the list is 7 countries, the last list I remember, may also affect certain Latin American countries. So I think that another problem which I would like to stress is the problem that science cannot be paranoid about the risk of people coming from countries which supposedly are not a safe country for the security of the receiving country. The same happens also in Italy. Listen, I can tell you, I was for several years responsible for international relations in my university, and we received visits from appropriate people who were asking information about a given Iranian or a given person from another place. So this was what I wanted to tell you. I know that I spoke without video, but this is not important. What was important was that you listened to what I was saying, I would say. Now I asked you, I asked you, you forgive me, but now we should go to the next talk. The next talk, the moderator is Alberto Nunez. I don't know if Alberto is online. Last check I made, I did not find him online. Alberto? Well, I noticed that Alberto could not be online.
Professor is online.
Okay. Alberto, ok, perfetto Alberto.
Io sono presto.
Molto bene. No, perché listening to the indications of our colleagues about the importance of gender, I had already replaced you with a lady, of course. Anyway, Alberto, please, let me introduce you very quickly. Alberto is a chemist. He's from Cuba. another country which has serious limitations in its scientific contacts with the United States, is research director at the Universidad Nacional Evangélica in Santo Domingo. He's a chemist. He has written 6 books, 15 book chapters, and there's a tremendous series of publications of peer-reviewed articles. He has been invited lectures to more than 50 countries. He's a member of important institutions like UPAC, which is the International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, the Committee on Chemical Research applied to world needs, to the International Council of Scientific Unions, to a Committee on Freedom and Responsibility in Science, Academy of Science in Cuba, Puerto Rico, Spain, Latino-American Society on Ethnomedicine. So you see the interest on subjects which have been of great attention in this symposium until now. He received an important recognition in the Dominican Republic because he's been outstanding scientist for the prize of the Natural Science Award last year, and also he received an analogous recognition from Cambridge. So Alberto, thank you for being so kind to introduce this. We will try, the 3 of us, because I'm one of the speakers. Don't introduce me because I've been introduced in previous session, so that let's try to save time. Thank you, Alberto.
Thank you very much, Leo. Good morning to everybody. And I want to introduce we are going to have a roundtable with 3 speakers. And I just want to know if they are present. The first speaker will be Fernando Cornejo León.
Yes.
Fernando, you're ready?
He's there, he's there. Está, Fernando lo vi que estaba.
Sí, muy buenos días.
Good morning, Fernando.
Good morning.
Okay, then the second speaker will be Harold Yepes, also from Ecuador.
Hello,
Harold,
good morning, everyone.
Thank you. And the third speaker will be Galileo Violin. I will introduce the first speaker, who is Fernando Cornejo, and I will read in Spanish a few words about his achievements. Fernando Cornejo es doctor en Medicina y Cirugía de la Pontificia Universidad Católica del Ecuador, médico especialista en Psiquiatría de la Universidad de El Salvador en Buenos Aires, Argentina, especialista superior en adolescencia por la Universidad Andina Simón Bolívar, es magíster en Neuropsicofarmacología Clínica en el Instituto Universitario de Ciencias de la Salud, Héctor Barceló en Argentina, docente e investigador en varias universidades del Ecuador. Actualmente es profesor investigador titular de la Facultad de Ciencias de la Salud y director de posgrado de Psiquiatría de la Universidad Tecnológica Equinoccial, donde coordinó el programa de validación de conocimientos profesionales para una especialidad médica. Es docente de posgrado en la Universidad de San Francisco de Quito y en la Universidad Técnica de Manabí. Ha participado en la gestión pública como viceministro de Gobernanza y Vigilancia de la Salud, viceministro de Ciencia y Tecnología, subsecretario de Investigación Científica, viceministro de Educación Superior encargado y presidente del directorio del Instituto Ecuatoriano de Propiedad Intelectual y del Instituto Ecuatoriano de Crédito Educativo y Becas. Ha sido miembro del directorio de la empresa pública de medicamentos Enfarma, de algunos institutos públicos de investigación, entre otros el Instituto Nacional de Salud Pública e Investigación. Es gestor de varios proyectos de ciencia y tecnología y ha presidido las reuniones del Grupo de Trabajo para la elaboración de la Agenda para la Salud de las Américas 2030 de la OPS. Es militante del Frente por la Salud y la Protección Social. Doctor Fernando Cornejo León, para nosotros es un honor tenerlo a usted entre los discentes de esta mesa redonda. Por favor, la palabra es suya.
Muy buenos días con todos y todas. Me dirigí en español al auditorio, ya que así estaban pues planteadas las normas como primer idioma. Voy a compartir una pantalla para pues poder presentar esta ponencia. Y lo que se plantea es qué o cuáles serían las actividades de los sistemas de educación superior, ciencia y tecnología enmarcadas en un cambio en matriz productiva para los países de la región. Queríamos pasar desde un análisis a partir de las políticas públicas. Y pensemos que la mayor cantidad de los países de la región presentan un patrón de especialización de la economía en donde los sectores tradicionales en cada uno de los países son los predominantes y los sectores intensivos en conocimiento pues son pues menores, en donde hay pues un patrón primario exportador sumamente importante con una baja intensidad tecnológica y que el tipo de proyectos que se debería proponer a futuro en base a una pues prospección de economía política y una prospección para el desarrollo de nuestros países tiene que irse hacia la alta intensidad tecnológica, sectores intensivos en tecnología y conocimiento, y pues ir desplazando pues de a poco a los sectores tradicionales, entendiendo que pues los sectores intensivos en tecnología y conocimiento son recursos que no son finitos. Y que el relacionamiento de actores en un modelo normativo plus debería incluir a la sociedad como una interventora activa a través de demandas de innovación, uso efectivo de tecnología, además de ser un ente participo en la definición de hojas de ruta, un Estado emprendedor que no solo garantiza los contratos entre privados, sino que debe también ser un tomador de decisiones, creador de condiciones óptimas para suscitar la innovación y líder en la transformación estructural, una academia fundamental como generadora de investigación científica de excelencia, con pertinencia para nuestros países donde a veces son limitados los recursos para investigación, y que debe transferir esa tecnología a la empresa, es decir, que no se debe quedar la tecnología en el claustro académico, y el sector privado como responsable de incorporar la tecnología para agregar valor a sus procesos productivos, pero a la vez demandar esa generación de conocimiento al sector académico, y con sectores de intersección entre los diversos entes y organismos de la sociedad. Y aquí, pues en clave de política pública podríamos hablar, para orientación de conocimiento, podríamos hablar de ciertos lineamientos estratégicos. Y es el conocimiento para satisfacer necesidades básicas domésticas y sustitución selectiva de importaciones, tema fundamental. El conocimiento utilizado para el desarrollo de la base industrial y el progreso tecnológico sustentable. El conocimiento para aumentar la intensidad tecnológica en las exportaciones y poderlas sustituir algunas, sustituir la primaria exportación y diversificar las exportaciones, y el conocimiento para aprovechar las tendencias de la demanda global. En algún momento se hizo el ejercicio en el país de áreas prioritarias que deberían ser, en mi país, las áreas prioritarias que deberían ser pues enfocadas o tener un enfoque y tener industrias básicas, como sería la farmacéutica, la metalmecánica, el transporte, la soberanía energética y la petroquímica, y con ciertas áreas de conocimiento. Esto es fundamental, y este es un ejercicio que debe hacer cada país de nuestra región, con el objetivo de tener características fundamentales de hacia dónde orientar los recursos. En estos momentos, en el post-pandemia, como se plantea el título de toda esta pues estos 2 días de evento, no estamos los países en condiciones de gastar de manera infinita los recursos en investigación, ciencia y tecnología, por lo tanto debemos priorizar, y pues cada país debería hacer un ejercicio de priorización en base a sus necesidades, y en base a estas mismas áreas prioritarias y áreas del conocimiento, debería ir enfocando cuáles son las empresas públicas que va a ir fortaleciendo, ¿sí? Y cuáles son las empresas privadas que podría ir fortaleciendo con incentivos. Este es un ejercicio que hicimos en Ecuador en el periodo 2011-2017. Algunas experiencias positivas, otras no tanto, pero que necesariamente el país tiene que tener una orientación de política pública para no ir al azar y que los recursos sean bien utilizados. Habíamos nosotros priorizado estas áreas. Tecnologías de información y comunicación, resultados en el Ecuador muy interesantes con aumento de las coberturas. Ese aumento de coberturas pues fueron interesantes, por ejemplo, en este momento en el que la educación está prácticamente en línea por la situación pandemia. Ciencias de la vida, donde ha habido interesantes avances, energías renovables, nanociencias y petroquímica. Y con tiempos de desarrollo. Hemos visto que no podemos esperar que estos tiempos sean urgentes. El primer problema que uno encuentra cuando empieza a plantear políticas públicas en ciencia y tecnología es que quien no sabe de políticas públicas y quien no sabe de innovación e investigación quiere respuestas inmediatas. Y no, en estos primeros sectores, software, equipos de comunicación, tecnologías en general agrícolas, farmacéuticas, bioenergía, línea blanca, transporte, fibras textiles, materiales, investigaciones y derivados de petroquímica y plástica, no podemos esperar menos de 15 años de desarrollo para tener resultados concretos que no sean tan solo de la investigación, sino de la transferencia de conocimiento. De pronto, a mediano plazo, ubicar en ciertos otros temas, sobre todo para hacer catching up, y el plazo más corto, 3 años, tal vez en nuestro país, bioenergía, tecnologías agrícolas, software, equipos de comunicación. Si el tomador de decisiones no tiene claridad de que los resultados serán a largo plazo, probablemente encuentre que la inversión en ciencia y tecnología es una inversión que no tiene retorno. Y es ahí en donde el sector conocimiento se va relegado, como lo hemos visto que ha ocurrido en los países de la región durante pues toda nuestra historia y como hemos visto en los últimos 4 años en Ecuador. Y se despreciarán proyectos emblemáticos que tenían pues resultados ya muy importantes y que tenían pues no solo futuro sino presente. ¿Cuál es la propuesta entonces de la trayectoria en Ecuador? Que es un país de industrialización tardía. La investigación básica necesitaba hacer un catching up. No tenemos y no tenemos capacidades de investigación básica importantes. Y el primer paso iba a ser una investigación aplicada que requería de algunos temas que voy a hablar más adelante. Perdón, no sé qué pasó con la presentación. Ahí nos fuimos, exactamente. Una transferencia tecnológica que vamos a ver los pasos. Producción de tecnología paso a paso hasta llegar a un proceso de innovación. Y como paso 5, ir fomentando y auspiciando temas de investigación básica para tener nueva tecnología doméstica. El primer tema puntual es el tema de la transferencia tecnológica global para llegar al emparejamiento tecnológico. Para esto, los países de nuestra región, que estamos con muchísimo retraso, debemos generar grandes programas de formación de profesionales en el exterior en áreas estratégicas. Es fundamental retornar los programas de becas. En su momento, el Ecuador fue el país que por millón de habitantes tuvo la mayor cantidad de becarios en el exterior. Pero no solo que hagan su beca, sino que tengan la posibilidad de llegar a la academia del país para hacer los devengamientos de beca, para hacer la transferencia del conocimiento adquirido en el exterior. Este es un punto que si nosotros en cualquier país de la región queremos establecer procesos serios en generación de conocimiento, tenemos que tener el talento humano necesario que pueda generar la transferencia de conocimiento. En segundo lugar, programas exitosos y en donde he tenido el gusto de dirigirlos, expertos internacionales que comparten su conocimiento con contrapartes locales en procesos de transferencia tecnológica como profesores o investigadores. En Ecuador lo llamamos en su momento este programa Prometeo. tuvimos en su momento cumbre de 12.000 a 13.000 científicos con PhD, pues que llegaron a las diversas universidades del país justamente a ser docentes, a ser investigadores, dejando su legado. Muchos de ellos se quedaron en el país. Tema fundamental para generar este emparejamiento, generar o subir la calidad de nuestra formación. Programas de intercambio de profesores y alumnos con universidades internacionales, normativa académica y acreditación de carreras y universidades que incremente la calidad. Esto implicará que tengamos universidades de investigación, que se deban generar universidades de investigación y que probablemente se baje la docencia a quienes hacen de docentes de investigadores. Es un problema muy grave, por ejemplo, lo que ocurrió en el año 2018 en el Ecuador, que para incrementar la matrícula, en vez de dar más recursos a las universidades para que tengan más cupos, lo que se hizo fue cargar de más horas a los docentes y quitarles horas de investigación. Es un tema que no es concebible si queremos cambiar la matriz productiva. Voy a ir a la siguiente diapositiva. Los pasos 2 y 3 en ese círculo que había planteado: investigación aplicada para el sector productivo y transferencia tecnológica doméstica, investigación y producción. Volvemos a incremento de calidad de universidades y centros de investigación básica y aplicada. Fortalecimiento de los institutos nacionales de investigación públicos y privados para desarrollar capacidad de investigación y tecnología con fines productivos y sociales. Tenemos centros de investigación en los países, pero terminan siendo la última rueda del coche. Terminan siendo centros de investigación que pues tienen que tener que trabajar en situaciones pues de prestación de servicios básicos para sobrevivir. En el año 2011 en el Ecuador habían 12 PhDs en todos los institutos nacionales públicos de investigación. En el año 2017 terminaban habiendo más de 180 PhDs. Ahora nuevamente, pues el número con los recortes presupuestarios que ha habido, nuevamente han disminuido y esto es una desgracia para el sistema nacional. Una carrera del docente investigador que pueda tener salarios adecuados para evitar la fuga del cerebro, sobre todo si tenemos un programa nacional de becas. Constitución de universidades de investigación aplicada y desarrollo tecnológico, pero que éstas tengan sostenibilidad en el tiempo. Formación de técnicos y tecnólogos para vinculación con el sector productivo. Producción de tecnología en el sector público es necesaria la participación, habíamos hablado de un Estado emprendedor, mecanismos financieros de subvención y capital de riesgo para preincubación, para incubación, mecanismos financieros de capital de riesgo y créditos y especializados para expansión, aceleración, crecimiento y consolidación industrial, y el sector privado que haga capital de riesgo que requieren incentivos tributarios, desarrollo en el mercado de valores. Tiene una participación importante, tanto del sector público y probablemente principalmente dentro del sector público, pero también una participación del sector privado, al cual hay que dar incentivos a los cuales me referiré después. Sistema de incubación de emprendimientos de base tecnológica, parques tecnológicos y tecnoindustriales destinado a la expansión y aceleración de emprendimientos tecnológicos. Pero esto último, no en base a lo que se le ocurre a un actor local, sino en base a la planificación previa, a la priorización de áreas, a un Estado planificador. Con una meta, 20% de nuevas empresas creadas deberían ser de base tecnológica. Esto requiere normativa, que cada uno de nuestros países genere normativa que dé sustento, transformación del régimen de propiedad intelectual y mecanismos de fomento a industrias de base tecnológica. ¿Qué instrumentos pueden hacer el proceso? Instrumentos exitosos, características de generar ecosistemas de negocios de alta tecnología con servicios de apoyo para la innovación, con un enfoque de investigación, desarrollo de negocios de innovación, donde estén presentes universidades, centros de investigación, parques tecnológicos y parques tecnoindustriales, modelo Innópolis. Servicios para ciudades del conocimiento, donde se presten servicios para comunidades universitarias, servicios privados en la ciudad, instalación de centros de investigación y desarrollo, fondos de capital semilla y riesgo e instalación de plantas de producción. Con modelos de transecto, ¿no? Que bueno, esto no es mi experticia, pero que nos ayudaría mucho para que no tengamos espacios votados o que estos espacios votados se den por falta de políticas o de sostenimiento. ¿Qué requisitos no deben faltar para que el modelo sea exitoso? Primero, que la política sea de Estado y no de gobierno. El gran fracaso que tuvo, yo no le puedo llamar fracaso a un proyecto importantísimo en el que participé en Ecuador, que es la ciudad del conocimiento, es que no hubo política de Estado. Un gobierno tomó la decisión política, invirtió, pero cuando hubo el cambio de gobierno, tomó la decisión de no seguir apoyando. Y se quedó paralizado un proyecto que hasta ahora sigue rindiendo frutos, como es la Ciudad del Conocimiento de Ecuador. Normativa que garantice continuidad de los proyectos y flexibilidades, lo que se enmarca dentro de una política de Estado.
Debemos concluir en 2 minutos.
Tengo exactamente una diapositiva más. Inversión comprometida desde el sector público, incentivos para la participación de privados, involucramiento de los actores del sistema y cooperación internacional con los mejores centros, pero con gente que sepa tropicalizar la cooperación internacional. Y simplemente esto es una tabla de incentivos que va desde reducciones de impuestos a las rentas, no aranceles de importaciones, exoneración de impuestos a áreas de divisa, créditos tributarios. Y bueno, estos son diversos paquetes para diversos sectores que pueden ir hasta el 100% de reducción de impuesto a la renta cuando estamos hablando de sectores priorizados. Con siempre red de servicios al inversionista, créditos con tasa preferencial, vinculación con las universidades, redes de negocios, servicios públicos de alto desempeño, servicios logísticos, conectividad, espacios de trabajo, servicios de ventanilla única, bolsas de empleo y análisis de capacitación internacionales. Sin este círculo virtuoso no podemos avanzar y es fundamental. República Dominicana está pensando en su espacio de desarrollo tecnológico en el modelo que esté desarrollándolo. A partir de la experiencia que nosotros pues hemos vivido, exitosa en sus momentos, con problemas en otro, debemos trabajar. Les dejo con una imagen de las playas ecuatorianas y de cierta pues, flora local que pues puede ser que la hemos hecho en transformación biotecnológica. Muchas gracias a todos y un placer poder dirigirme a ustedes.
Muchas gracias a usted, doctor Fernando Cornejo. Ha sido de verdad una exposición muy interesante. Y yo quisiera solamente señalar uno de los aspectos que usted mencionó, y es la necesidad de una política de Estado y no de gobierno a la hora de desarrollar científicamente un país. Muchas gracias, doctor Fernando. Me he dado cuenta que entre los asistentes hay varios English speakers. Therefore, I would appreciate for the next speakers to deliver the talk in English, please. In any way, it will be more affordable for all the participants because we all Latin Americans speak in English mainly, but it is very difficult for English speakers to speak Spanish. Therefore, Harold, I will appreciate that your next talk will be in English. It is possible?
Yeah, that's for sure.
Okay. Let me introduce the next speaker of this roundtable, who is Harold Yepes. Harold Yepes is member of the preparatory group of the Neutrino Working Group Convener and Strategic Document Committee in the Latin America Strategic Forum for Research Infrastructures, LASF4RE. We love the acronyms. Group leader in Ecuador for the KA3NET, Neutrino Observatory, and representative for Latin America, Deputy Project Coordinator of the Erasmus Plus Latin American Alliance for Capacity Building in Advanced Physics. And this is a name which called me the attention, La Conga Physics. As a Cuban, La Conga for me is very reliable. Freelance consultant on nuclear and radiological affairs for the Andean region, and Secretary for Control and Nuclear Applications, former collaborator of Next RD51, Antares, and Minerva, who I do not know which are, but I hope that all the physics here know what this means. Thank you very much, Harold, to be here with us. The auditorium is yours, please.
Okay, so thank you very much. I'm going to spend the 10 minutes I have of the most efficient way possible. So appreciate the invitation for this symposium, because I think that many of the roles I actually taking out as a stakeholder in Latin America is related to the capacity building. So capacity building is related to the main focus of the discussion about or around the City of Science to Science Park, and this a very nice introduction of the previous speaker. So I will try to share with you a simple perspective about what I've been working with. What could be just giving a feedback for the event. So let me try if I can use my pointer. Okay, I have it here. So I think that it's very important to have some definition before. Okay, so I only wanted to start by have the reference of what I consider would be the first part towards a bigger infrastructure and logistics and policy, as we call City of Knowledge. I think that first we must to account for what is a science park. So in this occasion, just I try to bring to the discussion, to the symposium, some closest experience and networking I have been taking part during the last years. So, for instance, when we talk about Science Park, we refer to some reference at the Amsterdam Science Park. Just if you go to the web page, you find a very good description of about what is it. Okay, so for instance, the Amsterdam Science Park offers endless opportunities for your business or research project. Okay, our science and business team can help you to find a good match and can connect you with the researchers, students, entrepreneurs at the park. I think that there are very important hints right here. So we need to really account when we talk about this science park, about this very large scale project, City of Science, to have clear that we are trying to reach a kind of ecosystem, okay? That we're not only talking about some specific field that could be act independently in a standalone way, but just in a joint and harmonious focus. Okay, for instance, some of the hubs that are already there in the science park are working in different field of knowledge. So probably it's a very good question right here. Why a unit, okay, as this subatomic particle physics center is related with some productive of transferable knowledge to the society. So it's very important, because sometimes we think that it's only a matter of some cluster of scientists working in some things that they really like, but we must also to figure out, to ask ourselves what there is behind. Okay, so I think that the matter right here is try to figure out how the ecosystems of different fields of knowledge work. Okay, if we go to other kind of science part, or no kinds of science part, another reference, okay, as we have for this kind of ecosystem, I could call other nearest community that I have been close into, okay, at the scientific part of the University of Valencia. You just go for a fast reading along it. We also identify the main keyword right here. So there is an ecosystem of innovation and research with more than 80 innovative companies to generate knowledge and promote the process of innovation. Okay, so just we again getting to start to identify what are the keywords that really matter in order to have a knowledge of what could be doing in the near future and what do we need. And more than funding is the values or the focus we must to be really paying attention of. Okay, so that's another kind of ecosystem, just try to combine under the same shield, right? And again, we find different kind of field of knowledge. For instance, subatomic physics is my field of view. That's why I have to stress in that sense, because we are able to provide transferable knowledge, transferable technology to the society in the same directions and even schedules that the previous conference speaker shared with us. Okay, so in that case, we have two references for asking to ourselves what are the common denominator of above ecosystem. Undoubtedly, there are the university towns as a science, technology, and innovation hubs able to promote capacity building. Capacity building is what we really must to really be able to support, to be really conscious that what is the importance behind. So to me, in a very empirical perspective around how the things are working in Latin America, the science park are a scalable model towards a city of science. So it means that we need to construct university in order to give room for capacity building, then to go to the science park as a scalable model for a city of science. Okay, I have right here only a definition that only support what we are trying to extract or to bring to the discussion, the main keywords around what actually could have as reference for scaling models in Latin America. For instance, a property-based development model for science park. Okay, that the knowledge that provides progress viable commercial products linked to the innovation and to research. And on the other hand, how do we contribute to the national economy development? Because it is aspect of foraging that we are able to retribute to the science technology programs and then to the countries what have been invested in our research field. Okay, so what are we doing in Latin America? I think that is one of the main discussions and questions to solve in this symposium. Okay, what are we doing really in Latin America in that regard? I was checking some documents some times ago. Probably there is not too much recent, but in this document could be just have a sketch of what are the comparative studies that were taking place some time ago for the main funding agencies that make possible this kind of very large scale project. So as I have a relation with mainly two countries, Colombia, that is my homeland, okay, there are some projects that are trying to move forward, but actually there are only projects, the speed they are walking, okay, but only it's what do we have for reference and what do we need to do for to be competitive in the region, okay, and also in Ecuador. Okay, whereas commented the previous speaker, there was a very interesting project that was accidentally, for several reasons, to have the magnificent perspective and orientation, the country bet for it. Okay, but actually very well driven by the university as a brain of this project. So there are some infrastructures regarding capacity building. We are trying to move forward in the region. I have been taking a very interesting role in this effort as last free. That is the crawling for Latin American strategy for research infrastructure. We took as reference the high energy cosmology and astroparticle models, but we could be just taken as reference for other field of knowledge. So it's very important because in particular, it's the first time a strategy process is conducted in Latin America, and it's a coordinated strategy with the high authorities of science, technology of Latin America, and a scale to the head of the state. Okay, so that's very important because this connects what was stressed before regarding not by the government, by a policy of a state. Okay, so lastly, has a very important objective goal to determine the budget to invest in the region in the next year, addressed to build and improve target infrastructures where institutions across the regions contribute. Okay, so we have very important outcomes of the first part of the process that we can check in this web page. Okay, but we also have to talk about human resources. Human resources are important in order to develop capabilities, to have competent people or person power for make possible these infrastructures could be a reality. So we are also taking a starring role in Ecuador with the participation in a capacity building project funded by the European Commission with a very important budget that is currently being implemented in 8 institutions in Latin America with some European partners, 2 actually in Ecuador, some in Colombia, another in Peru and Venezuela. Okay, so that's very important from the side of the human resources as in the infrastructures, but we must also to have in mind that sometimes when the institutions of the country don't have enough money to make possible the construction of very large scales prototypes, or the prototype, maybe the final project, we must to having to account the importance of the leverage in multidisciplinary or multipurpose activities. So it was an example that recently arrived to the region, where there is an important multidisciplinary observatory, okay, for subatomic science, that also are going to be used for the exploitation in other science. So we are not talking only that we invest in or we support in one field of knowledge, that there are other projects that could be taking benefit with very fruitful experiences. Okay, so that's a very important frame in order to figure out and to discuss what could be working together, not only in one specific field, as I mentioned, but in a multidisciplinary and multipurpose facilities. What could we do together? What could we be doing as a leverage activity? Okay, from the multidisciplinary point of view, some structure that in Europe or in North America, or most strong countries in that sense, could be also make available for our region to be exploited in a very constructive and interesting way. Okay, so that's only some examples. I know that the time is running out, but most think about funding, most to think about what works and what doesn't work. We need to really move forward based on some values that are very important to safely construct what is the panorama we expect in the Latin American region. Okay, professionalism, integrity, diversity, building trust, empowering others, teamwork, all of these soft skills should be taking part of our integral formation in our regions. And I think that finally it is what science, technology, and innovation it's about. Okay, to try to build, to rise in the most aggressive environments. It is all for me. I expect that could be helpful for a fruitful discussion during the symposium. And that's all for the moment.
Thank you very much, Harold. Really a very interesting experience about Colombia, Ecuador, and all the things that has been doing in infrastructure capacity building, which is a main topic, not only in physics, but all in natural and basic science and technology in Latin America. Thank you very much, Harold.
That's my pleasure.
Let me introduce now the next speaker that most of the participants know very well, who is Galileo Violini. Galileo Violini is a physicist from the University of Rome, professor of mathematical methods in physics in the University of Rome and Calabria, and author of the treatise Dispersion Theory in High Energy Physics. He's co-founder and director, today emeritus, of the International Center of Physics in Bogota, award John Wiley from the American Society of Physics, and award of the Spirit of Abdus Salam of the International Center of Theoretical Physics, Abdus Salam, director of a program of the European Union for the Faculty of Science in the University of El Salvador, and director of the UNESCO office in Tehran. He's a doctor honoris causa of the University Ricardo Palma de Lima, and fellow and member of the Council of the Forum for the International Physics of the American Society of Physics. He's a consultant of the Guatemala and Dominican Republic governments, and from UNESCO and other international and national organizations. He has authored about 250 publications in many fields. He's a very well-known and recognized scientist, not only in physics, but in science policy as well. Therefore, we have the pleasure now to hear Galileo Violini about the Silicon Beach project in Dominican Republic. Thank you, Galileo. The auditorium is yours.
Thank you, Alberto. I would like to, first of all, to admit that I'm very happy that Fernando Cornejo could participate in this meeting, because I had the opportunity of meeting him during the period he was referring to, the period in which IACHAI was one of the flag projects of the Ecuadorian government. And really what happened there, which is very sad, is exactly what he mentioned. For a strange reason, it has not been easy to convince the country that such a project is necessarily a state project and not a governmental project. There were polemics in the case of IACHAI, for example, between the university which was built in IACHAI and the system of the university in the country, which did not understand the different meaning of the two. Certainly, there were mistakes there. I know pretty well what happened there. But the bottom line of these things is that this policy must be state policy and should be independent of the details of who is the pro tempore president in a certain country. Now, what exists in Latin America about science town? Well, the first example, probably the most well-known example, is what happened in Panama. But the case of Panama was a very specific one, because it was associated with the return of the control on the canal zone in 1999, and therefore it to take advantage of the exceptional infrastructure which Americans, United States, was leaving behind when leaving the control of the canal zones. Therefore, it was easy, in a sense, to take advantage of buildings, of first-class infrastructure, and so, and it was a very successful experience. In the case of IACHAI, the thing was done from scratch, taking advantage of having a nearby town, Ibarra, and but based in a small village, half an hour from Ibarra, and this was also a way of reviving that village. Well, now what is the situation in the Dominican Republic? In the Dominican Republic, there's been a very important thing, which to some extent has been a little bit not diffused as much as it should. So perhaps because of the situation in which it was announced. Here, the 27th of February is a special day for the country. And in that day, the president used to give what in the United States is the speech of the State of Union, is the speech of the state of his government, that in this case were the first 6 months of government of the current government. President Abinader, when he spoke on the 27th of February this year, mentioned the big plans of the government, which have, of course, 5 big pillars, which are very important. The fight against the pandemic, obviously, the strengthening of social protection, the launching of the economy after the pandemic, the transparency and honesty in the management of public funds, and the need of structural reforms. It is clear that with this program, which is a very broad program, the fact that incidentally he made also a very important announcement, to some extent did not call the attention of the big press, because the big press was interested in these things which were the immediate problem of the country in this moment. He announced that it was his intention to build a Silicon Beach in Dominican Republic. that means Silicon Beach, which is very much similar to Silicon Valley in the States, but taking advantage that we are an island. And in a sense, one must consider that the difference between creating a town of science is that one should consider that the creation of a town of science means to consider the cost of opportunity. It imposed to be considered when one considers the 5 pillars I was mentioning before, which are tremendous challenges for a country. However, such a proposal has a difference with respect to the other, is what exactly Fernando was mentioning, which I am convinced that it is very, very important to underscore. In science, the projects are projects for decades and not projects for just the next 2 years or for the next election. This has an implication in general that even the best politicians who are really statesmen or statewomen, having a very long vision for the benefit of the country, very often are conditioned to some extent by the next day the next day problem. I don't know if this interrupts me or not. Excuse me, are you listening to me or this is an interruption?
I am listening, okay.
No, because there was an interference in the stream. This was the reason I was asking. Now, it is what would be the Silicon Valley of the Dominican Republic? I use the words of President Abinader, an ecosystem of creativity and innovation where one must have enterprises of technology, national and international university, research centers, manufacturing, corporations, and all the facilities which make possible to develop products, goods, and services. And then there is a declaration of hope, of confidence on the young Dominican people, and will be the person who will be leaders in this project, taking advantage of it. Now, it is clear that this is a transversal project which covers all the previous pillars, but it does on the long run. And this fits also with another project of this government, which I would like to mention, is the project of an extension of the State University. You know that the State University of Santo Domingo was the first university in America, which will have a new campus in the east of Santo Domingo. That means a few kilometers from the main campus. Now, it is clear that projects like this are important if they correspond to something in the long run. It is not a problem of reducing the traffic in Santo Domingo to make a campus 10 kilometers away. The problem is that this should reflect a possibility that one can enhance the scientific capacity of the country. This has a series of implications. The first implication is that these things require necessarily a broad national consensus, and that must be accepted by everybody. However, look at the example of Colombia. Yesterday, we learned a very important thing. A project approved unanimously by the Congress, that of creating the ministry, was really just interrupted because of some legal ties which appeared at the level of constitutional court. In a sense, this is very important, that really we should give a first priority to science and try to avoid that problems which reflect a conception of the state in which science is just a minor activity and not one of the main activity for the future of the country, as Fernando was underscoring, and I endorse completely what he said, and therefore one should avoid this type of problem. Now, suppose that one have this Silicon Beach there. Certainly, the experience of Yacha shows that it is very important, an important presence of the private sector in it. You may remember that yesterday somebody criticized a little attention to the private sector in this organization, the Simposio. Now we are going to listen in one of the next forthcoming talk that the Central American Bank of Economic Integration will talk about an important project they are proposing. What is the main feature of this project? Is the presence of regional center of high technology. Now, in a Silicon Valley, in a Silicon Beach town of science, it is extremely important to have a very strong presence of high technology. However, there was a remark made by Carlos Rodriguez in a book on the experience of almost 2 decades of the funding in the Dominican Republic. If one makes the Silicon Valley initiative, this does not mean that we don't have in Dominican Republic very important center of science with very important activities. You, Alberto, are leader of one of them, but there is the one which was recently created in the Putumaima. There is IBI, and there are many others. Therefore, one should have an integrated system of centers of high technology, which looks at strategic areas. And on this, I would like to remember just to say that we are working on that. The proposal that you, Alberto, and Fabrice, who was present a few minutes ago, I don't know if still among the participants, presented 3 years ago now, 3 years ago, about the possibility of having a center of material science of regional character. I think that the country cannot wait years and years to set up this type of activity. And therefore, this is my message. We should try to make concrete this possibility. Silicon Valley is a tremendous opportunity for which the conditions exist. Don't forget, this country has claimed with arguments that it would have been capable, in case had received the authorization from Moderna, to set up a system of vaccination, of production of vaccines in the country. This was impossible. It was impossible because it did not receive the authorization from Moderna. But a country which claims, and it is possible, and this was stressed yesterday again by Carlos Rodriguez, one of the leaders in this ministry of this type of ideas, that the country is able to do that. Well, a country which has this self-appreciation cannot just refrain from establishing a center like an institution like the Silicon Beach town. I hope that this discussion we are having today may give a push to the realization of this project, which probably is the most long-term project announced by this government, but should not be just remain as a wishful thinking, but should be really materialized in a short time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leo. Very interesting approach to the national situation in the Dominican Republic. After giving a conclusion and giving the word to the participants for any remarks they want to do. I want to point out 5 points that have been written here during the presentation. First, I have already told, it is important to have a state policy for science and technology development in the country. And this policy should not depend on the government, which is in the power in that time. Because today is one party, next period there is another party, and there should not be the policy of the party, should be the policy of a state for science and technological development. The second point is this is not only needed to have a capacity building in human resources without having opportunities for scientists and engineers in their own country. What is happening in our countries? That they go to Europe, they go to the United States, they go to North America, and once they finish and they complete the formation as their PhD, they will not find a job according to their capabilities in their own country. Therefore, they emigrate to US or to Europe. It is important to create human resources, but it is also more important to create a capacity in the country to absorb these human resources that have been formed abroad. Well, the third, after that, is the capacity building for research, development, and innovation. And I want to point out this problem of innovation because, for example, there is a very good input about innovation. And I mean in what people mean about innovation. Yesterday, with a roundtable with David Gross, the Nobel laureate in physics, he started a phrase that I immediately put in my hard disk. There will not be possibilities for innovation if there is not science and technology first. Science and technology are the seed for the innovation in the country. You cannot develop an innovation program without science and technology. And this is the 4 remarks. And the 5, which Leo, I think, focus on that. Time is critical now for decisions in our country because we are going to be always in the background of the science and development in the world if our governments do not take decisions in critical times for development. Now, I want to ask the presenters, Harold, Fernando, Leo, if they want to make any other remark, or if the people of the auditorium have any question.
I don't know, maybe I could take the wall right now. I think that the summary is very wonderful and precise. I think that we could extrapolate the meaning of having a policy of a state, okay, versus the government. Also in the institutions, because sometimes the project of the initiatives are not just focusing one faculty, but in the state represented by the university itself. So there should be a policy as well in order to push forward and make it possible. Okay, I would like to add this to your very nice summary.
Thank you, Harold. Another one? Okay. Well, thank you very much to everybody for this attention, and I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge, I think in the behalf of all the presenters, to the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Dominican Republic to give us the opportunity to participate in this roundtable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
I go now to the next roundtable. Unfortunately, the moderator of the roundtable is not online. Therefore, I will introduce myself that roundtable. The roundtable will be on the role at the national and international level that can be played by the scientific society and scientific academies. The first speaker about that is Professor Luisa Cifarelli. Luisa Cifarelli is an Italian colleague, as it is clear from the name. She has been the president of the European Physical Society. She's professor in the University of Bologna of experimental physics. Her research activity is in subnuclear physics, and she has worked in the main European laboratory, CERN, and her research is also in astrophysics, where she has been working in the big laboratory Italy has underground under the mountain of Gran Sasso. She has served in several councils, commission, has been member of the CERN Council, of the INFN Board of Directors, of the Scientific Council of the National Research Council of Science in France, has been president of the Centro Fermi in Majorana, Centro Fermi in Erice. I already told of the European Physical Society, of the Italian Physical Society. Currently, she's member of the Scientific Council of the Dubna Laboratory in Russia, honorary president of the Italian Physical Society. She's fellow of the UK Institute of Physics and of the American Physical Society. She has been chair of the American Physical Society Forum on International Physics. She's member of the APS Committee on International Scientific Affairs. She's member of the scientific committee of the mentioned the Majorana Center in Erice and of Accademia Europea, Benedettin Academician of the Accademia delle Scienze di Bologna, and she's member of its executive board. Luisa, please have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this invitation to participate in this very interesting symposium. I'm sorry I couldn't come in person. We would have loved to come to this beautiful country. I don't know. Can I share the screen?
Dammi un momento perché ci sono alcuni problemi tecnici su cui non sono particolarmente ferrato, però in un secondo potrai.
Devi farmi co-host, credo.
No, lo so, lo so, ma sono i tempi tecnici per fare questo. Luisa Cifarelli here. Sì, puoi.
Thank you. So here we are, and so I'm supposed to say something about the national and international role of scientific societies and academies, and I want to talk about the European Physical Society. So learned societies have the goal to promote physics and physicists' interests, and they have a number of means to do so. Well, they have to enroll people, so membership. They award prizes, recognitions. They organize meeting conferences, schools. They write newsletters, bulletins. They deal with social media. They can publish scientific journals. They can make statements, declarations, surveys, reports. They can take a number of initiatives and actions. So their role can be very significant. And the example, an example for all, is the European Physical Society. So I want to mention the story and the impact of this society, because the society was 50 years old. The anniversary was 3 years ago, since it was created in 1968 through the inspired leadership of an Italian professor, Gilberto Bernardini, at the time when he was CERN research director. And in the words of Bernardini, the creation of the European Physical Society was going to be a further demonstration of the determination of scientists to collaborate as close as possible with a view to making their positive contribution to strengthen European cultural unity. So the society was dealing with Europe at the time, and the origin of the European Physical Society is strongly linked to the Italian Physical Society, since Bernardini was had been the president of the Italian Physical Society in 65, 67, and he was also going to be the director of the Scuola Normale Superiore of Pisa. So someone wants to be admitted, okay. Now, one of the main challenges at the beginning was to understand through the committee created by Bernardini what structure this society was going to have. And there were two possibilities, two alternative possibilities. One, a society only based on individual membership, and alternatively, a federation of existing national bodies and societies. And after long discussions, the idea was to find a compromise, and therefore the European Physical Society has individual members, and at the same time, it has collective members, which are the national societies across Europe. And in addition, it also has associate members, which are main laboratories and institutions, which can also become members. In 1968, from the very beginning, the situation in Eastern Europe was given a very, very special attention. At the beginning, Bernardini thought that the society could be created in Florence, but in the end, it was decided that the society would have been founded in Geneva in September 1968. Geneva is not by chance, because it seemed to be a logical choice for a society like the European Physical Society, due to the presence already in Geneva of the CERN laboratory, which, as you know, was founded in some 15 years before, at the end of the war, after the war, to make science in a place without borders and without secrets. So on the 25th of September 1968, there was a final discussion at CERN, where the CERN Director General at the time, Bernard Grégory, cleared all the remaining points on the constitution of the society. And the society, the official ceremony of the society, took place on the 26th of September of 1968. And I would like to stress here that it was a special year. We had massive student unrest across the world, and in Europe in particular. We had the Cold War and East-West confrontations. And on September 1968, it was just 1 month after the invasion by Soviet Union and other Warsaw Pact states of Czechoslovakia to stop what was known as the Prague Spring. So it was a miracle that 1 month after these events, on the 25th of September, the European Physical Society was established with representatives in Geneva of the Czechoslovak Physical Society and of the USSR Academy of Sciences, sitting at the same table. The fact that all this happened in Geneva was not by accident, because, as I already said, CERN surely played a role in this new era of European collaboration across science. Here you can see a picture of Bernardini signing the constitution of the European Physical Physical Society. It was signed at the beginning by 62 individual members, 20 national societies and academies and research institutions, including CERN. This is a picture of the ceremony which took place afterwards in the Aula Magna of the University of Geneva. And here you see on the left, Professor Bernardini, in the middle, the rector of the University of Geneva. And then Monsieur Vallotton, who was the head of the scientific section of the International Department of the Swiss Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So it was really a very solemn event. In his talk in the EPS inauguration, Bernardini stressed these points that I think are relevant for our meeting today. So the importance of an organization like CERN for the establishment of the European Physical Society, due to the experience of CERN concerning international cooperation in Europe and not only, and as an existing infrastructure that could back the newborn society. Then Bernardini also stressed the importance of existing and future international laboratories in Europe. He stressed the issue of many physics journals in Europe. This is still an open problem. We have too many journals. The need of strengthening the European cooperation to try and contain the brain drain from Europe to the United States. You see, that was a problem at the time, and there is still a problem of brain drain. The determination of scientists to collaborate in order to strengthen the European culture unity, and the crucial need to secure the active participation of the Eastern European countries. Okay, so this was well ahead the fall of the Berlin Wall, so it was really important. And until 1973, since the beginning, there was an EPS branch secretariat in Prague at the Academy of Sciences, and the EPS logo, which is still the same, was actually designed by the Czechoslovak Physical Society. Here, if you go to the headquarters of the EPS, which are now no more in Geneva, but in Mulhouse, you can see a wall with all the portraits of the presidents of the European Physical Society. There were 26 since the beginning. They are listed here. Of course, we cannot go through all the names, but after Bernardini, you see presidents from all nationalities in Europe, and at present the president is French, Luc Berger. The society headquarters are no more in Geneva, but they were moved at the beginning of this millennium in Mulhouse, hosted by the Université de Haute-Alsace in France. Today, the European Physical Society encompasses 42 member societies from all these states in blue, ranging from Iceland to Turkey and even Israel, and it represents more than 130,000 members through the national societies. And it encompasses very small societies, for instance, the one of Liechtenstein or Cyprus, up to huge societies like the one from UK or Germany, which counts more than 60,000 members. These societies altogether represent more than 100,000 physicists. Most of them, of course, are from, as I said, Germany and the UK. In addition, there are about 40 associate member institutions, mostly the major research laboratories in Europe, including CERN. The individual members, which are the scientific core of the society, are more than 3,500. And then the European Physical Society has also bilateral agreements with a number of collaborating societies, about 30 of them. They range from Asia to the United States, but they also include the Society of Brazil, African societies, and Tunisia in particular. So there is an attempt to encompass through this collaboration many societies the world over. The EPS has a bulletin, which is called Europhysics News. It was created in 1969, so at the very beginning, and now it is widely distributed online. It is free for everybody, and in a printed version, 25,000 copies are distributed every issue. Then it has a journal, and this journal is called Europhysics Letters, and it's the result of the merging of Journal de Physique Lettres from the French Physical Society and Lettere al Nuovo Cimento from the Italian Physical Society. And now it is owned by the Europhysics Letters Association, which is led by the European Physical Society, the French Physical Society, the Italian Society, and the UK IOP, but it encompasses another 13 member societies. Now let me come to the core, and the core is to promote, thanks to the individual members, is the main goal is to promote excellent physics research through the activities of 12 divisions and groups. The divisions are disciplinary divisions, while the groups are more transversal. There is a newborn division on gravitational physics, but of course you have the oldest one, the high energy particle physics division, nuclear physics, physics education, and so on and so forth. The groups, you have a group concerning accelerators, computational physics, energy, history of physics, technology and innovation, and let me mention this with emphasis, physics for development. The renown of the EPS prizes and conferences and workshops is, of course, established. And every year before the pandemic, there were many thousands of attendance for the conferences and activities organized by the European Physical Society. In addition, the European Physics Society has a number of action committees to act as a catalyst for bringing together physicists in different fields, different countries, and also for a European view on science diplomacy. Let me mention just a few: Forum on Physics and Society, Forum on Committee on Equal Opportunities, on European integration. Okay, then there's a conference committee, decision and awards committee, and there are two interesting committees. One is called the Young Minds Committee, and I will come back to this later on. And another one also I'll come back is the Historic Sites Committee. East-West relations has always been, as I said, since 1968, very important for the European Physical Society. An East-West Coordination Committee was established in 1992, and after the expansion of the European Union, there is a Committee for European Integration, which was established in 2004. Policy, the EPS provides an international forum for physicists and acts as a federation of physical societies in Europe, as I said. And the policy issues that are important for the European Physical Society are, of course, research and science policy, European cooperation, international cooperation, and here physics for development is very important, energy and environment, education, physics and society. Since 2016, the European Physical Society, which has its headquarters in Mulhouse, France, has established an office in Brussels, which is at the core of Europe. And this is also very important to deal with policymakers. So to this purpose, the EPS has created an advisory board on science policies and tries to enhance and strengthen the links between the needs of the scientists and the political aspects of science and science development. As I said, the society, like any learned society, can make surveys, reports, position papers. Since 1999, the European Physical Society has made many on education, science and research, physics and society at large, environment and energy, European cooperation. It has made reports on open access, on the assessment of scientific research, on the energy of the future, and very recently, it has made an interesting report that you can find online if you're interested in the importance of physics to the economies of Europe. In other words, seeing what is the impact of the physics-based industries in the economic development of countries. Physics for Development Group. So the Physics for Development Group, which is actually led by Joe Niemela, who is the current chair, one of today's speakers, wants to foster solidarity in science by sharing knowledge. It is mostly targeting Middle East countries, and the Sesame Project is an example. African countries, the Square Kilometer Array is another example of infrastructure, and Andean countries through some nanosciences activities. The Physics for Development Group acts in collaboration with UPAP, with ICTP, with CERN, with IOP, and many other bodies and institutions. The goals are networking opportunities, educational and outreach programs, or opportunities of open access for developing countries to our journals, and of course, conferences. This is the first conference, the first EPS conference on physics for development, which was organized in Brussels in 2012, and you can recognize here Joe Niemela. I think that the activities of this group are very, very relevant for emerging countries. But this group is also backed by the young, and the Young Minds Committee of the European Physical Society is really an example to be followed. It has been established in 2010, and it is open to undergraduates, to up to postdoctoral researchers. And the Young Minds are creating sections all over Europe. They, of course, in the young, it is very easy. They communicate and enhance their networking opportunities through many activities. And today they have more than 60 sections across Europe, and not only. Sorry, there is a typo, which are very active, and this map I like very much. These are all the Young Minds sections across Europe, but you can also see some of them in North Africa and in the Middle East. And these sections are some kind of chapters, and they really, really help networking and communication. The other thing the European Physical Society is dealing with is the equal opportunities problem. It has created, of course, a committee, and it has created a distinction for women in physics, which is awarded twice per year. And this distinction is named after Emmy Noether. I'm coming to the end. Another initiative I want to mention is the EPS Historic Sites Initiative. The EPS launched this initiative in 2012 in line with the original idea of Bernardini of cultural unity. She declared in 1968. And so any individual, any member or not member of the European Physical Society can propose to name a historic site of the European Physical Society, a place which is significant for the history and the progress of physics in Europe and also outside Europe. And 10 years of success stories have been achieved. And here you see another map of all these historic sites already inaugurated, but there are many more. And in particular, there will be one in Israel pretty soon. Okay, I'm coming to the end by mentioning the global initiative to which the European Physical Society has given its very significant contribution. It was the initiator, together with IUPAP and UNESCO, of two important international years. The first one in 2005 was the World Year of Physics, which involved 80 countries. In 2015, it was the International Year of Light, which was initiated through the optics division of the European Physical Society. And then, of course, all the UNESCO and other institutions train started, and it involved 145 countries. And now, as proposed by IUPAP, so the proposal was not the EPS this time, but of course the EPS is strongly supporting, the EPS will collaborate in this International Year of Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development, which will take place next year in 2022. So, let me conclude that after 50 years, now we are up to 53 years since the foundation of the European Physical Society. There are many successes, many achievements which have been obtained by this society. But of course, there are many issues and challenges for the future. Not only open access of journals, but also open data are some of the major issues we are facing in Europe, but also the world over. Education opportunities for the young are another very crucial program. In Europe, we are concerned with the framework programs for funding of the research. We are very much concerned with physics for developing countries, which means at the same time, I like the definition of scientifically emerging countries. So EPS should really be involved in this action of communicating and supporting physics for countries which are emerging scientifically. The EPS is, of course, very much concerned with environment and climate, with energy issues, physics in industry, gender issues, as well European integration, which is far from being already solved. So the main goal is to make the voice of the physics community being heard loud and clear, not only in Europe, but the world over, collaborating with partners, organizations towards common goals the world over. And so, as at the time of its foundation in 1968, EPS should provide scientific bridges to preserve the scientific unity in physics. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Luisa, for your presentation. I would like to make just one comment, two comments about what you say. First of all, there's an experience you mentioned that might be an object of reflection in Latin America, is the creation of the European Journal of Physics. In Latin America, there exist several national journals. I must say that I proposed, unfortunately, 1.5 years ago to consider this, but it seems that the conditions don't exist. I know that, for example, in Europe, among the journals that disappeared, there was Il Nuovo Cimento, which was as old as almost 150 years. Well, anyway, probably this should be considered as future policies. And second, of course, we used only one part of your broad experience, but from what you said and what I know that you have done, you could have been useful in many other roundtables in this symposium. I hope that this is also an opportunity for you to start a stronger cooperation with Latin America. So thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And now I would like to say that Dr. Jorge Pino joined us. He was supposed to be he is the moderator of this session. He had a problem with electricity in his place, but I would like just to shortly introduce Jorge. Jorge is a biologist. His training was the PhD at University of Florida in phylogenetics, and is professor in one of the most interesting universities in Panama, the University of Chiriquí, because it's an example of how in a small town one can almost create from scratch a university which is really moving very fast to develop. And this is important because Chiriquí is a town in the north of Panama that can be extremely important for the discussion of regional integration, which are object of this meeting. He's the director of the scientific part and technological part of that university. He's a member of the National Directive Council of the National System of Research in Panama. Jorge, excuse me for summarizing your CV, but we are against the time. Okay, please, Jorge.
Well, thanks for the opportunity and invite me for being in part of this very interesting and very neat symposium. And thanks for the previous presentation. Let me say that we have some trouble issues and with the internet connection, but we're here and we're ready to present the next contributor here. El siguiente presentador es Enrique Forero. Enrique Forero es botánico en la Universidad Nacional de Colombia. Tiene un grado de su doctorado de la Universidad de la Ciudad de Nueva York. Es profesor de la Universidad Nacional de Colombia, director de investigaciones en el Jardín Botánico de Missouri, en San Luis, consultor internacional también, y es parte del Centro Nacional de Recursos Genéticos en Brasilia. También es director del Instituto de Botánica Sistemática en el Jardín Botánico de Nueva York, director del Instituto de Ciencias Naturales de la Universidad Nacional de Colombia. También ha sido decano de la Facultad de Ciencias de esta misma universidad, de la Universidad Nacional de Colombia, presidente de la Academia Colombiana de Ciencias Exactas, Físicas y Naturales desde el 2013. También ha sido presidente del Colegio Máximo de las Academias de Colombia, y él es autor de 140 publicaciones científicas, un gran recorrido en productividad científica. Es investigador emérito de Ciencias y miembro de la Academia de Ciencias de América Latina. También él es profesor honorario de la Universidad de Magdalena y profesor adjunto de la Universidad de Tolima. Le damos la bienvenida a Enrique Forero, quien nos va a aportar la perspectiva de Colombia en esta mesa, pues que tiene que ver con el rol internacional de las sociedades académicas y las sociedades científicas, lo cual es muy necesario para la integración en nuestra región. Bienvenido, don Enrique, y los micrófonos son suyos.
Muchas gracias, doctor Pino. ¿Debería hacer esto en español o en inglés? I understood that it should be in English. I can do it any way.
Yes, that's fine. You can present in English. That's the initial requirement, and yes, you can.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Very happy to be here in this symposium and this roundtable, and also the whole Congress. I was already part of one of the roundtables yesterday, so thank you again. Yes, I am president of the Colombian Academy of Exact Physical and Natural Sciences. The Academy has just had its 85th anniversary last week. The Academy was established in 1936. It's one of 10 institutions that are considered consultative bodies to the national government. I can talk about that more a little later. The history of our academy goes back to the 19th century, when it was created at least 3 times. But unfortunately, because of the political situation of the country at the time and for other reasons, it didn't survive. And finally, we were actually established 85 years ago, and we have continued working without interruption for this all this period of time. At the present time, the Academy has 250 members. As you all know, being a member of an academy is an honor. There is a whole process of selection of the new members. As I always say, you don't pay to be a member of the academy, you are elected to be a member of the academy. So that is, in truth, a recognition of your accomplishments as a scientist and your contributions to science, to education, to the training of new generations of scientists. We're, as I will explain later, we're involved in all kinds of different projects at the national and at the international level. We were, and by the way, we were involved in the International Year of Light that was just mentioned by Dr. Cifarelli. We had interesting series of events here for the International Year of Light, with 2 Nobel Prize winners with us, 2 winners of the Nobel Prize in Physics, Serge Haroche and David Wineland came at that time, with several other speakers from different countries. So that was an interesting experience, and I thought I'd mention it because it was mentioned just a few minutes ago. Let's see. Let's talk about Colombia. What do we do in Colombia? One of the things that I like to say is that even that, as I said, we are by law consultative bodies to the government, but the government has a hard time consulting us. As you know, governments in Latin America don't seem to understand the importance of academies. And so we have to push ourselves into being involved in discussions, being involved in decision making. And that's what we do all the time. We have been extremely involved in science policy for years. This is not new. We've been involved for years in discussion of policies in science, the development of laws, decrees that have to do with science. We were involved, for example, recently in the creation of the new Ministry of Science and Technology. That was, the ministry was created at the beginning of 2019, after many attempts by the scientific community to have a ministry. We have suffered from the lack of interest on the part of governments regarding science, and we thought that having a ministry would be a solution to many of our problems. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out to be that way. I am not going to go into the details, but it's been almost 3 years, and the results are not there. Right now, we are having difficulties with the appointment of a new minister, which we, from the academy, we denounced the problems that we have with this person, who has been accused of plagiarism. And in fact, the plagiarism has been proven. Several papers of which he is co-author have been taken out of international databases because it was proven that they were that there was plagiarism involved. So this is the kind of thing that we have to face. But we, nevertheless, have been very much involved, as I say, first in the creation of the ministry, then all of 2019, we were involved in the discussions about the structure of the ministry, how it should be structured and how it should work. We won some, we lost some, but everything is now up in the air because one of the highest courts in Colombia has declared that the law that established the ministry is not acceptable, and so a new law has to be written. We have 2 years to do that, and we expect to be involved in the discussions of this new law. We are involved also in public policy in education, very much involved, because that's one of our priorities, definitely education at all levels. In the improvement of education in the basic and secondary school. We have several programs with different universities in Colombia, which I mentioned in a minute. So education is another one of the areas in which we are active. We're very much active in environment. We have many members of the academy who are environmentalists, and we are involved in discussions having to do with what is being done, what is being done, and what should be done regarding the environment in this country. So that's another area in which we are involved. We are involved in issues of gender. We have just created a commission, what we call a Commission on Gender, Science and Technology. Created it about 6 months ago to respond to that, but we're involved in that in gender issues at other levels, which I hope I have time to mention. We are, as an academy, we're organized in commissions and groups. We have, for example, a Commission on Science and Technology, which is the one that is very much involved in all these discussions about laws and regulations in science. We have a Commission on History and Philosophy of Science, very active in recovering the history of science in Colombia, publishing books about it, and organizing meetings about the history of science. So that's another very active. We have a big program on STEM education. That's one of our priorities right now. We have a very active program on STEM education. Even at the international level, we have been, our group of people that deal with this area have been teaching courses everywhere. If I can remember, Ecuador, Uruguay, Argentina, Brazil, Romania, Mexico. We are involved in a very important project that is based in Paris of the Office for Climate Education, as Mexico and Colombia are involved in this program for climate education since about 2 years ago. We have active programs working with schools. Scientists go to the school. This is the name of one of our programs. Trying to impress on children, both boys and girls, the importance of studying science, and telling especially girls that it is possible, important, and necessary that women go into mathematics and science. So that's one of the emphasis that we have in these lectures and these meetings and sessions that we organize with schools. As I said, we have a commission on gender, but we also support what is called the Colombian Network of Women Scientists. That has the support of our academy. And we have something that was mentioned by Dr. Cifarelli also, is a young academy. We have a group of very bright young scientists, 17 so far, because the academy is fairly new. The young academy was created 2 years ago. And we have 17 very, very bright young scientists working in different areas. We want for the young academy to be more interdisciplinary than the senior academy, And so we have people from all walks of life in the Young Academy, psychologists, politologists, but also engineers, biologists, and so on. So, and that group is very active. They have recognized 4 areas of work. And one of them, for example, is internationalization of science. So they are beginning to work with young scientists in other countries for example, in Argentina, we just had a meeting with the Young Academy in Colombia had a meeting with the Young Academy of Argentina to try to establish links with those young academies. We're very much interested in developing science in the regions of Colombia. And so we have several programs. We have 4 chapters of the Academy in different regions. And these chapters are all active in education, in science, in all these areas that I just mentioned at the regional level. And we have established what we call the Academy Lecture Series, which is given in these universities in different regions of the country, trying to take science to these areas and to show new areas of research for those institutions. We're involved with many local organizations that deal with science and education. I wouldn't mention all of them, but we're either members of the board or we're members of the organization. We support them. We have meetings with them, and we really, for example, there is one ethics committee in one university, and we're members of that ethics committee. One of the things that we are doing more and more every year is becoming involved in international organizations. We're very much involved with the International Science Council, for example. I am a member of the Committee for Freedom and Responsibility of the International Science Council. And we were members also of the committee that was trying to decide on the dues for this new organization. As many of you know, the International Science Council is the result of the fusion of the International Council of Scientific Unions, the famous ICSU, and the International Social Sciences Council. The joining of these two forces started in 2018 in Paris, and we are an active member of the International Science Council, as we were of the International Council of Scientific Unions. But we are also involved in the activities of the International Union for Conservation of Nature, with representatives in the board of directors of the South American Committee. We are involved in the International Association, Inter-Academy Partnership. Of course, we're at the Academy of Sciences, so we're members of the IAP, and we're active in the education program of the IAP. We have a representative there. We are active with UNESCO. We have representatives in several committees of UNESCO. One of them is the Ethics in Science Committee. The other one is, that I remember, is the Geoscience program. We are involved in the SDSN, which is the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, at different levels in different committees. And we're also involved in the organization of the International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development. We have a group of about 7 people from different parts of the academy and from other organizations working together for the program of 2022. We also have, I will go into this international aspects a little more in a minute. I just want to mention, as Dr. Cifarelli did, we have several awards that we give. We give an award to young scientists, which is called the Friends of the Academy Award. The other one is the Life Achievement Award, which we give out in collaboration with the Colombian Academy for Colombian Association for the Advancement of Science. We have an award that is in the name of a famous mathematician in Colombia, Yu Takeuchi, that is for the best thesis in master's thesis and PhD thesis in areas of basic sciences. We have another prize for young geologists, undergraduate students in geology, and a medal that was created to remember two famous scientists, one that you have heard of, Alexander von Humboldt, and the other one is the first Colombian scientist that we recognize as such, Francisco José de Caldas. So the medal shows both Caldas and Humboldt because they were the ones who started the science called biogeography. Their papers, their publications, their work was the beginning of biogeography, so we recognize them in this medal that we give every year. We have a journal, the Journal of the Colombian Academy of Sciences, which has been published since 1936. So it has the 85 years of history that the Academy has. And we have several collections of books, some for scientific papers, others for lectures from universities, and so that's 7 different collections that we call of publications, books. We publish a few books a year. It depends on how many we have at hand. That we also are active in the outreach of science. We have a radio program that goes out every week in the radio station of the National University. And we also have a bulletin that we publish continuously. And as I said, lectures and all. And we're starting a new radio program in a regional radio station of a regional university, but also run by the Academy. So let me go back to the international level very quickly for a minute. Involved in the 4 main programs of the IAP, and of course of IANAS. IANAS is the Inter-American Network of Academies of Science. There are 24 academies in the Americas. We are an active member of the Academy. We are involved in the 4 programs: education, women, water, and energy. And in each one of those, we have what we call a focal point. IANAS is a very active organization right now. We have our co-chairs are the current president of the Canadian Royal Society, Jeremy McNeil, and Elena Nader from Brazil is the other co-chair. And our secretariat is in Argentina. Beatriz Caputo is our general secretary for IANAS. IANAS is really a very active organization right now in the Americas. One thing that I would like to emphasize just to finish my presentation is that we have to work very hard. And I think Galileo mentioned it in a minute ago, is the relationship between Latin America and the Caribbean and Europe. It's very weak. If you look at these international organizations that Dr. Cifarelli mentioned, they're mostly centered in Europe, Africa, and Asia. Very little connection with Latin America. We have to work very hard to have representatives in the boards of all these organizations. We have to get closer to them, but they also have to get closer to us. In many of these international organizations, it looks like if Latin America and the Caribbean didn't exist. It's like a black point, an invisible point in the maps. And this has to change because there's a lot that Latin America has to offer to Europe, and a lot that Europe has to offer, obviously, to Latin America. But we have to learn from each other. We have to work together, and I think this is something that we have to push for. And that's something that here at the Colombian Academy we have been doing. As I mentioned, we're members of many committees in these international organizations. And that the reason for that is that not only we have things to contribute, but so that these organizations open their eyes to Latin America and start working together with us. I think this is about what I have to say regarding the Colombian Academy and the situation in Latin America with academies very quickly, because there is much more to say about these areas. Thank you very much.
We thanks Dr. Enrique Forero for his presentation. And this is very interesting because this is one opportunity to hear, to listen about what this country, Colombia, has in make every step to get to the point that they are already now, and they have developed different strategies. And we already heard about the presentation of Dr. Luisa, and we can make a contrast and what have been done in Europe and what is done now in Colombia. And we would like to hear a little more on, we are against the time, but we would like to, because this symposium, the second objective is to create a permanent forum to exchange scientific information and continue discussion. So we are starting a kind of a continuous forum, and this is the starting. This is the starting, and this is a great presentation. We are against the time. Dr. Luisa has we have time for a quick question.
Just a comment. Thank you, Dr. Ferreira, for the interesting presentation. I must say that in the European Physical Society, we were looking for the equivalent of what exists for Asia, for instance, which is it's a federation of all Asian physical societies, so including Japan, China, Korea, all the, and we were looking for something equivalent in Latin America, but at the level of physical societies, not of academies. So maybe that was wrong, and the good starting point would be through the academies instead of the physical society. So thank you for the suggestion. I will look at this Ayana's site and maybe make the link with the European Physical Society. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Luisa. Okay, so, and thanks again, Dr. Forero, and we'll continue with the next speaker. So we next have Joe Nimela. She is a research scientist and consultant at the Abdul Salam International Center for Theoretical Physics, where he has formerly head of the ICTP, the Office of External Activities of the OEA, as well as of its training and research in Italian laboratories and a program and applied physics group. Currently, he is chair-elect for the Forum on International Physics and of the American Physical Society and secretary of the UPAP, the Commission of 13 Physics for Development, and chair of the Physics for Development group of the European Physical Society. He's a fellow of the American Physical Society. And with that introduction, so the microphones and camera is yours. So let's hear about your experience. Thank you for being here, Joe.
Yeah, thank you very much for that introduction. It's really a pleasure. Thanks, Leo, for the possibility to be here. So I just wanted to mention that in regards to the last presentation, that we had lots of good contacts in Colombia with UNESCO, with the teacher training activities, and in Venezuela with trying to develop new fluid dynamic societies. And I remember that the ratio, the fraction of women engineers in Venezuela is very high. I don't know if that applies generally throughout the region, but it was extremely high. Anyway, let me begin. I'm going to represent a little bit about the American Physical Society, and in particular the sort of the international program. So I'll share my screen, share the desktop, and go ahead and All right, so it should be shared right now. So at any rate, yeah, I'll talk a little bit about the APS. First of all, it was founded back in 1889, and the first gathering had just 36 physicists in total, really proclaiming the society's mission to advance and diffuse the knowledge of physics. So, so everything, most things start out small and, and then work their way up. So the membership right now is about 50,000. So less, as Louisa mentioned, even the German Physical Society has 60,000. So the American Physical Society is working towards that goal. And its members are, I'd say, as opposed to the European Physical Society, which is a consortium of national physical societies, the American Physical Society has individual members predominantly and exclusively. And so those members are actively engaged, and they have formed 49 of what we call units. So that's just a basic term, but the most prominent one are, of course, the scientific divisions. These are specific areas of physics, and topical groups, maybe for emerging areas of physics, which don't quite merit yet a division all to themselves. Forums like the Forum on International Physics, connected to both Louisa and myself. And so various forums like Physics and Society, Education and Outreach, and International Physics. These are intersection of physics and other areas, usually within society. And then sections or geographical regions. So that's the way it is now. It's a organization which is evolving. And I'll get into a little bit of that as we go. So here's just the international membership. So of those 50,000 or so, 23% reside outside the US. So that's roughly 12,000. There's only 3% in South America. You see most of them are in Europe, 39%, or in Asia. And of the Asians, I suppose most of those are from China. But you see this is the pie chart, which shows where membership comes from. So anyway, there's a sizable proportion of members of the American Physical Society who are not residing in the United States. So the members actually, through their voluntary actions, support many of the programs. They are in leadership positions and in the divisions and forums, et cetera. But besides that, the American Physical Society also has professional staff, which it must have, and they're in 3 locations at headquarters for most programs. The editorial office, of course, journals drive the society in terms of its revenue streams, and then the Office of Public Affairs in downtown Washington, D.C. So it's pretty close to headquarters. And then that's also for the national efforts at informing Congress, also about other matters. I'll get to that in a bit. Okay, so the main activities, just as other societies, the main activities are meetings, journals, and programs. There are 2 large meetings, the March meeting. The last in-person meeting was in 2019. And then about 12,000 physicists from 63 countries attended that. So 30% of the attendees were from outside of the US. The April meeting, quite a bit fewer participants, but from 30 countries. And then normally the unit meetings, and these are meetings where you get together with your peers in specific areas. The interesting thing is the journals, so the physical review, especially here. So 2/3 of the published articles actually originate from outside the United States. So these are, it's actually a very telling statistic. And so the journals are widely used, much more than just the U.S. Physicists' involvement. So, okay, this journals have major program areas, international affairs, and these are programs with international partners, usually sister societies. And two, I have a little a logo here, a US China and US Brazil Young Physicists Forum. And so these are two examples of joint programs with other physical societies. Education is a big part of the big program, besides the core physics program aspects, and that's mostly in the US. That's teacher training, high school teachers and also university teachers. Outreach, well, it's mostly US, but personally, I've used the outreach materials and worked with the American Physical Society myself in other areas of the world, and it's just basically to get students excited about doing physics and going into physics, or just understanding physics without getting bored to death in a classroom. And so that's, I think outreach is a very important aspect that often is overlooked. And then government affairs, that's entirely in the US, but that's informing Congress on the value of R&D investment. All right, so, and part of that, for instance, the leadership meeting, actually APS members can meet with Congress people, usually their aides, but also to explain various programs the APS has or issues that the APS would like to see addressed, like gender equity, the helium problem, which is helium is vanishing, et cetera. So that's an important role also for the American Physical Society nationally, to be a buffer between the scientists and the government. So there are a number of committees. These support various unit interests. One of those I think a lot of people here will be familiar with is the Committee on International Scientific Affairs, CISA, and this makes recommendations to the board and council. The Committee on International Freedom of Scientists, which monitors human rights of scientists worldwide, so it's everywhere, including in the US. The US Liaison Committee for IUPAP. So at any rate, the APS division chairs every 3 years or so seek nominations for those various commissions. All right, so there's some international programs and honors. And these are generally connect to the APS units, the international components. So one of them is the International Research Travel Award Program, or TAP, and that was created by the Forum on International Physics, and it's sustained by contributions from various units, but this is really a program for scientists, for collaborations, let's say established collaborations, to support them. So the APS does not create collaborations, it's just helping to facilitate further collaboration amongst scientists who have been collaborating for a while based on their publication records. The next one is the Distinguished Student Program. This is a travel award program as well. It's also under the Forum on International Physics. It simply recognizes that bringing outstanding students, most of them from other countries, to annual APS meetings can really be a career-changing experience for them. So there is a program for that which pays their travel and other expenses. All right, but for students. Beller and Marshak lectureships, these are lectureships at the March and April meeting for international scientists. And then the John Wheatley Award, which we've heard mentioned before, which is also under the Forum on International Physics. And this is recognizing contributions to physics in developing countries or lower middle income countries. So Leo is one of the recipients. I think Nathan Berkowitz and Fernando Quevedo, who talked yesterday, were also the latest recipients of this award. All right. So, and continuing with the Forum on International Physics, there's a new Physics Matters online colloquia series, which was created actually by Luisa Cifarelli. And this is an initiative in these COVID times. So it was established during really the global lockdown, and as a way of targeting students and early career physicists in developing countries. And with that, we had to actually establish some kind of time zone awareness, and so that and the first lectures were recorded, and right now we're having live colloquia, so there's opportunities for question and answers, and this is we're going from various institutions. The first one this year was at Sesame, and then we went to Islamabad, and these are on a variety of topics. They're really colloquia, from cosmic rays in the Arctic Circle to the fluid dynamics of wildfires, which is the very last one. All right, collaborations. Well, I just mentioned Sesame, so this is a light source in the Middle East. So APS has really collected a group of partnership of 12 scientific societies. You see them listed down here, and these societies all contribute to a fund which helps support training opportunities for Middle East scientists to use that facility. And other collaborations. This is a collaboration with the Institute of Physics in London, the European Physical Society, and the ICDP in Trieste. And the main outcome of this was really a program designed to find out what was needed, what was felt that was needed. And one of the main answers to that was some communication platform for African physicists. And for that, we created with the African physics leadership, what we call the African Physics Newsletter. It's really created by and for African physicists, but it's published by the APS. So the APS uses its publishing capabilities to do this, but the creative content and editorial process is entirely in Africa. And it provides physics news and events throughout the continent, but also beyond. And so we're hoping this is just starting. We're hoping it really takes off, and you're all welcome to join it. We can do this elsewhere too. Communicating globally. So the question usually comes up is, what does APS do for physicists in my country? And so there's a new online resource, which you can go down here to this internet address and see what the tool does, but it allows you to go to various regions around the world and see what APS is offering. Okay. So for 2021 and beyond, I think that the APS, obviously, I think we heard many times during this symposium that, and we understood this anyway, that the physics is really an international endeavor. So APS is also moving towards a stronger internationalization, and they would like to be a welcoming global hub. I think those are the words, but not a controlling hub in that sense, but just a welcoming hub, place to actually gather together. And so there's a subcommittee that has been working on this, and you see the names here: Patricia McBride from Fermi, William Koglaser, who was the Center for Science Diplomacy at AAAS, but he was a former advisor to the Secretary of State, Clinton. Alan Hurd from Los Alamos, who is currently chair of FIP, and Carlos, Brito Cruz, is a great friend, and I think most people here know who that is from Brazil. All right, so that's the idea. It's emerging, and so one of the ways really looking for information, and so we started an International Leaders Forum this year that was launched during the 2021 annual leadership meeting. So the participants were 50, a little bit over 50 young graduate students and or early career physicists, let's say less than 5 years since the PhD, from 25 different countries spanning 6 continents. And these are people that were were nominated and chosen because of their commitment to service-oriented activities or community involvement beyond their physics research. So it wasn't just picking people based on their publications, but also on their community involvement. That was very important. And so the idea was to bring all these young people together and to listen to them. So that the main point was just to hear what they thought, being all international from everywhere around the world, and to understand what insights they have, where they would like to see things go. And that was in order to help APS develop its longer term strategies. So I think that was a very successful forum that happened this year, and certainly will be continued. So I'll just, in summary, so APS is expanding its international engagement. It's endeavoring, as I said, to be a welcoming global hub. It relies on its members to accomplish its goals, and two of those, a committee and a forum, are CISA and FIP, which really work towards internationalization, and outreach to members, including those outside the US, to influence US policies regarding international scientists. Those may be related to visas, the freedom of movement of scientists, et cetera, any problems that arise. And also the APS accomplishes many of its activities through partnerships. I think that's true for everybody, but in this case with other national physical societies and also with academies, science academies. And finally, really want to point out that it's not just for US physicists, even though it's based in the US, but like a lot of organizations, myself, I'm also involved a lot with the Optical Society, which used to be the Optical Society of America, and that they dropped the America part because it's really, and the same with large industries like IBM and et cetera, that that's expanding worldwide, and it's just because something started in the U.S. doesn't mean you can stay U.S. centric. So anyway, with that, thank you for your attention, and thanks a lot for the invitation.
We thanks Dr. Niemeyer, and we are listening something around this through this presentation, is that many of these institutions, many of these academic societies are looking for or are watching the Jones, and that's very interesting because it's very important to involve Jones early in their careers, and this is very interesting. And it's very interesting as well to see how it's a contribution of different or the international community to the American Physical Society, how it's involved. And this forum is very interesting because having the international community in the Latin American community, so it's important to have this window to see how we can interact with this APS and how we can get involved. And will be very looking for different type of strategies to develop with this American society. So
espera, Jorge, espera. El siguiente, el doctor Slaus, no está en línea. Estoy tratando de conectarme con él en Croacia. Entonces sugiero que intercambie con el siguiente y yo te informo mientras tanto de lo que pasa.
Continuamos con Modesto Cruz.
Sí, pero...
Es correcto. Okay. Well, let's keeping with the time. We keep with Modesto Cruz. So Modesto Cruz, Dr. Cruz is got undergraduate studies in nutrition and computer science at the University of Edinburgh in Pennsylvania, and also the medical school at the Technological University of Santiago, where he obtained a medical doctorate degree in medical science and radiology at Osaka University. He got postdoctoral study in advanced biomedical application at the Riken Harima Institute and radioactive effect laboratory of the Hiroshima atomic bomb. He also got training in molecular and internal medicine at Harvard Graduate School of Medicine in Boston. And he got also postdoctoral stays at Radboud University Medical Center. And also he's expert, he's an internist and molecular expert physician with a doctorate in medical science at the University of Osaka in Japan. He is also country ambassador of the American Society of Microbiologists and member of the Secretary of the Board of the Director of One Health Research Foundation. He's also a member of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, AAAS, and former president of the Central American and Caribbean Association of Parasitology and Tropical Medicine. He's also coordinator of research projects in molecular characterization of microorganisms and tropical medicine radiology, author of more than 60 peer-reviewed articles, has received numerous national and international awards, including the 2018 National Award on Medical Research in Dominican Republic, Dr. Sergio Benscom Ruiz. Modesto Cruz, welcome to this forum, and the microphone and the screen is yours. So we'll keep with the time. We have 15 minutes for your presentation, and thanks for being here, Dr. Cruz.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk about the academic science in the Dominican Republic and the activity that we are doing here, as well as some of the activity that we will point out today is more related to the activities in the last year. But this time, we are talking especially about the national and international role of scientific societies and academies, but especially about the academic science of the Dominican Republic. Really, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. The academic science of the Dominican Republic is incorporate no-profit association by 3 presidential decrees. One of them was in July 1975, and the last one, it was in July 1984. So our academic science is also working as one of the advisory for the Dominican government of Dominican state. The academic science is created and directed by people dedicated to scientific activity in order to promote science and technological applications, to promote development, social sustainability that contributes to the well-being of the population, to sponsor the community participation and cooperation with other academies and national scientific institutions like a regional, continental, or globally. As Professor Federo talked before, we are also member of the different international network that give us a great opportunity to be updated of the different activity, and some of the work that we do is related especially by some consultation and by regional or international consultation. We have right now around 169 members since in 1918 and 1929. I mean 29 and 19. We have been losing some of the members because they passed away. This was one of these survey made for women in 2019, and since they was talking about the gender, in this morning, I tried to put this number here that actually we agree with the situation of the woman on science at this time. And when we say like we having some improvement in the 2017, we have a 22 members who were female, but in the 2019, we increased 3 more members. The members is very difficult to be selected as member. So I believe that as much as female approved woman apply to become member of our society, depending of the academic science, sorry, they will be also taken in consideration when they compete with the males. That's something is a little bit truth, but what they discussed this morning. Then we don't know why, but we don't want to be gender or I mean to have a members just male. We are not in that type, and we try to increase as much as possible. And at this time, we have a 19 board member, and out of those 17 members, 6 are female. So 6 belong to the board, maybe a little bit more at this time, maybe I think 9. So it's almost more than 50% of the board members. And what are the action of the Scientific Society of Academical Science of the Dominican Republic? It is structured by objectives and activities are governed according to his own status, regulated according to the national and international law. It is his activities usually include teaching activity, courses, workshops, seminar, conference, and other, and some like research, especially theoretical or applied, and publication, books, magazine, and journals. Is also society usually advise the governments and public or private institution on the knowledge that support the thought technical reports of expert examinations. And these are all the activity that we really try to do as a mission of our academic science. Academic science is also divided in working commission, depending according to the area of knowledge, and from work point of view intellectually. They represent the science, discipline, philosophical, technology, and other related areas that scientific society usually advise government. And some public and private institution, or also we are the advisor directly to some board that need a special examination for national location of our undergraduate students. These these commissions are basic science and technology, natural and science, environmental, and environment that is very active, as well as the economic commission, legal and political science, earth science, linguistical and theory, our philosophy and epidemiology, social science, ethics, new admission awarding honor. That is a specialized commission that it was created to increase the numbers of academic science, but of course, taking all the criteria that it is necessary to be member of the academic science. And we have the international affairs and the diplomacy science, the commission which I am the coordinator. Of course, I entered to the Commission of Earth Science, and now we were secretary of that commission, and now it is a new commission to deal especially with all the networking outside of the Dominican Republic. As it was mentioned before, we have like a focal point, and those focal points belong to IANAS, that is the regional institution of that govern majority of the academic science of the region. And we belong to that. In like 3 or 4 years ago, also our academic science was in charge of the Caribbean Association of Academic Science. And even the Academic Science of the Dominican Republic was the headquarter of this academics Association of Academic Science of the Caribbean. Also, we are responsible to keep going with the different working group with the Inter-American Partnership of Academics. And we try to be always replying or giving information to that they require every time that they send to us. So that is our main responsibility. Some of the activities of the academic science of the Dominican Republic that I would like to share with you are reported mainly at the Dominican newspapers. And we try always to work on the necessity of our country. One of them, it was the academic science make recommendation to make the prevention of coronavirus. And we say that at that time in March 11, 2020, that the Ministry of Health protocol management to prevent the treatment of the coronavirus at that time, it was appropriate. But if you read all the communication that we wrote and that we expressed, we are also giving some advice, some recommendation that it should be also a little bit more strong, and some another like to use or not to use. At that time, it was discussed. It was a discussion about to use or not to use mask. So we recommend that since we have already one of these local infection, already we have to start to use to use mask, not only the people who are close to the infected at that time with COVID. And that was just earlier as 11 of March of the last year. And in the picture you will see in the middle is our president. He is the Dr. Luis Checker Ortiz, and the Dr. Jose Exilier, who is the coordinator of the Health Commission at the Academic Science of the Dominican Republic. Also, we organize different type of conference. And this time we have the opportunity to, on May 29, we invite the ambassador of China, and we make one conference about COVID-19, and he brought some experience to us. The ambassador is San Ran. He speaks French to Spanish, and it was really interesting opportunity to take that time the stress of our population, that it has not only the disease, but also like we were making as normal at the beginning. We were making one nation responsible for the pandemia coronavirus. And well, we thought it was an opportunity for us to make a little bit clear that it doesn't have to do especially with the nation because they're having another pandemia, but we brought this conference, and we believe that it was really great opportunity for us to make the Dominican population at least to be a little bit down, and not to see a country, but to see a disease pandemic that it was affecting us. At the same time, we never stop to try to to work. That is a professor, that is Dr. Luis Checar Ortiz, and this is our vice president, who is also the coordinator of the Environmental Commission. And this time, in June 4, 2020, the academics asked to the, as you might know, we were in the elections period. So we asked to the presidential candidates that they should propose some topics about the environment, because we believe that it was very important for the population to understand what it is, what they have for in their proposals, especially about the topic of environmental matters. But also in July, also we make another a proposal to the government when we were getting a little bit outbreak, and we were running out of UCI or bed for patients with COVID. And we proposed to use one of our very large hotels that it was not being used for some time previous to Pandemia, but the infrastructure, it was great to be able to use. They were preparing, but finally it was decided to use another facility. But that was one of our recommendations too. And I just focus on the publication that we are working on the pandemic COVID-19. Of course, there are many other activities, but I will not be talking all the time about just the activity one by one. But yes, we make a discussion with about International Woman Health and the obligation during the pandemic. We make that type of conference as well in this and at this that was on October 15. But also locally, we organized another activity about woman in health, and it was related mainly to the career and the family obligation during the pandemic. And then we have like the focal point of woman, Milena Cabrera, also Doctora Maestra Milady Alberto, who used to be a dean of science, as well as Doctora Maria Sunilda Núñez, who was the moderator, and she used to be also the focal point for women in science here in Dominican Republic, Tuyanas. This activity was organized with public health literacy and the University of Santo Domingo WAS. Also, we organized a conference of education in Japan during the COVID or during the pandemic, on this pandemic situation. And what Japan projects has, what are the projects that Japan has after the pandemic. And that was held by the Excellency Ambassador Hiroyuki Makiuchi, who is ambassador to Japan, of Japan for the Dominican Republic. It was, of course, made by a virtual conference. And it was also a very good opportunity because we could share directly also with Japan, who has at that time the lowest risk, but it was the one who was looking for the new variants or mutation of the COVID-19, who was published especially on November. Well, we have another activity this year is we make a conference about tuberculosis, and it was about the JICA International Cooperation Agency, and together with the University of Santiago de Chile and Japan, Latin American, Caribbean, and looking at the 21st century. That was after this pandemic, how we are looking this. It was very interesting also to share with Chile and other countries too. And we have a books that we published just this last month. That one of our members of our commission, Dr. Edwin Morla, he published how to publish a work on her science. And it was interesting, and also we need this time to learn how to write every day more to improve the visualization of the Dominican Republic on international journals that or everybody knows that it's very important to appear on those international publications. Finally, I want to say that our academic science always have a relation with all national science societies, and we have a member from different societies at the Dominican Republic, and we have a members that belong to different societies that try to stand always. And in this case, we are member also of the Dominican Society of Microbiology, as well as the American Society for Microbiology. And we have been doing different activities together with them here in the Dominican Republic. And yes, the academic science of the Dominican Republic try to stand with the giants. That is taken by the American Society Microbiology promotion. But yes, we are trying to do our best, and we are really thank you for your attention. If you want to see any additional information about our academic science, we recommend you to see academic science rd.org, or just write only academic science and you will find what the Dominican academic science is doing. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope if there is any open question, we are open to questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Modesto Cruz from the Academy of Science. We're having a feedback here. So, yes. So we thanks Dr. Cruz for the Dominican Republic Academy of Science. Very interesting experiences especially during the pandemic times, and how these kind of societies are also involved, especially in this case with helping with trying to make some points about the health issues and the public health specific in this time. So we can see through this example the importance of the Academy of Sciences, not just in having publication and trying to inspire youngs and other interactions, but also helping with the government in taking decisions about health issues in serious time, especially in the times of the pandemic. So we are just thank you, Dr. Cruz, for your experience as sharing in here. So we'll keep with the program now. Let me see if Dr. Ivo is around. If not, okay, let me see here. Dr. Ivo around. Let's see. Dr. Slaus is around, is back here. Yeah, we're keeping with the program.
I saw Dr. Slaus. He was here. I don't know what happened because I saw him connected.
He's not here.
Let's interject. He was connected, but
he's there,
okay.
But we cannot listen his voice. The microphone is off. Professor Lau, your microphone is off. He's talking. Yeah.
Wait a moment. Wait a moment.
Do you hear me now?
Yes,
correct. Yes.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, it is indeed a great pleasure to be invited and to say a few words on this post-pandemic problems facing all of us, not only the Dominican Republic. Let me, of course, use this opportunity to greet you on behalf of the World Academy of Art and Science, and we all of us, scientists and so on, and not only scientists, also people who are responsible for facing the post-pandemic situation are really concerned with the role of science. First, let me say that the essential characteristics of the contemporary world are really those generated by science. It is globalization, it is very rapid changes, and it is interconnection and everything that comes from that. So there is no doubt that we have to devote considerable attention to science, progress on science, and implementation of science throughout the world. Definitely even much more than we have done today. We can see that science has played considerable role in the 20th and the beginning of the 21st century. I would say that I do expect even more profound effect of science, and I do expect some of the major paradigmatic changes, as we had, of course, with an enormous paradigmatic change due to physics at the turn of the 19th to the 20th century. Okay, now pandemic, of course, showed another important thing, and this is that the world is global. It is interconnected. There is no way how much we keep our borders tight, how much we prevent other people to come to our home, the pandemic will spread absolutely, and in a way, in various ways, actually, and all of them are dangerous to us. Once, when we, to some extent, control the present pandemic, this is not the end of the story. First, of course, we have to face the post-pandemic situation, and I will come to that in a minute. But second, also, we have to prepare ourselves for possible other pandemic. Some of those who are more knowledgeable in this field, I'm a physicist, I know very little about all of these subjects dealing with the basic science underlying the pandemic, but many of them claim that we could be facing another pandemic equally dangerous, maybe in several years. So we have to be prepared for that. And we can ask ourselves how prepared we were for this pandemic. In a way, we did quite a lot. There is no doubt that rather fast development of the vaccine was very useful. But that, on the other hand, we have to admit that still throughout the world, even in some countries where we would not expect, like for instance, my country, Croatia, we still do not have even 50% of people who are vaccinated. And the anti-vaxxing is still present and very virulent. So, to conclude, we have to be prepared for the next pandemic. And that, of course, we have to be prepared as a global world, not as something that would try, as I said before, to impose strict borders so as to prevent connections between states. Now, let us turn to the question which is really the topic of this conference, and this is the post-pandemic. We speak, of course, of several years that will come immediately after, hopefully, termination or at least a serious decrease in the incidence of infections and mortality and morbidity to the pandemic, namely to the COVID-29. Again, the way to face that is primarily through scientific work and through technology generated and very strongly linked with science. This is the responsibility of each individual country. In this case, since we are in a Dominican, obviously it is of the Dominican government, but it is also the responsibility of international organizations such as UNESCO, such as World Health Organization, such as Food and Agricultural Organization, and so on. So a number of them are equally responsible to try to face these terrible consequences of the post-pandemic. As I said, I'm a physicist. I'm not a particular expert in the Caribbean, so I will conclude my brief presentations. And of course, I am open to any possible questions or comments on what I have said. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Ivo Slaus. And we didn't present you, and Dr. Slaus is honorary president of the World Academy of Art and Science. And it's very interesting to listen all your points, especially because we are in the time of post-pandemic, and as you mentioned, this is a focus in here, and it's very interesting to contrast how many different organizations across Latin America and also the European experience are focusing and has been focusing in developing in their own rhythms the science, and how it's very interesting to listen in the future how has been the internal in each country, what has been the issues to make the reality of the establishment of different societies, learning about the steps that each of the countries has been done in order to make it reality, and having their own science academy will be very important for the other countries that we haven't developed our own academies of science. And this is very important to see how we can link also our academies without borders with the academies that has a long traditional, and they have been a very long pathway, and now are applying and trying to permeate to different other communities. Very thanks, Dr. Ivo Slaus. And so we have any other intervention, we will keep with the program. Dr. Slaus, very thank you for having you in here, for being here, and we will keep in touch in the future for sure.
Thank you very much.
So keeping with the program, so we will have the last innovation in here. We have Dr. Monif Arzoubi. He is born in Amman, Jordan. He got undergraduate and postgraduate degrees in civil engineering, technology, and management at Brinton and Loughborough Universities, UK. Further postdoctoral graduate work on the Department of Science and Technology Studies at the University of Malaya. He's involved in global development issues, active in global sustainable development through the science, technology, and innovation for around 30 years. And currently, he is a science advisor of the Interaction Council and founding director of the World Sustainability Forum at US, formerly director of the Islamic World Academy of the Science Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and advisor of the Islamic Development Bank at UNESCO and Comtech and STI issues. And he is author of over 60 articles and 20 books. So with that, welcome Dr. Monif Arzoubi, and the microphones and camera is yours. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay, everybody?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Well, it's such an honor to be amongst such a distinguished group of speakers, and I'm humbled to speak after Professor Schlaus, the honorary president of the World Academy of Arts and Science, an academy that I am proud to be a fellow of for many years. Let me start by saying good evening, good morning, or good afternoon, depending on which part of the world you happen to be in. In my presentation, I will focus on the policy issues rather than talk about the institutions that I have represented or worked for. I will try to talk about the policy issues that we need to look at, not only as scientists, but as science advisors and people involved in the scientific enterprise at the national and international level. So firstly, obviously, we have two key words, two key items that I think we need to look at. One would be, of course, COVID-19 and what's happening internationally and what has been happening internationally for the last 18 months or so. And secondly, before that, the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development and the 17 SDGs as approved by the world community in 2015. In 2015 being in my approach would be 4 years, or the year 4 BC, that is before Corona. Now we're 1 year AC or AD, or AC rather, after Corona, because Corona, the COVID-19 pandemic, has affected humanity as a whole, has affected the environment, human health, human life, the environment, trade, the economy, unemployment, and so on and so forth. And I think it's the duty of science and scientists to try and come up with solutions, not only to the health aspect of the pandemic, but to the whole global ecosystem and how it was affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the SDGs, of course, which was the agenda, as I said, in the year 4 BC, had a scientific component attached to them, thanks to efforts of organizations such as UNESCO, whereby for the first time we realize that science, technology, and innovation is essentially a cross-cutting tool at the disposal of countries and human beings to achieve the SDGs. And then, as I said, over the last 18 months, we've had the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic has proven to all of us that we humans are one. The collective spirit that was there in 2015, when the Agenda for Sustainable Development was adopted back in 2015, is not there, unfortunately. And Mr. Guterres, the UN Secretary General, who advocated that the world must turn to science and solidarity to combat the spreading of the disease, the pandemic, as well as the global misinfodemic, pseudoscience, and all sorts of pseudo theories that were circulating around concerning the COVID-19 pandemic. One lesson that we can draw from the experience that humanity has lived through so far is that it's critical to have accurate scientific knowledge provided by national science advisory mechanisms or national and global academies of sciences. We have seen experiences in countries where politicians or policymakers or decision makers did not pay a lot of attention to science-based advice. and therefore many people had to lose their lives, sadly, and actions were not taken at the appropriate moment to ensure that the effect of the pandemic is minimal. Now, of course, academies of sciences and networks of academies of sciences have taken some action to address the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, the Inter-Academy Partnership, which is a general assembly of academies of sciences from around the world, made a commendable effort to disseminate information about the pandemic and about the vaccines, and to educate not only scientists and ordinary people, but also politicians on the importance or some important aspects of the pandemic. However, I think all of us have not really succeeded in developing the vaccine at the right time. I think it's a critical issue to realize that had it not been for the private sector, science in the private sector to intervene, sadly, the STI ecosystem as represented by academia or academies of sciences or even universities was not on its own capable of developing the vaccine at the right time. And this calls into question remedial actions that we need to look at in terms of science advocacy and science diplomacy. We need to leverage the tools of science advocacy and science diplomacy to ensure that the situation that we have survived over the last 18 months does not happen again. We need North-South collaboration. We need South-South collaboration in the domain of science policy, health policy, in terms of sharing data and experiences, again, to ensure that this possibly recurring pandemic will not affect us as it has over the last 18 months. So therefore, we need to look at the STI ecosystems in our countries and realize and underline the importance of a science advisory mechanism at the center of our STI ecosystem. It's like the brain in a human body. You have to have a science evidence provider at the center of the ecosystem that addresses scientific issues and health issues. But there is a divide, of course, a classic divide between politicians, decision makers, and scientists. And I think, again, it's the duty of academies of sciences and networks of academies of sciences to try and bridge this divide between science and policy or politics. Because politicians often come from a different background to scientists, and scientists are essentially focusing on their research. Some are sitting or standing in their ivory towers without making a lot of effort to reach out to politicians who, as I said, often come from different academic backgrounds. Because science is too important to be left to scientists alone or to politicians alone. And so, this is according to Michio Kaku, the very famous physicist, and we've heard a number of physicists speak to us this afternoon. And according to Peter Drent, the former president of the Dutch Academy of Sciences, Netherlands Academy of Sciences, science is a vehicle par excellence to build bridges between cultures. And these are the networks that have been active internationally. I've heard a number of people talked about YANAS, there is the Inter-Academy Partnership, there's NASAC in Africa, there is ASA in Asia, the Global Young Academy, and we've heard the president of the Colombian Academy of Sciences talking about the Colombian Young Academy of Sciences. And these are some of the global academies of sciences that are there trying to provide the intellectual guidance, not only to scientists, but to politicians, to ensure that we learn from the lesson of the COVID-19 virus and ensure that we institute the mechanisms that are there so that we do not lose as many lives as we did whenever the next pandemic comes around. I would like to finish, well, although I have a couple of slides more, with a concrete proposal that I would like the eminent participants to look at, and that is the pandemic exit strategy. This was worked out by a colleague of mine at the Interaction Council, which is a club of former heads of state, and it divides up the duties and responsibilities and the tasks that we have to worry about as academies of sciences, as scientists, and as decision makers in terms of developing an exit strategy for our post-COVID-19 world. It talks about surveillance and monitoring, contain and control. We want to save lives. We want to develop community resilience, and we want to ensure that security, soft security, is again achieved and is achievable by humanity. When I speak of soft security, I speak of water security, energy security, health security, and it's the duty of science and scientists throughout the world to try and address these securities as part of a completely new paradigm in the thinking of how we stand up to pandemics of the nature of the COVID-19 pandemic. Lastly, Chair, I would mention a critical political development, and that is when the new president of the US, Joe Biden, was elected, one of the first decisions that he took as president was to appoint a science advisor with the rank of a federal minister, if I'm not mistaken, Professor Eric Lander, who was a nominee. He is now the presidential science advisor and the director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy. I know in Latin America there are very eminent scientists who are close to politics and politicians and very active academies of sciences at the national level. The same is true in many parts of the world where we have eminent academies of sciences that need to develop a new business model in their approach so that they stay relevant, they provide the right advice on science and scientific issues to the political leadership of the country and on health issues. It was really very surprising to me to see that academies of sciences were not able to provide science-based advice in many countries, developing and developed countries, during the early days of the pandemic. And I think it's a crucial addition to the mandate of academies of sciences from now on to ensure that they monitor pandemics, that they have some quantitative data of the health system within the country or within the catchment area they operate, and that they provide science-based advice to decision makers so that we can save more lives. Lastly, Chair, I would again mention this as an overall framework for our thinking and talk about SDG 17 and talk about knowledge sharing and cooperation for access to science, technology, and innovation. This is the overarching tool that we have at our disposal to ensure that what is happening in South America is known to what goes on or to the scientific community in Europe and vice versa. Asia and Europe, Asia and South America, North America and Africa, and so on and so forth. And this is why I think it's also worthwhile, in the same mechanism that we have adopted a technology bank for least developed countries based in Turkey, we need to develop a global mechanism whereby academies of sciences, health workers share information and facilitate real collaboration on the ground to address critical health issues that will, I'm afraid, will be reoccurring from now on in our COVID-19 world. And thank you very much for your attention.
We thanks Dr. Monif R. and very interesting presentation in terms of the proposal that you are sharing here and the call for the science diplomacy and advocacy. And those are some of the issues that we have to resolve internally and also internationally. So through this symposium, we have heard about the experience of a strategy that are developing several of the academies that are established in Latin America, some of them in Latin America and some of them in North America and Europe. And this is very interesting to see the level of strategies that different of these societies are developing based on their own developing. Excuse me. And it's very interesting to see how and listen to hear the strategy that they are developing. Is a very important focus in the Jones community and these new leaders, new local leaders, new local scientists, and this is very important to understand that they will be a part of the future in science. We heard about the importance of the Academy of Societies establishing in the government, how they have been impacting the government and the decision making, especially in this time of pandemic issues, and how we can. It's interesting to understand and think about how we will prepare for the next pandemic that we will have. We don't know that we for sure know that we will have another one. So when that will happen, how we will prepare for that, how we can prevent the borders about the different academies, societies, and also to think about the responsibilities that we have individually as a country and also the international agencies and organizations, how they can pave the road for the integration of different societies of science. That's some very key important facts and things that we have to think about. And this is just starting. So we thank all the participants. We have intervention now. We cannot hear.
Yeah, yes, I would like just to make an additional comment after this last intervention. I'm not going to explain how we selected the people invited to this section, but one of these invitations deserves a comment. Is this of Dr. Monif Zubi. One could have imagined that there was no reason of inviting a person from a different region to such a meeting. Instead, I think that this is really one of the most important things which should emerge from our symposium. Monif has underscored the importance of certain specific action. Now, it is important to be the possibility of scientific cooperation and open scientific cooperation is basic. However, we cannot ignore that since several years, there is a discrimination for all people who had gone to had been in certain countries after March 2011. The discrimination is per countries. The discrimination is also for people who have not been in those countries. This affected also the academies we have mentioned. For example, a person like Mohammed Hassan, who is a very important historic man of the TWS, has a restriction to enter United States. A couple of years ago, a lady who was winner of one of the prizes mentioned by Johnny Emela today was prevented from going to receive the prize for the meeting of the AAAS because she was coming from one of those bad countries. I think that one of the first things we should strongly require from the new administration of the United States is to eliminate this discrimination. The security of the United States cannot be linked to preventing scientists from having interaction. So I hope that this is a message I would like to give to the colleagues who are much more influential than I am, but I really believe that this is a tremendous difficulty for the intercultural relationship. And this is basic in this moment, in my view, between a group of countries which represent more than 1 billion people, the Islamic countries, and the other billion people, billion and something of the so-called Western countries. Sorry for taking this time, but I think it was really very important for me to tell this point. Now I would like to call the next moderator, who is Rinaldo Santonico. Rinaldo will coordinate, will moderate a roundtable on the opportunity offered by the participation in the large scientific international collaboration. Rinaldo Santonico is a professor, well, he's a retired professor, but really is an honorary professor of the physics department of the University of Rome Tor Vergata, the second public university in Rome. He's a research associate of INFN. He's full professor he was full professor of experimental physics, and has been director of the physics department of that university, member of many committees of the Italian system of search for new professors and new researchers. His research activity has been mainly in experimental physics in different international laboratories. Among them, one can mention the laboratory of Frascati, the Fermilab, and CERN. His more recent research has been in cosmic rays, with the participation especially important in the research at the Tibet laboratory. Well, this is another case in which restrictions have prevented from pushing together an important research line. He is involved in Experiment Atlas at the collider of CERN. He's member of the Atlas Muon panel and of many activities related to the Muon research at CERN. In Tibet, he has been involved in the experiment Argo, mainly involved in the detectors with some important ideas about certain technical approach for the detectors. He has received from the American Physical Society the award for the DPF instrumentation. Currently, he's involved in a big project, Matusla, which is a CERN project, again related to detectors upgrade, but which can have applications in large-size cosmic ray experiments in the Southern Hemisphere. Rinaldo, welcome to our symposium, and now I leave you the floor for introducing the colleagues of the next session. Thank you, Jorge, for your moderation of this session.
Thank you, Leo. And first of all, I will take the opportunity to give you a big thank for inviting me to coordinate this roundtable with the participation of several very prestigious persons. Just for the audience, I have to add that Leo and me, we knew each other a very long time ago when we were both students of the Rome University. Concerning the argument of the roundtable that has to do with the way of the functioning of very large collaborations, scientific collaborations, I hope that this will give us the opportunity to focus something that for me is very, I think, is very important. I experienced this in my long work in Atlas. So in a big collaboration, a physicist is at the same time required to be, how to say, a pure physicist that like physics, but at the same time, he must often coordinate and to make the management of groups following strict rules that are not easy sometimes to follow. So I hope that these two, how to say, conflicting aspects in some sense will come out in the discussion. And I will follow the alphabetical order of the participants. And for that, I invite Dr. Carlos Enrique Alvarado Briceño to make his presentation. He is a Costa Rican professional, and he is promoter of strategies in the Central America for competitive and sustainable development to the aerospace field. This is a very advanced technology field. He is coordinator of the SICA project, former president and founder of the Central American Association for Aeronautics and Space, and the coordinator of the Aerospace Commission of the Costa Rican Society of Engineers and Architects. He is a construction engineer with a master in public policies from the Harvard University. He developed and led during almost a decade the first Central American satellite project. He is currently developing and coordinates the first Honduran satellite. He was chairman of the IAF group of Latin America and Caribbean. He has been member of the Costa Rican chapter of the American Society of Civil Engineers and of the board of directors of the Costa Rican Petroleum Refinery. Broad international participation in events and technical conferences about civil engineering aerospace. Author and co-author of academic papers at the International Astrophysical Congress. And now please, Carlos, you can start.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rinaldo Santonico, for your kind introduction. And I would like also to thank to the authorities of the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology of Dominican Republic, and to Dr. Galileo Violini, who invited me to this important session. I will share my screen now for the presentation, but I see that host disable participant screen sharing. I don't know if I can have the authorization to share my screen.
Yeah, please.
Yes, because it seems like I don't have, I'm not allowed to share my screen.
No. What? Excuse me. You are allowed, of course. Please.
It says that host disable participant screen sharing. It's like the pop-up message that I got in my screen. See? Yeah. I don't know if it is possible to allow me to share my screen.
Yeah, you can. And what, I don't know if I have to do something. No, maybe it's not completely clear to me what is your request.
Yes,
the host must do it.
Right. Yes, exactly. The host must allow me to do it.
The Ministerio de Educación Superior is the host.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Yes. Just confirm if you can see the screen.
Yes, of course.
Wonderful. Well, we'll try to be very quick and try to stick on the time that got for my presentation. First, I would like to talk you about the advances of the project, strengthening capacities in policies of science and innovation in the country members of the Central American Integration System. I'm the coordinator of this project, which is composed by different organizations from the SICA region countries. And also we have the support from the Canadian government, the IDRC, the International Development Research Center, who has been very important support for all the countries now in the implementation of this project. The general objective of this project is to strengthening the capacities, formulation and implementation of public policies in science, technology, and innovation through research, through training, through interaction and the use of new tools in policy for the SICA member countries. The SICA member countries are 8. We have Panama, Costa Rica, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, Belize, and Dominican Republic. And these countries now have been working in a regional agenda of integration and strengthening the capacities in order to face the challenges that we have in the upcoming decades in this topic. The organizations that are participating now in the project are the Central American Integration System through the Secretary General of the system. We have also the Superior Council of Universities, or the Central American Superior Councils of Universities, CESUCA, and the participation of the National Secretariat of Science and Technology of Guatemala, and the Secretariat, and also as the Permanent Secretariat of the Commission for the Development of Scientific and Technological Affairs of Central America and Panama. Also, we have the participation of the Panamanian Association for the Advance of Science, and also the National Secretariat of Science and Technology of Panama. And as I mentioned before, the support of the IDRC, which is an organization from the Canadian government. We'll skip on this. We have 4 main components. The first is to promote the exchange and collaboration in scientific affairs through the establishment of a regional network of research, thanks to the support of CESUCA. We have also the second component, which is creation of capacities in public policy based on evidence. The third component is the creation of capacities in perspective and projects oriented by mission. And the fourth one is the strengthening of CETECAP, this Regional Council of Science and Technology, also as the space for regional collaboration, also in science and technology. This is the status of the project right now, which is set to be delivered all the products by the next year, by April 2022. The 4 companies are right now progressing very well. You can see now the status of some of the tasks that we have also scheduled. And you can see now that main of the deliverables that we have are looking for the creation of capacities. In the case, for example, of the first component, which is in Spanish, Fondos Semillas para Propuestas, so the creation of the first steps for this regional network of scientific collaboration. We launched the last year regional call with the Central American universities. We had proposals from all the region, from the universities. We have around 134 proposals, and then we selected 9 of them, and now they are executing the projects. We are happy to inform that we have representations from the 8 countries and universities and institutions from the 8 countries of the SICA region. And in addition, we are now progressing in the development of the capacities of the 5.2 component, the second component, which is on charge of the CENACYT Panama and the Pandemia Association for the Advance of Sciences, that they are now working in the development of a document and also a pool for gathering all the expectations from the different organizations related to science and technology in the region. They are now working on this pool, and we hope to send to all the different organizations that are on charge of the science and technology public policy matters of the region to get this information, and then receive their feedback and implement a regional strategy. Through the third component, which is in Spanish is Barreras a la Colaboración y Sostenibilidad a Largo Plazo de una Secretaría Científica, which is the one related to the creation and the strengthening of capacities for this regional organization, CETECAP. We have been also in celebrating different meetings with the representatives of the national organizations in charge of science and technology also, and they are seeking to create this regional strategy too. And finally, the fourth component looks and wants to create also a regional program for training public policy decision makers, researchers on public policy based on evidence, thanks to also the collaboration of the University of Costa Rica and the University of San Carlos of Guatemala, who are now working on the creation of this curriculum. So we are very satisfied for the advances of the project, and we hope to have also the collaboration and participation from our colleagues from the 8 different countries of the SICA region. This is the first example that I wanted to share with you. The second one is an example of a specific project that we are now developing, thanks also to the support of the Central American Integration System. As I was mentioned before, I'm also coordinating the project Morazán, which is the first satellite of Honduras. This is a project that is very important because also we'll have the collaboration of organizations and institutions from other countries like Guatemala and Costa Rica that are supporting the development of this satellite in collaboration with the National Autonomous University of Honduras. Part of the background, the Project Irazú, which was the first satellite of Central America and first one of Costa Rica. I had also the honor to develop and led the effort during almost a decade to make this project possible. And all the knowledge that we got from this project, now we are also sharing and use it for this second project that will also be a very important paragon for technology in our region. These are the organizations that are involved in the project. We have University of Costa Rica, University of San Carlos of Guatemala, the National Autonomous University of Honduras, and also we have the collaboration from Japan. The project was the project won the 5th round of the KiboCube program, which is a program that was launched by JAXA, the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, within the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, UNOSA. So the project is now in the phase of the development of the designs and the documentation required for the launching, and it is set to be launched the next year to the International Space Station, and then we will be deployed from there. I think this is like the structure of the organizations that are right now working on the project. And as I mentioned before, now we hope to end the final test stage by this year and by the beginning of the next year. This is also information related to the different subcomponents of the project, the technical team, the scientific team, and the administrative team. I want stop on these slides because I think they are more technical, but in summary, we want to address a very important issue that we have in our region. The Central American region is a top risk region for floods. The vulnerability and exposure of our countries, we know that during these kind of events in the affectation that we had is very large. So we decided to select 3 main basins in the region. One is the Guatemalan basin, the Rio Samala. In the case of Honduras, is the Ulua basin, and in Costa Rica, the Matina basin. These basins will be monitored by instrumentation on ground, and then the information will be sent to the satellite, and the satellite will retransmit this information through the radio amateur band to be downloaded and then create a kind of early warning system. And the second mission concept is to transmit images testing using a combination of cell phone and handle radios in post-event situations. That is also a very important part of the mission, because as we know, during floods and during this kind of emergencies, the first kind of infrastructure that falls down are the telecommunications, roads, etc. So in many times, what we have only to account on during these kind of events are the radio frequency bands. And this is why we are using, as a second mission concept, the transmission of images to using this radio amateur band. And the third mission concept is an educational one. Students from schools will learn how to track the satellite using the data from internet, and also using a Yagi antenna, homemade Yagi antenna, coupled with a 2 meters radio kind of walkie-talkie. They will be able to download a sound file of the image and later decode it using open source software or smartphone apps. So this is very powerful, because we will have students, children that will also have the capacity to communicate with a satellite developed and made by also Central American scientists. And this is a very inspiring and powerful example for them to dream and to see that they are also capable to reach a satellite, and also in the future maybe to reach the stars. This is basically our objective, to inspire this young generation of Central Americans to get involved in this new paradigm of technology, which is the insertion of our region into the space global value chain. Also, we have a component in the project that will prioritize indigenous communities and the most vulnerable communities, and the universities that are participating in the project also will be in touch and in close contact and coordination with these communities. And this is the third example that I want to share with you, that is also an opportunity for the region, is the creation of the Central American Aerospace Network, RATC, la Red Aeroespacial Centroamericana. And the objective of this network is to get involved the 8 countries of the SICA region in this network to create a regional strategy for space development, this under the support of the SICA region. So I wanted also to share with you some of the activities that the organizations that participate in RAC have been developing, like, for example, courses that and capacitations for women in geospatial technology. The University of Costa Rica, for instance, through the School of Geography, have been very active organizing also capacitations in geospatial information and teledetection for environmental applications. And in the future, we seek to create these 8 big groups of work. And of course, all of you are more than invited to get involved, especially our colleagues from the Dominican Republic. We want them also to actively participate, and we want to extend to all of you the invitation to be part of this endeavor. These are the main areas of work that we have seen for the future, and we think that this is a great opportunity. I will also to give you the contacts of the two persons that are right now co-founding the Central American Aerospace Network, Maria Jose Molina and Moacir Fonseca. You have here their emails in case you want to contact them directly and to get involved in this initiative. And I just want to end up with this model that we have in our project. Mora Sansat will be a paragon model of cooperation among emerging nations in a region that has the right to dream with a better future. So join us in this dream, and thank you very much for your time, and for me it's a big pleasure to have presented in this important event. Thank you very much.
Rinaldo? Rinaldo? Apparently Rinaldo is not connected for some reason, I don't know. Therefore,
it's connected, but it has the microphone switch off.
Anyway, listen, I go to introduce the second speaker myself, because we are short of time, and so I don't know what happens with Rinaldo. And therefore, then the second speaker is Dennis Casar. I apologize for this thing which appeared, which I don't know the reason, but I'm sorry for that. Dennis is an experimental...
Excuse me, Leo. I was trying to unmute my microphone in the wrong place.
Okay, so please.
So next speaker is Dennis Casar. Dr. Dennis Casar is an experimental physicist from Ecuador. He got a PhD in electronics and informatics in the University of Pavia in the Laboratory of Nuclear Magnetic Resonance. After his PhD, he remained in Italy, working in the industry in the Ericsson, Italy, where he worked as a developer of high technology electronics for communication systems. Starting from 2013, he is professor of physics and electronics in the University of San Francisco de Quito, where he works, where he carry out the responsibility of the coordination of the Laboratory Detectores de Partículas y Radiación. He is a member of the LAGO collaboration, where he coordinates the hardware development. He is also member of the experiment CMS at CERN, where he works in the Brill subsystem. And okay, I think this is all for presenting him. Thank you, Dennis, and please start your presentation.
Thank you, Rinaldo, and thank you all for the organization for inviting me. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to talk about a very successful case of a collaboration, international collaboration that born here in Latin America. Are you seeing my slides? Yeah, I hope so.
Yes, this is well visible.
Okay, so these slides are used. I'm using these slides with the approval of Van Simeldil, with this the principal investigator of LAGO collaboration. LAGO collaboration, LAGO stands for Latin American Giant Observatory. That is an experience that started almost 12 years ago, mainly from researchers from Argentina that were working in the Auger observatory. And with the experience of Auger, they decided to create a very giant observatory for high energy particles, astroparticles. But with the concept of install detectors in different places of Latin America. So let's say to try to create a continental size detector. So that is the idea. So the LAGO collaboration now have 113 members from 36 institutions in 12 countries of Latin America. From Mexico, as you can see, the highest point is Mexico, and the lowest is the Antarctica. And we have 2 years ago placed a detector there. So as you can see, we have a continent extended detector in different altitudes and different points of the continent. So, for example, one thing we should say that in Central America we have only one member, that is Guatemala, and we are lacking here people to share to enter in the project. So the main idea is to study, the first idea was to study the gamma ray burst, the very high energy particles. But then with the time we were thinking about to move to other types of physics, for example, spatial weather and other things that can be studied with the detectors we are developing. Then the collaboration moves again, and of course we faced the problem that to have researchers here in South America and Latin America is very difficult because of many of the most physicists in Latin America go to another country, to another continent to do this their PhDs or their master degree, and 90% of them get a job or occupation there, and didn't come back to Latin America. So it's very difficult for us to at the beginning to find people that have the time and the energy to collaborate in this project. So we started to train students in Latin America in our universities, trying to get these people working for LAGO. But now the present is very interesting. We have all these detectors in all South America. That's it. So how does it work? How does LAGO work? It's a network that is not centralized, of course, because it's continent-wide. So we all collaborate in the same way, and we are divided in 3 main working groups. People to deal with the physics of the detectors, people will deal with the construction and calibration and maintenance of the detectors. I work in this area from my experience in electronics. And the other is to, of course, to gather and analyze and get the data available for all the collaboration. As I said, we are 13 members, so we have 13 members in the board, plus one PI investigator and a secretary. Okay, so what we do is working in high energy, in space weather, and Lago Virtual, that is interested, going to develop hardware, develop software and IT tools to expand the availability of data to the collaboration. So this is the good news. We in 10 years we were able to create this big network. The let's say sad news is that it's very difficult to work continuously with a collaboration like this. Why? Because in Latin America we don't have the culture that, for example, Europe had to share resources, economic and human resources. So it's very difficult for us to have resources to mobility for example, researchers. For example, it's difficult for me to invite another scientist for Latin America to come here. Is surprisingly is easier to invite scientists from Europe or United States than from Colombia or from Peru, for example. And the second, the economic resources. We lack a system or a law to that permits that, for example, if I have some money to build some detectors, I can share these resources with other countries. So that is the main problem that the collaboration have right now. So we are not, but of course with some effort we are going further. And this is a point that I would like to stress in this board, in this Congress, to think about it. We need to build a network in Latin America that permits to share resources easily, so we can do these collaborations efficient and to have results. So in that direction, we were moving. Harold Yepes talked about it some hours ago, about another initiative that I would like just to briefly describe, that is Laconga physics. Let me share my screen here. I don't have slides, but this is the website of Laconga physics. Laconga physics, in some way, was born from the LIGO collaboration, because some researchers from LAGO started to know each other, and we decided to participate in Erasmus Plus contest in Europe, and we have very lucky to be selected. And starting last year with this initiative. The initiative is to create a branch or specialty of high energy physics to be inserted in magister programs in 8 universities of South America, Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. We are 1 year old in this project, and the things are going very well. We have like 50 physicists from these 4 countries participating in the program. We born at the same as Lago, with the virtual presence in our DNA, because of course we don't have time and resources to meet personally. So we decided to use the online collaboration, virtual meetings, and so on. And the program is conceived like this. So a student from any country of the collaboration can have access, or can participate and have the same access to the same resources, not only let's say in the cloud, but the laboratories are going to be connected. So a student from Ecuador could connect to our laboratory in Venezuela, or in Colombia, or in Peru, and work that. So there. So it's interesting because the COVID-19 pandemic give us reasons. So the future of this collaboration is to integrate the virtual presence into the education. So let's see where we're going to have at the end of this project. We wish that we will construct a very powerful alliance between these countries, and to continue even after the founds of the European Union are gone. So to summarize my point, we have in Latin America the human resources, and also the technological resources to build and to maintain large international collaborations, but we lack we lack from the governments, from our countries, the will to collaborate, so to start to share economic funds, to start to share experience. So Congress like this one is a very useful, is very important for us to know people that are willing to collaborate in Latin America to the development of physics. I don't have to.
Dennis,
yep.
Dennis, could you conclude?
Yes,
so
of course.
we have now a problem that there is a limit time where one cannot circulate anymore.
Okay, so thank you very much. I'm finished. I'm done.
Okay, so next speaker is Professor Shiizaki Mingwa. He got a PhD in physics from Princeton, and he is member of the United States Nuclear Regulatory Commission as administrative judge. At Fermilab, he had an important role in the construction of accelerator system used to discover the trap quark. He is co-founder of the National Society of Black Physicists and National Society of Hispanic Physicists. He is co-founder of the African Laser Center, African Physical Society, and several other scientific African institutions. President of INCREASE and chair of the International Union of Pure and Applied Physics Commission. As retired professor at North Carolina, spent several years as Martin Luther King Jr., co-recipient of the American Physical Society 2017, Bob Wilson Prize for Achievements of the Physics of Particle Accelerators. recipient of the American Nuclear Society's 2015 Distinguished Service Award, recipients of the Presidential Award for Excellence in Science, Mathematics, and Engineering Mentoring. Please, Professor Sasaki, we are waiting for your presentation.
Thank you so much, Ronaldo. I appreciate that. Can I share my screen?
Yes, of course.
Do you see it?
Perfect.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Thank you. And thanks again to the organizers for inviting me to come and to speak to you about an organization in which I have been involved, and it's called LAMP, which has 3 A's, Light Sources for Africa, the Americas, Asia, Middle East, and the Pacific. And the idea here is to enhance the use of these advanced light sources in developing regions of the world. And for some reason it's not advanced. Okay, and so the organization is run by an executive committee. The chair of the executive committee is Michele Zema, who is from the International Union of Crystallography. Marielle from the from an organization that I'll say a little bit more about later in Benin, myself, Özgül Öztürk from Germany. Well, she's in Germany, but she's originally from Turkey. And Sandro Scandalo, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the IUPAP. And I think in fact, I know he spoke on yesterday. And LAMP is an organization that is a partnership. There are actually 3 organizations involved. Originally, it was the International Union of Crystallography and the International Union of Pure and Applied Physics. And of course, we partnered with the ICTP, Abdus Salam ICTP, and we run several different programs. So what is a light source? I mean, why are we so excited about enhancing the usage of light sources in all regions of the world? Well, we think the advanced light source is something that is probably the most transformative infrastructure since the invention some time ago of lasers and computers. A light source is basically an electron accelerator, and the principal part of it is a storage ring, this circular ring, typically several hundred meters around. And when the electrons travel around, we have these alternating magnetic fields that wiggle the beam. And when you wiggle the electron beam, it gives off intense bursts of X-rays. There are some other parts of the spectrum, but most importantly, I think, most widely used are the X-rays. So this is a schematic. And so as the beam goes around, you wiggle the beam, you can see that some radiation is thrown off along each of these beam lines. So you can have many experiments going on at the same time. Let's say you can have 50 to 100 experiments going on simultaneously in many different disciplines, in biology, physics, chemistry, even paleontology, even cultural heritage. People are trying to analyze Picasso's paintings and trying to figure out whether he used house paint or mixed in with professional paint. So that's been a big controversy that they've tried to resolve. Protein structure. Biologists are deciphering the protein structures like the SARS-2 virus, many other viruses and bacteria, parasites, and so forth. So these light sources are just tremendously useful across a variety of disciplines. I mentioned that when the beam goes around, it's wiggled by these magnetic fields. And so you can see an electron beam is coming along here, which is in the red. And as you wiggle it, it gives off this intense burst of X-rays. And the electron goes on to the next set of these wiggling devices and gives off more X-rays. So it's quite an immense infrastructure. It's not cheap. These things say cost on the order of $500 million. They're not cheap, but they are so revolutionary that we need scientists from all regions to get involved in using them. And I'll say a little bit more in a second about Africa, because that's the only habitable continent that does not have one. And so one of our goals is to try to bring one to Africa at some point. to give you some perspective as to these wiggling devices, what size they are relative to a human. Here's sort of, I guess I've never met him, but I'm assuming he's sort of an average sized man, and you can see how long these things are. So the beam goes through here and wiggles through there and gives off the X-rays. So LAMP works in partnership with 16 light sources around the world, and you can see that they are all over the place, in the US and Spain, Canada, Italy, France, and Thailand, and so forth. So they're all over the place. And we're so happy that they are partnering with us to help us to spread light source science to other parts of the world. Now, LAMP has 4 main tasks that it has been undertaking. The first is to develop a strategic plan for each region, which we have done, and at this point, we are just having to optimize those plans periodically and update them. We've established the crystallography colloquium program where we send experienced light source users to the various regions of the world to just make it known to people, because many professors are just not, who are teaching at universities, are just not aware of what these light sources are all about and how they can improve their teaching and their research. Another thing we've done was to produce an informational brochure, and it's written in a non-technical manner so that it can be understood by the general public. And so we've been disseminating it to government officials and the public, students, pre-college students, just so people can become aware of this device. It's so poorly known, but it's doing so much in revolutionizing many fields of science and engineering. And our biggest program is one in which we send researchers, typically faculty and a graduate student, PhD student, to train for 2 months at one of these partner light sources I showed you earlier. And then the following year, we try to send them back for another 2 months. Just looking at the first task of strategic plans, and let me just use Africa as an example. We partnered and have been involved in the movement to bring a synchrotron light source to the African continent. We had our first conference and workshop at the ESRF, the European Synchrotron Radiation Facility, which is located in Grenoble, France, and that was back in 2015. And the first one we wanted to have at an operating light source so that when we invite government officials, they can actually see the devices and enjoy and appreciate the scale of the infrastructure that we're trying to convince them to bring to Africa. Although subsequently conferences have been held on the African continent, and the last one was in Ghana. In fact, I was in Ghana at that, in fact, I attended both. But unfortunately, the pandemic hit us, and so we were not able to have a conference during 2020, on-site conference, in-person conference. So in a way, we invited researchers to the conference. We had students, we had representatives from various light sources, representatives from organizations like the European Union, IUPAP C13 Commission, government policymakers, etc., friends of Africa who support this vision that we have of bringing a light source to Africa. And I might add that Professor Herman Winnick from Stanford, who is actually going to be making a presentation shortly, has been one of the biggest proponents and active members of this movement to bring a light source to Africa. Okay, now why isn't it moving to the next slide? Oh no. It's not moving. Let me try. Oh, there it goes. I don't know how you have this delay. Okay, so these are some of the people who attended that first conference in Grenoble. You can see we have our good friend Hitoshi Abe from Japan, people coming from all over. There's Professor Winnick. This is the chair of the African Light Source Initiative. And I'm over in the corner. I'm the vice chair of it, deputy chair, I'm sorry. We had South Africans, Rwanda, Botswana. So people were from a number of countries across Africa, as well as other countries. Okay, so that's what one of the things we do is partner with organizations like the African Light Source to, chart out a strategic plan and to try to realize some real goals of enhancing light source science in Africa. Another thing we try to do is to, as I said, have this colloquium program where we send experienced light source users to various regions to lecture. Now, I guess I failed to mention that not only are we promoting light sources, but we are promoting the whole science of crystallography, which basically is the science of trying to understand the microscopic structure of materials, protein crystallography and other material crystallographies. So this is Thierry d'Almeida, who is originally from Benin, who is currently working at the French Atomic Energy Commission. So we sent him to his home country of Benin, and people were so excited that, and the president, Talon, was so excited that he invited him to come back again to meet with his cabinet. And this is Thierry here speaking with the president's cabinet about what the whole business of light sources and crystallography are all about. And based upon that, we were fortunate enough to establish a crystallography training center in Benin called X-Tech Lab. And so we bring students for 2 weeks, twice per year, for basic training in crystallography, trying to understand how to describe the microscopic structure of materials, X-ray diffraction, which is one of the techniques used at these light sources, X-ray imaging, something else that's used at light sources, and also get intensive training in the relevant mathematics. The first session was held in 2019, and 2020 things, as you know, have been hampered by the pandemic. But so far, we've had 84 trainees from all of these different African countries that we list here. So that's been going extremely well. And this is a picture of some of the students during the period of training. They're looking at somebody's crystallographic structure there.
Excuse me, Professor Tingwa, you should
yes.
conclude because
okay,
unfortunately this terrible limit.
Yes, no problem. Yo no tengo bastante tiempo. Okay. Okay, so this is the brochure. Let me just say about this. I will say this is the last thing. The program that I mentioned where we send faculty and students to light sources. So this is basically free for the participants. Unfortunately, we had no one from the Dominican Republic to apply. We've sent a number of faculty and students from Mexico. We've sent a number from other places in the Caribbean region and Central America, but we have not from the Dominican Republic. So I urge you, I will eventually, when I finish, put my email address in the chat box. So please write to me and I can give you the information to spread this to your faculty across the country. And muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you. And now the next speaker is Professor Fernando Quevedo. He got a PhD in the University of Texas in Austin, his advisor being Steven Weinberger, Nobel Prize in 1979. He was a researcher of the CERN, of the McGill University, of the Physics Institute, Université de Neuchâtel, and Los Alamos National Laboratory. He was professor in the UNAM and the McGill University. His research working concerned the field theory and the strings. He got multiple prestigious awards, ICTP Award, the Royal Society Wolfson Award, the Abdul Salam Medal, and the TWA and the John Whirley Award of the American Physical Society. He got also the honorary PhD of several universities, University of San Carlos de Guatemala, University of the Valle de Guatemala, and University Nacional de Chiapas. Is author of more than 150 papers of index H72. Please.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Santonico, and for the introduction. Thank you, the Ministry of Science and Education from the Dominican Republic for having this initiative to organize this high-level conference at such an important time. And particularly, I would like to thank my friend Leo Violini for inviting me to participate. I'm very impressed with the participation of so many prominent people, and some of them are my friends, including some people in this.
Excuse me, can you speak a little bit louder?
Yes, definitely. Okay, is that okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, I would like just to mention an initiative that we have been working for several years, and it is called Last Free, and essentially it's a project to think that Latin America is already mature in science scientifically. We have a kind of critical mass of scientists in all over the region, from the small to the big countries, and that we can actually plan our activities together. So this name sounds very similar to ESFRI, which is the European Science Strategic Forum for Research Infrastructure. And so we essentially want to do what Europe and other advanced nations have done. It's just to plan and prioritize the overall research infrastructure. So this idea came out 4 or 5 years ago. After there was this meeting in a center that we created when I was a director of ICTP. In this center in Brazil, which is ICTP CIFER, which is the South American Institute of Fundamental Research. We were celebrating the 5th anniversary, and at some point we were discussing what is it that we can do next stage. And then we decided to organize this meeting to discuss the possibility of having this strategic forum for research infrastructure. So here you have people from the director of Fermilab to representatives from all the countries, and so so we have been working hard. It's different from Europe because we don't have the organization behind. We don't have the umbrella of the European Union to work with. So what we did is that we use the framework of this the regular meetings that the Ibero-American Ministries of Science meet every 2 years. Unfortunately, they had a meeting in 2018 in Guatemala, which is my country, and we managed to get a place in the meeting of the ministers to propose this idea. And so it is an idea mostly coming from the community of high energy physics, astroparticle physics, but the idea in principle would be to expand to every single area of research and to have all the scientists together in Latin America planning about what would be the priority in projects. And so locally we got the support of the ministerial meeting, and that was also ratified by the heads of states of all Ibero-American countries. And we have been working under that support. So we had a second meeting into the end of last year, 2020, where we reported our progress. And the progress has been substantial. I can tell you, this is the website you want to visit, lastfree.org, which is maintained in this center in Brazil. Let me see. So projects you can show. This is the cover of one of the Symmetry magazine from Fermilab, where they have been very much supportive. CERN also has been very supportive, etc. So there are like 40 different projects from Lago, like that was mentioned before. That's one of the examples of a down-to-earth concrete project that small and big countries can work with, up to projects which are very, very ambitious, which is like Andes, which is this underground laboratory that is, may be created if they build this tunnel between Argentina and Chile under the Andes. So that will be an extremely ideal laboratory to have to study neutrino physics, dark matter, etc. And it also includes Sirius, which is a real funding active synchrotron, as my friend Sakatsi has been reporting in other parts of the world. So this is the only synchrotron in all Latin America. It has been recently refurbished. So it's working very well, but it's working under capacity. Sorry, just Brazil cannot handle. It doesn't have enough researchers to use the full capacity of the synchrotron. So in that sense, it can be perfectly well used by the whole community in Latin America, distributing the time and so on. And then countries like Argentina, who are nearby, they can concentrate in totally different projects where they can host it and then be a project for the whole region. So, I invite you to see this website. You can see all the different projects. There's already a paper out because we structure the organization into a preparatory group, which are the scientists actually doing distributing the different projects and different conveners for different subjects. We asked white papers, and we received more than 40 proposals. We went through the whole analysis and made a presentation to what we call the high-level strategic group, for which I'm co-chairing it with Luciano Majani. He used to be the director of CERN, and then that we report also then to the ministerial body, which is this body of ministers. So essentially, we are at that stage now. We're essentially all these proposals have been made. A study of very detailed analysis of each of the proposals of the experiments worked, and all this I think is very important because it grew up out of the fact that there's the Latin American community are together in projects like LAGO, for instance, but also on previous projects of joining Fermilab or CERN experiments. So you have groups in Colombia and Venezuela and so on working in big collaborations, something that we didn't happen 15 years ago or so. So in that sense, we are at the right time. And we are using this as a pilot project to the ministerial meetings such that they can be expanded for other areas like energy or climate change or something. So in that sense, we want to be very professional and very, very concrete to serve as a model for future. And just in my last slide, partly because of our initiative in Latin America, there has been now a similar initiative for Africa, and it's called ASFAP, African Strategy for Fundamental and Applied Physics. So that's much more general. It has been only created in the last year or so. Again, I can invite you to check this website, africanphysicsstrategy.org. It's very well organized, extremely well organized, I would say. I'm a member of the International Advisory Committee, but there's a steering committee, there are conveners, and they're distributed all the. In this case, it covers essentially every aspect of physics. So I think the African synchrotron is part of the main targets, and the idea is again like that: is that scientists coming up with a proposal such that the governments and so can eventually have a better guidance of what is it that should be done, and with the time frame and also to assess what are the needs, for instance, to educate particular train young people to be training in one particular subject, because we know that there will be in the future some experiment in that direction. For instance, for the African synchrotron, there's also the SKA in Africa, which is a major observatory that is being planned. So all the things that are happening or can happen, the scientists will have a way to say, to support and to ask for funding from the governments, but also to provide proper advice. Okay, so I finish here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now the last speaker is Professor Herman Winnick, and I want to leave to Galileo the honor to introduce him. Please, Leo.
Thank you, Rinaldo. No, really, I think that Herman deserves a special presentation because Herman accepted to participate in this symposium with the shortest notice of all of the almost 65 people who participated in. I invited him only on Saturday morning when I knew that Dr. Reza Mansouri, who was supposed to participate, could not participate, and Herman, having played a very important role in Sesame, was the best person to invite. However, last time I met Herman was by accident, you may remember this, in Heathrow on the bus between two terminals. So almost 5 years we did not see each other, but I must say that his answer has been generous and really, it deserves a special thanks from all of us. Therefore, after that, I can quickly introduce him. He has been Deputy Director at Stanford Synchrotron Radiation Light Source, Professor Emeritus at Stanford. His PhD is from Columbia University. He's Fellow of the American Physical Society and of the AAAS. He has played a major role in the development of synchrotron radiation in Stanford, and not only Stanford, all around the world. In particular, I would like to recall that he was he used the Slack Linac to drive the world's first X-ray free electron laser. But he has also a strong interest in human rights and international scientific collaboration. This led him to make part of the APS Committee on International Freedom of Scientists, the APS Forum on International Physics. He received several awards, not only for his contribution to synchrotron light sources, but also for having promoted human rights for scientists. The list is very long. The Heinz Pagels Award, the New York Academy of Science, from the New York Academy of Science, the Andrei Sakharov Prize from APS. He has published more than 100 scientific articles, edited several books, and as I was mentioning, this was another opportunity in which I met him. He was instrumental when Sesame was initiated. In fact, we met in Yerevan in one of the first meetings for Sesame. This was a UNESCO-sponsored project closely modeled on CERN that now is operating very well in Jordan, and with 8 countries participating. Also is advising groups in Africa and Mexico in planning similar facilities. For Sesame, I would like just to make one comment about the Yerevan meeting. In Yerevan, I remember I could be witness of the participation of colleagues from Israel and Palestine, from Armenia and Turkey, from Turkey and Greece. Well, this really shows that science can be very good to promote peace at world level. Thank you, Herman, and so now please talk.
Okay, thank you very much, Leo, for this very kind introduction. I'm sorry it took up so much time, and we're short of time, so I will show no slides, but just say a few words. Previous speakers have made most of the points, particularly Sikazi Matingwa has talked about the LAMP project promoting light sources in the developing world. I would just expand on that to point out that there are more than 50 operating synchrotron light sources around the world based on these circular electron accelerators, and increasingly on linear accelerators driving free electron lasers. These have been, as Sikazi said, transformative in many fields. We have heard a lot about the fields of astrophysics, high energy physics, these very sexy fields which have attracted many people to places like CERN, the Square Kilometer Array, etc. And as important and useful as those projects are, they really promote science in one particular field, whereas synchrotron radiation, providing this incredible intense X-ray beam and also ultraviolet, vacuum ultraviolet, the whole electromagnetic spectrum over many decades, has provided intensities and brightness that is 10 orders of magnitude greater than conventional sources of X-rays. I like to point out to people, everyone knows about X-rays because they go to the dentist. And what do they do at the dentist when they take an X-ray? They put a lead blanket on you. Why? Because the X-ray source in the dentist's office fills the room with X-rays. Whereas it's a very powerful source, but it's not directed. The fraction of the X-rays from an X-ray tube in the dentist's office that takes the picture of your tooth is a tiny, tiny fraction of the total output of the tube. That's why they put the apron on you, and the technician ducks behind a lead glass wall to not get exposed. So that's a good example to show people or to make people aware of the value of an accelerator-based X-ray source like synchrotron radiation, because it comes out so directed that even 10 or 20 meters away, the number of X-rays that you can that can hit a small millimeter-sized protein crystal is many orders of magnitude higher than you can get with an X-ray tube. So this has generated interest around the world. As I said, there's more than 50 light sources. My particular, and I've been working on these facilities at Stanford and elsewhere for 50 years. And it's been very gratifying to see the growth in activity and interest around the world. Now, in terms of, if you look at where these 50 light sources are distributed, they are all over Western Europe. We have one in Canada, 4 in the United States, 1 in Brazil, none in Africa right now, and a big gaping area where there are no light sources are between California and Brazil, Mexico, Latin America, Central America, etc. And I'm so glad to hear about the activity, scientific activity in that region, which I think is ripe for a light source to serve that region. And I'd like to help to promote that and point out to people that the entire community of the 50 light sources around the world stands ready to help any new facility get going in Africa, in Central America, etc. I have slides that can show you the advisors and helpers that have rallied around projects like Sesame, which has built a light source in the Middle East, and other light sources. But in particular, I'd like to point out that about 40 or more years ago, scientists and government officials in South Korea, Taiwan, and Brazil became aware of light sources. Those countries had healthy economies, and they accumulated disposable money that could be spent to benefit the country. So wise governments there asked the question, what should this money be used for? Everyone said it should be used to promote science and technology, because the long-term benefit of the country would benefit from that. Next question, how do you do that? Many suggestions were made. Put an electron microscope in every university in these 3 countries, South Korea, Brazil, Taiwan. Not a bad idea. But the more they looked at it, they found that a synchrotron light source benefits not only users who would use an electron microscope, but it covers so many areas of physics, chemistry, biology, environmental science, medical science, paleontology, you heard. Just look at the website of any of these light sources, and you'll see the incredibly broad range of science and technology that they serve. So, and the remarkable thing is that the community of users, numbering more than 30,000 around the world now in these 50 light sources, stand ready to help, as do major institutions around the world. You have heard mention of UNESCO, ICTP, IAEA, CERN, the CERN laboratory itself, the quintessential example of international cooperation in science. has helped Sesame immensely by giving advice, by helping design the magnets for the ring, etc. So there's a lot of help available, and all you have to do is get enough money to get the project going and get enough countries in the region to work together to do this. That's a particularly exciting thing for me to be involved with, because science is truly international. As let's see, it was, I forget the name of the playwright. Oh, Anton Chekhov, who in one of his plays, someone says, science is international. There is no such thing as national science, just as there's no national multiplication table. I love that quote, because it ends by saying science that is national is not science. So synchrotron radiation, all these laboratories. My laboratory at Stanford University is one of 2 in California, one of 4 or 5 in the United States. But we get people coming from all over the world because we have some unique facilities that they come to use. And it's wonderful to interact with scientists. And I've learned now about scientists in Central American countries. I urge them to get their governments to support their submission of proposals. All of these laboratories, mine at Stanford, and all of them are open to proposals from everywhere, not just from the country that provides the operating expense or that built the facility, but anyone that has a good scientific proposal to use the X-rays is welcome to go on the website, submit a proposal. We get so many proposals, more than we can handle, which is true of most facilities, and which is why we need more facilities around the world. So we have a proposal review panel that picks the best of these proposals and gives them access to beam time at the facility. And that can happen from anyone, from Costa Rica to Honduras, wherever. In that context, I'd like to point out that although there are very few facilities in Latin and South America, one of the best in the world has come online now in Campinas, Brazil, one of the most advanced light sources. The facility in Brazil is brighter than any facility in the United States because it's making use of a new technology that has recently been developed called the multi-bend achromat to design the storage ring in such a way that the electron beam is focused to very, very tiny cross-sectional size. And that means that the X-rays come out even more directional for higher and higher brightness. The remarkable thing is that building along this new paradigm of design is not more expensive than previous. In fact, in some ways, it's less expensive because the magnets need an aperture smaller than conventional magnets for previous machines in order to accommodate this very fine electron beam. And a magnet with a smaller aperture is cheaper to build. Anyway, just one example. So I think it's a very exciting time. More and more facilities are needed. And I hope that this symposium results in increasing interest in putting one together for Central and South America. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this interesting talk. I think we will conclude this roundtable, no? Leo, what do you say about
Of course, and now
which is the limit time for?
No, we are well. We are recovering part of the time because there will be no break for 1 hour. So now I call for the next roundtable, which is the roundtable on the regional funds of science. There will be two participants, two panelists. One is Alfonso Fuentesoria. We already introduced him in previous circumstances. I just recall that he's been rector of the University of San Carlos de Guatemala, Secretary General of XUCA, Vice President of Guatemala, and President of the Central American Parliament. And the second speaker will be Celia Arguello. She is from Honduras. She is the head of the Unit of Innovation and Management of Knowledge of the BCIE. And she's involved in the support of initiatives and decision-making of the bank for research and relevant subjects for the member states of the BCIE. She's the leader of the group in charge of the project of creation of a regional center of innovation and technology, and has a large experience of work in the bank since 23 years, and where she has had different positions, of which, well, I don't make the list of them, but now she's in charge of one very important for science and technology. So please, Alfonso, please, Alfonso, you to speak first, and then Celia. I think that with a quarter of an hour, all of them, we have almost recovered most of the delay. Alfonso. Alfonso.
Alfonso, debes activar tu micrófono.
No lo veo, Alfonso, no lo veo en línea.
Alfonso, debes activar tu micrófono. Yo sí lo veo.
Sí está en línea.
Sí, lo veo, sí. ¿Lo devo activar yo?
Ahí está. Muy bien. ¿Puedo compartir
sí.
pantalla?
Entonces, me parece que sí.
Bueno, vamos a ver, pues.
Sí, sí, puedes.
Muy bien, gracias. Gracias. Vamos a intentar ahí ingresar. Bueno. Bien. Muchas gracias, Leo, por la presentación y la oportunidad de conversar con los distinguidos participantes acerca de una iniciativa para la creación de un fondo regional de ciencia y tecnología del Sistema de Integración Centroamericana denominado SICA. Este es una iniciativa que se tomó desde la Secretaría General del CESUCA, el Consejo Superior Universitario Centroamericano, cuando en Guatemala se dio la situación de la renuncia de la vicepresidenta. Me acerqué al vicepresidente en funciones, quien había sido ministro de Educación, había sido canciller y había tenido varios cargos de embajador, y le dije, mire, su visión requiere que se le dé un impulso a la ciencia y la tecnología. Y así quedó la situación. Y cuando el presidente de la República renunció, él subió a presidente y me invitó para ver si estaba dispuesto a participar en una elección por el Congreso de la República para la vicepresidencia. Y efectivamente logramos participar ahí. De manera que yo he estado en la política, jamás he estado en ningún partido político, pero sí he tenido la oportunidad de estar en cargos y desde luego, como decía mi señora madre, si se ocupa un cargo, hay que no solo hacer presencia, sino hay que tratar de hacer incidencia. Y en este caso, toda nuestra experiencia en las universidades indicaba que la ciencia y la tecnología requieren un apoyo definitivo, un mensaje claro de los gobiernos de que esta es una situación que les va a ayudar a afrontar mejor los problemas nacionales y regionales. Me complace mucho estar compartiendo esta mesa con la doctora Argüello, quien es una funcionaria de alta experiencia y recorrido en el Banco Centroamericano de Integración Económica, precisamente porque cuando tuve la oportunidad de servir en el cargo de rector de la Universidad de San Carlos, resulta que la universidad tiene por mandato constitucional un 5% del presupuesto nacional, pero se considera que cuando es para mejorar la calidad académica o para promover el intercambio, el Estado le puede proporcionar más apoyo a la universidad. Y en ese sentido y en esas condiciones, presentamos una propuesta al Banco Centroamericano de Integración Económica, que el gobierno la paró aprobando como un préstamo directo para la universidad para mejorar los laboratorios y mejorar su infraestructura. Lo que podemos observar en la región es que, salvo países como Costa Rica, han llegado a tener un 0.3 hasta un 0.56 de su Producto Interno Bruto destinado a investigación y desarrollo. Los demás países han tenido cifras muy bajas. Guatemala, en este caso, vean ustedes, centésimas de apoyo. Honduras, similar. Panamá en ocasiones ha tenido algún apoyo mayor para ciencia y tecnología, pero la situación en general viene siendo baja comparado con lo que se invierte en América Latina y el Caribe para ciencia y tecnología, y lo recomendado en este caso internacionalmente, que debería ser alrededor del 1% del PIB. De modo que ante esta situación nos permitimos presentar una propuesta para que los países del SICA, los 8 países que integran el sistema de la integración centroamericano, cada uno de los 8 estados miembros pueda aportar una cantidad equivalente por país para lograr hacer un fondo de 25 millones al año por 5 años. Esto se considera que es importante y la propuesta incluye que haya un consejo de administración integrado por representantes al más alto nivel del sistema de integración centroamericano de la Secretaría General, la Comisión de Tecnología para Centroamérica y Panamá y del Consejo Superior Universitario Centroamericano. Este programa, cuando su servidor estuvo en la vicepresidencia, se dio una cumbre de presidentes del SICA en El Salvador, recuerdo muy bien, el 15 de diciembre de 2015, y resulta que el punto que estaba en agenda era precisamente el tratamiento y la eventual aprobación de este fondo. Sin embargo, surgió una discusión porque en ese tiempo Costa Rica había decidido dar una visa denominada humanitaria para los cubanos que llegaron en cantidades importantes a Costa Rica y pretendían que el SICA aprobara esa medida. Y de las 6 horas que había para reunión, los presidentes empezaron discutiendo 5 horas 50 minutos si esto entraba o no en agenda. Y al no entrar en agenda, Costa Rica decidió retirarse del sistema por alrededor de 6 meses. De modo que este fue el primer intento fallido de aprobación de este fondo. Posteriormente, resulta que al haber ocupado el cargo de vicepresidente de la República, pues se tiene opción a participar e integrar el Parlamento Centroamericano, que en su origen fue diseñado para ser el organismo de control político del proceso de integración centroamericano, pero hasta el día de hoy no tiene las facultades vinculantes y lo que resuelve son meramente recomendaciones. Entonces, me propusieron unos diputados y resulté electo del Parlamento Centroamericano para un periodo de 4 meses, pero esos 4 meses incluían una reunión de todos los presidentes del SICA en diciembre de el 2019 en El Salvador. Bueno, resulta que se hizo un lobby individualmente para los presidentes del SICA, todos muy de acuerdo con apoyarlo, pero por razones que no viene al caso mencionar, a esa reunión no asistió un solo presidente de Centroamérica. El de Guatemala se fue a firmarlo del país, tercer país seguro, a Estados Unidos, se llevó a la canciller y en fin, el resultado, ningún presidente llegó. Entonces, esta oportunidad no se pudo concretar en esa ocasión y nosotros creemos que se debe seguir insistiendo para que los países demuestren de una manera clara y contundente que apoyándose con la ciencia se pueden encontrar soluciones más eficaces y más eficientes para la grave problemática que tenemos en los países y en la región. De modo que se ha propuesto que el fondo tenga impacto significativo en la actividad productiva y en el desarrollo social de la región. Se ha pensado también en que se pueden financiar proyectos de investigación y desarrollo formulados conjuntamente. Ayer se hablaba precisamente en el simposio sobre la sinergia, buscar el trabajo cooperativo, el trabajo en equipo, ver las situaciones como región y como país. Entonces, ha propuesto que sean las universidades, los centros de investigación, las empresas y las organizaciones vinculadas con la actividad productiva quienes pueden proponer proyectos para ser financiados. Luego, los países y la región han hecho planes estratégicos regionales para la ciencia y la tecnología. Están vigentes, pero no son positivos por ausencia de recursos. Entonces, nosotros creemos que es muy bienvenida la cooperación internacional, pero resulta que la cooperación internacional llega, está un tiempo y cuando se terminan los fondos, ahí se acabó el esfuerzo, ahí se acabó la transpiración. En consecuencia, creemos que lo correcto es que los países hagan un esfuerzo para que de su propio presupuesto se tenga un fondo que permita operar adecuadamente. También se estima que se pueden apoyar programas de formación del talento humano en el área científica y tecnológica y apoyar programas de becas para la formación, promoverla y fomentar la movilidad académica y la cooperación científica a nivel intra y extrarregional. Pero siempre hemos insistido que además de aprovechar lo que la comunidad internacional ofrece para becas de estudiantes en otras latitudes y en otros contextos, requiere que el país haga una inversión en infraestructura. Caso contrario, regresa el profesional con maestría, con doctorado, con conocimientos, con capacidades, con competencias para resolver problemas, pero requiere de una tecnología que no encuentra en el país. Y entonces observamos con mucha pena que la gente que tiene una alta capacitación, resulta que si no puede salir del país, se queda en enseñando en el pizarrón con yeso y pizarrón lo que él aprendió y sabe hacer si tuviera otras condiciones. Entonces hay algún grado de frustración porque en la misma universidad no hay el apoyo suficiente para los profesores e investigadores que regresan con esas competencias. Y lo peor del caso es que al no encontrar apoyo, muchos de ellos van y regresan al país donde se formaron, donde sus servicios son bien reconocidos y pueden encontrar su desarrollo. De modo que la región pierde, el país pierde. No solo es de aprovechar las becas y que las personas se vayan y se capaciten, sino que hay que ver que aprovechen su formación, su experiencia para resolver problemas nacionales. En todo este caminar hemos tenido que aprender a dialogar con los políticos de partidos. Y resulta que si ustedes le ofrecen a un presidente del Congreso, que cuando se terminen de formar los doctorados dentro de 4 años o 5 años, se va a resolver el problema, no les interesa porque ya se pasó su periodo y entonces hay que ofrecer proyectos de investigación que de una manera rápida, de 6 meses, en un año, puedan dar resultados. y la mejor manera de conseguir apoyo, creemos que es los resultados. Pero resultados no solo a los funcionarios y a la Contraloría de Cuentas, ¿no? Información y rendición de cuentas a la sociedad. En la medida que la sociedad vea que el trabajo científico y la investigación sirve, le ayuda para resolver sus graves problemas, no va a haber político que se oponga a apoyar este tipo de programas. Luego, y para ir terminando, pues se tiene prevista la creación de centros regionales de investigación cuyas sinergias potencien la movilidad académica, pero además que puedan constituirse en contrapartida para hacer trabajos con altos centros de ciencia en el mundo, en programas como el Horizonte 2020 y otras iniciativas, pero combinando esfuerzos personales, el talento humano de la región y las capacidades que se deben ir construyendo para que ese recurso humano dé los resultados esperados. Finalmente, quisiera indicar que la mejor manera para competir en un contexto globalizado requiere estrategias conjuntas, requiere cooperación y de alianzas y conformar redes de conocimientos, como ya se ha explicado por nuestros antecesores, centros de excelencia a nivel mundial para poder obtener recursos para esta interesante e ineludible función. Es decir, la ciencia tiene que convencer. Aquí no se trata de vencer a nadie, aquí se trata de convencer. Y para convencer no hay como los resultados y que la población eventualmente beneficiaria conozca esos resultados y conozca esos beneficios, y ahí no va a haber político que se oponga. Finalmente, estamos seguros que al crearse e implementarse este fondo va a ser un instrumento, va a ser nos vamos a aperar de mejores condiciones para que en la solución de los problemas la base científica esté presente y para afectar de una manera positiva el desarrollo de la región en su conjunto. Y esto también va a tener el valor agregado de tener una mayor masa crítica a nivel científico, tecnológico, para fomentar la institucionalidad de la ciencia y para la gestión de la ciencia y la tecnología en la región. Yo con esto termino, les comparto este esfuerzo. Les digo, no soy político de profesión, he estado dedicado a la universidad, pero he tenido la oportunidad de estar en algunos cargos y creemos que el esfuerzo se ha hecho. El resultado no se logró en esta ocasión, pero hay que seguir insistiendo como la roca, como el agua que cae en la roca hasta que al final se logra el resultado. Así que están invitados todos para promover el apoyo a la ciencia y que oportunidad que tengamos, hagamos el intento de incidir positivamente. Gracias.
Gracias, Alfonso. Entonces, ahora paso la palabra a la doctora Celia Arguello, que ya ha sido presentada al comienzo de la sesión.
Sí, muy buenas tardes. Muchas gracias, doctor Violini. Le pido que me indique si debo hacer la presentación en español o en inglés. No tengo problema.
No debería tener problema.
¿Cómo prefiere? Perdone, no lo escuché.
No tiene problema. Puede usar la pantalla.
No. Si hago la presentación en español o en inglés, estoy... I feel fine. O sea, como usted quiera.
Creo que la mayoría de esas... Bueno, hay todavía personas que no hablan español, entonces tal vez en inglés se puede ser mejor.
Ok, perfecto. Bueno, good afternoon to you all. I'm so honored to be part of this event with so many notable experts in science, technology, and innovation. And I'm also very glad to be part of the Dominican Week for Science and Technology. Thank you for including the Central American Bank for Economic Integration in this select group. As many of you know, CABE is a multilateral development bank with an international status of which Dominican Republic is member. Our headquarters are in tourists, but we have regional offices in the countries we work with and just opened our offices in Dominican Republic last December. So resources from the bank have been invested in its 60 years of existence in projects with development impact to reduce poverty and inequality, to foster regional integration and competitive insertion of our partners to the global economy, with a special attention to environmental sustainability. So CABE on year 2020 approved its new quinquennial institutional strategy, where it commits to have a more relevant role in achieving the regional objective of going beyond the financing of infrastructure projects. So this vision weights regional capacities and complementarities so that it translates into an on-site development, not only in the most extensive use of resources, but in the best use of these resources, and increasing productivity and technological innovation as central elements. So first of all, for CABE, regional perspective is crucial to position the region in the world, highlighting the nature of its market with similar economic characteristics and potentials. This will make it easier for the international community to understand, size, and decide on its interaction with the region with a broader perspective. So when we refer to Central America or the region, we refer to Belize, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, and Dominican Republic that have an added GDP close to 350 billion and with a population of 60 million people. The region, in an added manner, holds the fourth position among the Latin American economies. So regarding science and technology, CABE is working on the creation of a regional center for innovation and technology as a specialized entity dedicated to foster innovation as a fundamental element for sustainable development of countries in the region. This initiative was established in our institutional strategy that was approved by our board of directors on January 2020 and is aligned and consistent with the relevance given to innovation in 2015 when United Nations adopted the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, and specifically Goal 9 referred to the importance of building resilient infrastructure, promotion of inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. Target 1 of this goal is oriented to the importance of enhancing scientific research, upgrade the technological capabilities of industrial sectors in all countries, particularly in developing countries. So encouraging innovation and substantially increasing the number of research and development workers per 1 million people in public and private research and development spending. So following the establishment of the 2030 agenda, most of you might know that G7 ministers responsible for humanitarian action and development assistance met in 2018 in Canada and endorsed what we know as the Whistler Principles to accelerate innovation for development impact, where they recognized the global ambition to eradicate extreme poverty as outlined in Agenda 2030 will not succeed with business as usual approaches, and recognizing that we need path-breaking improvements to service delivery, products, and policies beyond those currently available, into new partnerships and funding modalities, including public-private cooperation. So in Whistler, G7 development ministers pledged to encourage path-breaking ideas and actions for inclusive and sustainable development that leaves no one behind. So this includes innovations that can reinforce social and economic resilience for those in fragile states or at risk of extreme weather events and other natural hazards, with a view to accelerating inclusive, locally driven innovation for development impact. So all this context, it's important since there is a strong call for innovation to the international community and cooperation. But in order to obtain concrete results, we need concrete initiatives to organize for action. So in CABE, we are proposing the establishment of this regional Center for Innovation and Technology. So we are convinced that we have an important role to work with the actors of innovation in the ecosystem of each country and help them articulate between them and to promote the strategic use of information such as patent information and of intellectual property in general. We want to promote the use of patents that promote inventions for local use and adapted to local needs. We want also to focus in the identification of scalable solutions, including technologies that demonstrate high potential to achieve and sustain significant impact and cost effectiveness and open the potential to reach many of people in need in our countries. So we are thinking in escalation within the countries and between the countries in the region. From the regional center, we want to promote the creation of new enterprises that have innovation as part of their strategy with high potential and growing, and also potential of job creation. So we believe that CABE has a privileged position to articulate collaboration between actors and countries to obtain high-scale development impacts and also having access to international capital markets and strong international relations that will allow us to mobilize not only resources, but also knowledge transfers to our countries. We should have in mind that CABE has extra-regional members such as Korea, China, Taiwan, Spain, and other countries that have a long way ahead of us in innovation and technology in service for the solution of private and public sector challenges. So where are we now? We are in the conceptualization of the center. We want its objective to meet countries' needs. So we are talking to public and private sector academy in all the countries. We are also talking to other development institutions, local organizations, and regional entities that are already promoting science, technology, and innovation in the countries. And as part of this exercise, I had the pleasure to meet Vice Minister Genaro Rodriguez that gave the opening words of this symposium. I've also had the opportunity to talk to other actors in the Dominican Republic and other countries with whom we want to work and support from the center. So the idea of this intervention was to share this initiative with you, since we recognize that there is a lot more to be done, but it is important to know that innovation is already on the table, and COVID-19, having the world in its knees, is just making us realize the importance of science. And these kinds of events help us understand better all the challenges we need to address. Has been very enriching to hear all the presentations and all the ones that are coming after. I want to end by thanking Galileo Violini for the invitation to this important event, which has been very useful to understand better the context and situation of science and technology in the region. And hopefully from CABE, we will soon have our project of this center on the service of science and technology in the region. So thank you very much. Mr. Violini.
Gracias. Entonces, gracias Celia, disculpa, es que con esto de apagar y prender estoy enloqueciendo. Muchas gracias.
Gracias a usted.
Gracias Alfonso y Celia por la participación en esta mesa redonda, que entonces no vamos a tener el intervalo de receso para recuperar el tiempo perdido. No es suficiente para recuperarlo totalmente, pero invito a Alfonso entonces a moderar la siguiente mesa y no lo voy a presentar porque lo acabo de presentar, entonces no tiene sentido repetir las cosas dos veces a distancia de 10 minutos. Él sigue siendo exactamente con la misma hoja de vida que tenía, con además haber participado en esta sesión. Alfonso, por favor.
Thank you, Leo. It is a privilege for me to moderate this roundtable about the South-South regional and interregional cooperation as part of the 16th International Congress of Scientific Research within the Dominican Science and Technology Week, sponsored by the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Dominican Republic. Thank you for the invitation. 5 outstanding professionals have been invited who will have 15 minutes for their presentation. There will be not verbal questions. They can only be made by chat to each member of the table. The moderation will notify you when there are 3 minutes left to close your presentation. In first place, Fadilia Buganemi, whose resume will be highlighted the following. Master degree in philosophy and in English, PhD in political sciences. She joined the European Commission in 1996 and was in charge of research on social exclusion and social integration at the targeted socio-economic research program. Since 2004, Deputy Head of Unit for Asia, Africa, MENA, and External Relations in the DG Research Innovation, working on the International Cooperation Program. Responsible for promoting research and innovation cooperation with international partners in order to strengthen EU scientific excellence and attractiveness, foster its industrial competitiveness, tackle global societal challenges, and support EU external policies, including trade, development, and enlargement. Please, Fadila, proceed with your presentation.
Thank you so much. Hello and hello to everybody. Can I actually charge my presentation now? Can I upload it?
Yes.
So share, because normally you give me you pass me normally, I can see on the top something that I take the control in order to charge it, you know?
Leo.
Ya debería ser. Leo, you are muted. You are still muted.
Je crois que je l'ai déjà fait, Fadil. Hein?
Tu l'as fait? Ok. Alors, si tu peux la mettre?
Non, non, je ne sais pas. Ah non, je ne peux pas la mettre. Je ne le sais pas.
Ok, mais moi, je peux le charger là, si on me donne la main.
Non, mais tu as l'autorisation de charger.
J'ai la main, donc je mets share screen, c'est ça?
Oui, share screen, yes.
Share screen.
C'est la boîte en verre en bas.
La boîte à verre en bas. Donc, share screen.
Open your presentation first.
Yeah, my presentation is opened actually.
Okay.
It's there.
Then
I have it.
Share screen.
If it's too complicated, then I will do without presentation. It's not a big deal, but share screen. So you are screen sharing.
Okay.
Can you see it now? It says you are screen sharing.
Yes, we see it.
So you see it. Excellent. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So just a couple of words on our program. The program called Horizon Europe, which is, as you know, the program for research and innovation for the 7 years to come. So I would like to tell you a couple of words about the international dimension of this program, and a couple of words, of course, on our cooperation with CELAC and with the CELAC region, and also a couple of words on what we are doing with Africa, for many reasons, because there are many, let's say, comparisons between the two regions that I will highlight. This is one. And the other issue is actually the possibility, of course, as we are in a session addressing the notion of South-South, the possibility for actually the two regions, CELAC and Africa, to maybe think of potential cooperation together with the EU. So Horizon Europe, for the ones amongst you who are not familiar with the program, is a program set upon 3 pillars. One pillar is about scientific excellence. The second one is about dealing with the global challenges. And of course, we were all hit by the COVID-19 crisis. And of course, we immediately took some measures, and the health research program is one of our strongest program within the pillar 2 on global challenges. Then you have a third pillar on that we call Innovative EU. This is more of a pillar in which we actually try and support the private sector, not only, but very much. And then we have a fourth pillar, as you can see, which is about widening the participation and strengthening the European research area. There we want to strengthen the capacities in research and innovation of our countries, of our partner countries in Eastern Europe. Just for you to have some concrete, things in mind, this is the budget of Horizon Europe. So we are talking about a budget of a little bit more than 95 billion euros, which are spread, as you can see, most of the budget goes to, let's say, trying to find solutions to the global challenges that we are faced with, whether you are thinking about the climate change, or you are thinking about the health pandemic, or you are thinking about a number of other issues, the soils, and so on and so forth. And the rest of the budget is spread, as you can see, but the biggest part goes to what we call collaborative research. This is for you to have just an idea of the frame of the budget. And now let me tell you a little bit about our international cooperation strategy. The program, which is a new program, as I told you, 21-27, has maintained something that we think is extremely important, which is the general openness of the program to the whole world. Entities from the whole world can take part in Horizon Europe, and many amongst these countries, regions, institutions can actually be supported financially. In addition to this general openness that we already had in the previous framework program in Horizon 2020, we will have in the current one, in Horizon Europe, a series of actions that will be flagging at specific partners in specific regions that we consider as strategic for the EU. So we will have actions that are flagging specific partners. We will also have targeted actions with key partners on strategic thematic areas. And we will also have some, let's say, specific regions that we target with which we want to work. And as you probably know, we will have very soon a very first series of calls for proposals that will be published. This will actually be the case on the 22nd June, so this is very soon. And we will have what we call the Africa Initiative, which is, I will tell you a little bit more about it in a minute, but which is a way for us to really target this strategic partner which is Africa. So we will have a number of calls for proposals in a number of disciplines, whether you are thinking about, physics or chemistry or natural sciences or whatever. The issue is actually to try and find a solution to global challenges. And so it is very much cross-disciplinary, which will be targeting Africa. So this will be for the first calls for proposals coming on the 22nd June. There is another series of countries that you need to know a little bit about in Horizon Europe, and these are the countries that we call associated countries to Horizon Europe. So you have the third country partners, the ones that are neither the member states nor the associated countries, and you have the associated countries. You can see who these countries are. So these are the EFTA members. These are the acceding countries to the EU, the countries which are candidates to the EU, so to say. We also have the European neighborhood countries, which are eligible to the association in the south and in the east. And we have other kind of third countries, which are, let's say, respecting a number of commitments and a number of criteria. Just for you to know, being associated has a cost. I mean, the countries which are associating to the program are also paying for this association. Whereas when you participate as a third country partner, you of course do not have anything to pay. I mean, if you succeed as a scientist in a project, well, your proposal passes and will be, for many countries and for many institutions and many scientists, supported financially. But just to tell you that the association of countries is also something that exists in Horizon Europe. And then the big novelty compared to the past, for the ones amongst you, and I'm sure that there are many who are familiar with the framework program for research and technological development of the EU, you will remember that Horizon 2020, the previous framework program, had the two, let's say, aspects that I told you about a moment ago. That is to say, the general openness and the targeted cooperation actions towards some international partners, either countries or regions or sub-regions. But the novelty with the new program is that we will also, this time in Horizon Europe, have also some measures to safeguard EU interests. So some parts of the program, and this was not the case before, may be limited to the participation of some member states, of the member states and associated states. I'm talking about very, very minor parts of the program, but which are very strategic to the EU, such as the quantum, for example, within the space program. This is where you might find some limitations vis-a-vis some countries. To be extremely honest with you, this is not the CELAC region, which is actually targeted with this kind of measures. Actually, not at all. But okay, for you to know that there will be, let's say, some measures in order to safeguard the interest of the EU, and also in order to make sure that some of the EU values, such as the freedom of the academics, such as the integrity of the scientists, is respected. So this is for Horizon Europe, let's say, international strategy. Let me also tell you a little word about the participation of the region in the previous framework program, but you know the previous framework program has finished now. Horizon Europe, that I'm presenting to you today, is publishing its first calls on the 22nd June. So all of this is very new, and of course some of the projects that were selected within Horizon 2020 are still going on. Some of them have even only started. So just for you to have it is always good, I think, to have some figures in mind. I prepared for you just some, figures for you to have. So as you can see, in CELAC, Latin American participants are extremely active. Not surprisingly, Brazil and Argentina come actually first, followed by Chile, Mexico, Colombia, and Peru. Of course, this list is not exhaustive at all. We have a number of other countries participating, not at the level of these ones, but countries such as Ecuador, such as Uruguay, are actually very much participating, have been participating very much into Horizon 2020. And of course, in the future, we very much encourage the CELAC region to actually continue and strengthen its participation within the program in the future. So just for you to know, we have in the region some science and technology agreements, more specifically in Latin America with Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and Mexico. These agreements provide a privileged forum for what we call the policy dialogue with our third country partners. It also helps us to strengthen the cooperation even more. This is not to say that the other countries, the ones with which we don't have an S&T agreement, are not eligible. Actually, it's the contrary. They are perfectly eligible, including eligible for funding. Please keep this in mind. It is extremely important. In the future, it is our intention to really implement with the CELAC region a roadmap which sets 4 lines of cooperation, focusing on the challenges that you can see here, mobility of researchers, the research infrastructures, and the innovation that the 2 parties have actually agreed to work upon together in the future. So I think I will stop here because I think that I used my time. And I will, as you can see, there are some other information about our partnership with Africa that I had prepared, but I think I saw an information saying that I use my time. So I will just keep this, information at your disposal so that you can access to all the information. And with this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. And thank you in particular, Leo, for having me at this conference. Back to you.
Thank you, Fadila, for your presentation. In the suggested order, we have Luis Huerta. Is Huerta connected, Leo? I cannot see. Luis Huerta.
Están todos conectados, ya chequé. Todos conectados y todos autorizados a usar, a poner pantalla.
Muy bien. Luis Huerta is a theoretical physicist with a PhD from the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, researcher mainly in gauge theories and topological systems, with publications in elementary particle field theory, correlated electron systems, anomalous quantum statistics, and Chern-Simons topologies. Associate researcher at the Center for Scientific Studies, lecturer at the Catholic University of Chile, Diego Portales University, then professor and vice chancellor at the University of Talca, head of the research division at the Chilean Nuclear Energy Commission, director of the Latinoamerican Center of Physics. He was one of the creators and scientific director of the first interactive science museum in Chile, the Museo Interactivo Mirador, organizer of the Chilean Physics Olympiad for several years, as well as organizer and jury of the Ibero-American Physics Olympiad, advisor in school education reform projects, physics teaching in higher education, training of science teachers, along with the development of learning models in universities and management models of research, technology, transfer, and innovation. Currently, President of the Chilean Physical Society. Please, Dr. Huerta, share with all of us your presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Fuentes. I would like to thank the invitation to this symposium, especially to Galileo Violini. I wanted to emphasize my backgrounds in science outreach because I think it's very important to combine research activities with the dissemination of knowledge to public. I would like to share a presentation. I don't know if I have the privilege.
Sí, puedes. Autorizamos
Okay.
ya a todos los de esa mesa pueden hacerlo, ya está organizado.
Muy bien, thank you. Okay, well, my talk is about my position now as director of the Latin American Center of Physics from less than 1 year. And I think it's very important to show you how we tackle the problem of cooperation. Do you see my presentation? It's okay?
Sí, perfecto.
Muy bien. Okay, well, CLAF is an organization, a multilateral intergovernmental organization with 57 years old, and nowadays 15 countries of Latin America belong to the CLAF. Years of 21, 22, almost. Our objectives are stimulate regional cooperation to promote research and training of researchers in physics, links research to socioeconomic and productive problems. And we found that in the thought that physics research is an important basis for economical and social progress. Well, let me tell you about some figures about physics in Latin America. When CLAF was born in 1962, we have about 80 to 90 scientists per million inhabitants in Latin America, scientists in general, not only physicists, but about 7 to 8 physicists per million. In that moment, you see about 1,300, 1,400 scientists, and women was less than the 10% of that. In 2010, that's the figure I have here, we have a different situation, but you will see that it's not very good to celebrate. Here we have the figures for the different countries in Latin America, some of them, and you see a very low average, but also a very large dispersion between one country and another. If you compare to China, for instance, a country who is, we cannot consider China yet as a first world country, but they have much more scientists per million inhabitants compared to the average in Latin America. Okay. Well, the numbers amount to about 2.3% of the world, when the population in Latin America is about 7%. So we have a figure of three times less than the proportion of our population. Also, investment in research and development is less than 1% of the GDP, when the average of OECD is about 2%. When you see physics today, you see physics in different fields. We see physics in linked to chemistry, in material science, which is a multidisciplinary area, and you see also physics in clinical psychology, in health, in computer science, in business also, and also in agriculture. So physics is in a different part of, I think when someone wants to enter, I became blocked when someone is wanted to enter. Another one. So I have to expect to be the person to be admitted.
Luis, sí, es un problema que hemos tenido durante todo el simposio. No lo hemos sabido arreglar. Lo siento, tú eres víctima como otros antes que tú.
Okay, yeah. It was my turn. Don't worry.
Te tocaba.
Okay. Well, when you see in Latin America, we have different groups working in this areas. Nanotechnology, for instance, you see the flags there: Brazil, Peru, Chile, Argentina, etc. In geophysics, in quantum information, we have a very large community. In system biology, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, etc. You have different initiatives in Latin America working in these multidisciplinary areas. We have now current challenges, of course. One of them is globalization. Globalization is a very important challenge, not thinking about to cope what globalization offered to everyone, but to also note that globalization means a better access for researchers to first world scientific centers. So there is a phenomena around this. One of these phenomena is that this better access make that researchers communicate one-to-one to researchers on the first world, then weakening multilateralism. Also, there is another problem which we call knowledge drain, which is the knowledge transfer to developed world, not because of brain drain, but also because knowledge goes in papers, in projects, in proposals. So the knowledge sometimes, because of our weakness in technology, in industrial development, that knowledge means applications and also scaling to industry in the first world countries. So some of the knowledge we produce goes to the first world in that way. I mentioned weakening of multilateralism. That's a very important problem. And for CLAF, for my organization, is a very significant challenge. What we have to do in physics, in Latin American physics, first is to strengthen the physics community in the region. For that, we have to contribute to the effective linkage of research with the socioeconomic productive problems of the region also. The strength of physics in our continent not only is related to the scientific community and the basic science, but also the way that our science is linked to socioeconomic and productive problems. It's also very important because our countries have essentially a resource-based economy. So this is a challenge not only for science, but for our public policies, our models of development. We think that CLAF is an intermediary with decision makers in the public and private sectors. For that, we also are committed to implement the actions with the greatest impact. We have studied that. We have studied what action have the greatest impact, not only in the moment, but also, of course, in the future. We have designed some research units in defined areas, mainly in interdisciplines. Some actions are
Dr.
now,
Huerta, we have three more minutes.
Okay, three more minutes. Okay. We have also established working groups in different transdisciplinary inter and multi areas, expanding now our current initiatives. We address the that sense. Okay, I will. One action very important for us is to promote the co-graduation of regional doctoral programs among different countries of our region, not only co-graduation of PhD programs related to the North hemispheres, but inside Latin America, to stimulate the mobility of researchers within Latin America, to address regional needs, I have said, and also to influence public policies by providing evidence about the different subjects, mainly areas that not involve only physics, but other disciplines. Our cooperation challenge, I think, are the following. We ask why cooperate, what for and how. Some answers for that are completely evident. Science is not national, science is international. Science means cooperation, science means collaboration. So there is no reason to doubt about why. But what for and how, that's two important questions to address. We see here, if we stimulate South-South cooperation, what we see today, because of the weakening of multilateralism and globalization, is that there are a lot of individual cooperations between South and North. This is good for, of course, this is not bad, but this is not the optimal situation. We see what we have to find is a different way to cooperate with multilateralism. In Latin America, this function is accomplished by CLAF. CLAF is committed to improve cooperation, not only south to south, but also to north, with agreements where every country in our region is included in that agreement. We have that, well, okay, we'll skip this, this address, but we have to mention some of our programs, cooperative programs, a PhD between ICTP and CLAF, a PhD between Max Planck Institute in the area complex system, and also another in history of science. These are cooperative programs, but including every country in Latin America. With Brazil also, with Mexico, we have 2 PhD in different areas. We have now an agreement with CERN involving the stays of the internship of early scientists at CERN from Latin America to the European grid infrastructure. We have also an agreement with Dune, the United Kingdom, this neutrino experiment. We are involved in the project of the Andes Laboratory, an initiative beginning with Argentina and Chile, but also thought to every country in Latin America. We have participation in ICFA, the International Committee and Future Accelerators, etc., etc. If you admit, I can end. If you admit Carlos Alvarado Cerezo is waiting for be admitted in the session.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
thank you very much, Dr. Huerta. Is Dr. Carlos Garcia Canal connected?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Here
thank
I
you.
am.
Carlos García Canal es profesor emérito de la Universidad Nacional de La Plata, investigador superior del CONICET, área de investigación, fenomenología de las interacciones fundamentales, con más de 160 publicaciones en revistas internacionales, numerosos cursos y conferencias internacionales, y dirección de más de 25 tesis de doctorado, maestría y licenciatura. Please proceed with your presentation, Dr. Carlos.
Okay, thank you very much. I try to. I hope you are seeing my transparencies. Could you confirm that? Are you seeing my transparency? Yes.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Well, after I prepare my transparencies, I'm sure that listening the very interesting speakers that were talking about different aspects of collaboration, I think that in some sense my intervention is summarize in a couple of words many initiatives and examples already presented during the symposium by the previous speakers. And these couple of words are critical mass. Critical mass in physics means that is the minimal quantity of material that is needed to maintain a nuclear fission chain reaction. And sociology takes the term from physics to describe the needed percentage of people to trigger a specific phenomenon. When this percentage is obtained, an acceleration of the systematic change dynamics appears, and consequently, the group in question begins to move up its hierarchy in the field. In some sense, it's truism truth, but it's very important to take into account the idea of critical mass, because we have seen very many examples where the scientific critical mass at the regional level was working okay. The regional organization of research groups allows to get over the scientific isolation that is still present in different degrees, of course, in the different Latin American countries. In this way, the scientific facilities and the individual resources can be shared. This is the idea of getting a critical mass in connection with the scientific work. Some antecedents and some consequences of this critical mass. The first example I remember was the Escuela Latinoamericana de Física, Latin American School of Physics, originated in Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico at the initiative of Giambiagi, Leite Lopez, and Moshinsky, the very old professor of all of us here in Latin America. This school traveled all Latin America, forming young researchers and boosting the necessary integration toward the presence of a regional scientific critical mass. It is interesting that looking at the European Commission ideas, I found that in the text, the Science and Technology, the Key to Europe's Future, Guidelines for Future European Union Policy to Support Research, that was launched in Lisbon in March 2000. In the text, you find that establishing a critical mass of resources. So the European Commission also found that these couple of words are very important in organizing the collaboration between scientists. Well, there are some antecedents. Read Clara to develop science, education, and culture. RSMLC, and the network of women's health in Latin America and the Caribbean, LCC, etc., and also a very recent local for the República Dominicana, that is the Red de Investigadores para el Desarrollo de las Ciencias Naturales, RCN, una oportunidad para el fortalecimiento de la investigación científica in the region, that was presented by Carlos Rudamas, Leticia Nish, Galileo Violini, Enrique Pasos, and Alfonso Fuentes Soria. Our experience, our personal experience, was the introduction of the Red Latinoamericana de Fenomenología de las Interacciones Fundamentales, Latin American Network of Phenomenology of the Fundamental Interaction, that was born some 25 years ago, with objectives that were to promote the research in physics, particularly in the area of the phenomenology of the fundamental interactions, that this area is in the frontier of physics and takes contact with the experimental and technological development. That is very important. Also to promote the experimental physics in this area that was almost absent at that time, and to promote the technology related to the experimental facilities, to promote the connection south-south through the Latin American integration in this basic field that has a clear technological implication, as I said. Also, their objectives were to promote the obvious relationship physics-reality, avoiding something that was terrible in our region, that was the endemic mathematization of the theoretical physics in the developing countries. To avoid the typical endogamic tendencies of our local institutions and to promote the collaboration among different research groups geographically separated in order to optimize the use of the facilities and the expertise. And this is the central point that when we speak about the critical mass in science. Well, our network produce a lot of realization, periodic workshops in different Latin American research centers, advanced schools, building of an electronic network of information at the very beginning of internet. And now this is almost very common because now the connections are already working. And the most big idea was to promote the creation of the Centro Latinoamericano de Fenomenología de las Interacciones Fundamentales that could not be concreted yet. And there were around 150 physicists that participated in different activities of the network. They include Latin American physicists and also European and North American ones that collaborate with the network, in the sense that we have also South-South and South-North collaborations. And we were sponsored by different national and international centers. For example, CLAF was very important for the building of the network. CIF, the Centro Internacional de Física in Colombia, the Organization of American States, OEA, the ICTP, the International Center of Theoretical Physics, Fermilab, CERN, DESI, the Istituto Nazionale di Fisica Nucleare in Italy, etc. And also at the national level, the different councils of research in each Latin American country involved, and the universities, of course, where most of this research reside. So, in some sense, and I'm ending with this transparency, the scientific critical mass is an engine of South-South collaboration and also for South-North collaboration. And I left the acknowledgement for the end, and especially to Dr. Galileo Violini, a very old friend, and friend old, for the kind invitation and for giving us the opportunity to present our Latin American experience, and for making me work a lot to prepare this presentation. Thank you, Leo. Thank you to Juan Alfonso Fuentes also for the presentation. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Luis Huerta, for your presentations.
We have
more two speakers, Adel Travelsy and Arnoldo Ventura. Adel Travelsy is connected. Adel.
Alfonso, Travelsy estaba conectado, lo autorizamos a la conexión a poner pantalla, pero ha desaparecido. Sugiero, habla con Ventura, que hable Arnoldo.
Presento Ventura.
Si Travelsy no pudiera, entonces yo voy a hacer un pequeño comentario sobre lo importante de su participación. No voy a hablar por él, simplemente un pequeño comentario para ubicar el significado de la presencia de un colega de Túnez en este simposio.
Okay.
De un minuto.
Excelente. Arnoldo Ventura is an authority on the conduct and application of science, technology, and innovation for socio-economic development. He has assisted several African, Asian, Latin American, and Caribbean countries to strengthen and apply their scientific and technological capabilities to socio-economic development. He has the science and technology advisor for 4 Jamaican prime ministers from 1989 to 2009, and was the first Caribbean professional to preside over the United Nations Commission on Science and Technology for Development, UNCSTD, in Geneva, and the first person to head the UNCSTD and the Inter-American Committee on Science and Technology, COMSIT, of the Organization of American States in Washington at the same time. Dr. Arnoldo Ventura, you can proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all. Before I proceed, let me say thanks to Dr. Violini and, of course, the Dominican Republic for holding this symposium. and indeed for inviting Jamaica. I have a few talking points that I'll make, and hope that perhaps for discussion we'll be able to have discussions later on these points. I know that's perhaps not useful at this time. First, let me say that we should remind ourselves what is meant by South-South cooperation, what it was, when it was formed, I should say, and why it's relevant today. South-South cooperation had its origins in Argentina in 1978, when a scheme was established for technical cooperation among least developed countries in the global south. Technical cooperation was seen then as an instrument capable of promoting the exchange of successful experiences among countries that share similar historical realities and similar challenges. This was of profound significance then for science and technology, as the world was wrapped in Cold War politics and the South was manipulated as pawns in a northern political rivalry. Accordingly, many developing countries were denied access to the transfer of science and technology, which was vital for their socioeconomic development and the reduction of their chronic and dislocating poverty. The situation, although not as politically divisive in a purely northern sense, remains largely the same, perhaps more for global economic dominance than ideological supremacy, but nonetheless, just as stultifying and damaging. During the 1970s and 80s, multilateral organizations such as the OAS, Organization of American States, and the Commonwealth Science Council provided some science and technology support for the South, but this was uniformly discontinued with the fall of the Soviet Union and the rise of a few developing countries such as South Korea and Singapore. With no restraints in the North, the Washington Consensus Doctrine held sway and uncritically promoted small businesses and entrepreneurial investments without any reference to the centrality of science and technology to solving problems and affording capability in the global market competition. These realities weakened the knowledge systems in many countries of the South, such as the Caribbean territories, so much so that science and technology infrastructures were literally abandoned by governments who had the misguided notion that expansion of business was more economically expedient and rewarding than longer-term returns expected from science and technology. Currently, innovation is the new mantra, but this too is curtailed because scientific reasoning and insights are foremost factors for creation and innovation. Since then, there has been steady decline in jobs, competitiveness, trade, as well as the environment in many Caribbean countries because of the neglect of science and technology knowledge and its application. The unreasoned approach is now being seriously examined by governments of the small English-speaking Caribbean territories, as it is not provided the benefits that were touted earlier. It is becoming clearer that South-South cooperation can greatly assist in the science and technology strengthening and utilization process. The importance of science and its technologies to national resilience has been graphically revealed by the COVID-19 pandemic, thereby reinforcing their centrality to socioeconomic development, ecological balance, as well as disease spread and prevention. The immediate vision to remedy the socioeconomic situation is the integration of scientific and technological initiatives among all islands of the Caribbean, including the largest Spanish-speaking ones. The strategy is to integrate the small Anglo islands and then bring on board the larger non-speaking territories later. But before this can meaningfully be done, each Caribbean island has to strengthen its national machinery to accommodate South-South collaboration. Essential in this is the expansion of a fledgling information platform called CaribSTIP to exchange information about existing infrastructure, skills, current projects, and other relevant science and technology initiatives. With a better understanding of the science and technology systems across the Caribbean and placing regional S&T cooperation on the agendas of the Caribbean Community or CARICOM and the Association of Caribbean States, the ACS, prospects for meaningful collaboration can be initiated. My colleague, Dr. Wint, will say more of this later. Many thanks for your attention and good afternoon.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Ventura. I would like to thank to all the speakers for your cooperation, and Galileo Violini has the opportunity to give a final message.
No, estamos chequeando si Traversi está conectado o no. Un momento. El técnico a mi lado está verificando. Si Traversi no está conectado, voy a decir algunas palabras muy cortas. Bueno, Adel, ¿estás, Adel? No. Well, so I would like to make just a minor comment about the importance that the presence of my colleague Traversi would have had in this morning. Traversi is from Tunis. Tunisia is one of the 3 countries of the Maghreb. And recently, it was exactly Alfonso Fuentes who signed an agreement of collaboration between Central America and Africa. It was in Morocco, which is another country of Maghreb. My discussion with Adel Traversi have been very frequently on the subject of the importance of horizontal cooperation south-south between Northern Africa and Latin America. It was something which I also had the opportunity of promoting in '95 in Durban, so that I'm convinced that the cooperation between Africa and Latin America is really a cooperation which may be extremely important because of the similarity of the problems the 2 subcontinents have. So it would have been very important to know the opinion of Adel. Unfortunately, he's not here, but certainly we can be sure that he will support initiative in the future in this direction. Sorry for taking the word for another person, but I think it was important to leave a message in this sense. No se escucha Alfonso Fuentes. Alfonso, no se te escucha.
thank you for your cooperation, for your attention, and the participation of the speakers. Then I give the word to Leo for closing this roundtable number 14. Thank you.
We are now starting the last session of the day of the symposium. It will be on... No, tutto abierto. Tutto abierto. It will be on cooperation and integration at regional level, and what is its role and what are the perspectives of strengthening. The moderator of this last roundtable is Dr. Sisto Inchaustegui, who is many things which I'm going to tell you, but is also one of the colleagues here collaborating in the Ministry of Science and Technology, with Vice Ministry of Science and Technology of Dominican Republic. Sisto is a biologist. He has been a college professor, then he's a researcher, a conservationist, an environmental consultant. He has more than 50 years of teaching administrative experience. He has been a founding member researcher of the National Museum of Natural History, Professor Eugenio de Jesus Mercano, has been director of the School of Biology of the Autonomous University of Santo Domingo, national representative of the scientific of the CITES Scientific Committee, representative for Latin American and Caribbean of the CITES, I don't know exactly what this means, but he will tell, Animals Committee, Vice President for the Caribbean of the World Commission on Protected Areas, former environmental officer of UNDP in the Dominican Republic, and is member of the Academy of Science of the Dominican Republic. So he's one of the 176 members of it, presented by Modesto. He's a researcher of Fondosit. He's advisor, as I was telling you, to the Vice Minister of Science and Technology. He's a member of the Research Council of INTEC, an important private university here. And he belongs to editorial board of Novitates Caribeñas. He's member of the Wildlife Specialist Commissions, co-founder of Dominican Conservative NGO Grupo Jaragua, founder of the Caribbean Biodiversity Congresses at UASD, and finally regional advisor to the World Council of IUSN. He's director of the Caribbean Biological Fund. Sisto, I assume that Sisto is here. I've not seen him. Sisto, ¿está conectado?
Sí, Violini, estoy aquí.
Ok, entonces te dejo la introducción de la mesa, de esta última mesa redonda. Gracias, Sisto. Disculpa si no sabía qué es el CITES, lo dirás tú.
I don't know. I think I have a very mixed group of people from different languages, but I think that I will speak in English unless otherwise I am told not to. And thank you, Leo Violini, for inviting me to participate as moderator to this last session of your 2 days of very intensive and very important and very relevant issues that have been covered during these 2 days within the Science Week of the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Dominican Republic. So it is for me a pleasure to have the participants here with us, and as Dr. Violini just said, this is about regional cooperation and integration, the role and perspective for strengthening it. We have that this will have the participant of 5 very important and relevant people in the area. I have Dr. Carlos Alvarado, Dr. Luciano Castillo, Doctora Rutilia Calderón, Dr. Giselle Prevelu, and Dr. Sandra Wint. And since we have 1 hour and a half, we are expecting that you will have 15 minutes each. If you are all connected, the first one, according to the program I have, will be Carlos Alvarado. I don't see if Carlos is there. Are you connected, Carlos Alvarado?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Then let me introduce you then. Our Dr. Carlos Alvarado has a master's in high policy direction and public administration from the Galileo University of Guatemala. He has a post degree in re-engineering, informatics and technology, communication, social communication, specializing in education, innovative education that was done in the Andalusia University with a specialization in endodontics in the University of San Carlos in Guatemala. He is the Dean of Odontology, Secretario General. He has been Dean of the University of San Carlos in Guatemala and Distinguished Professor Gold Medal of the Assemblage of Presidents of Professional Colleges, the Guatemala chapter of CCCICA, and also on the Dean's Forum and the board of the Dental Society. He has given conferences of several activities, academic activities, and scientific academic activities in Guatemala, Central America, and several other Latin American countries, and has received many different recognitions for his very good job both in his country and in Central America. So please, Dr. Carlos Alvarado, you have the word now.
Bien, muchas gracias, muy amable. Yo quiero, en primer lugar, saludar a las autoridades y funcionarios, expositores también de las diferentes instituciones que nos acompañan el día de hoy y valorar el trabajo de los organizadores de esta actividad tan importante. Es para mí, en nombre de la Secretaría General del Consejo Superior Universitario Centroamericano, SUCA, un gusto participar en esta importante actividad académica de ciencias. Quiero iniciar mi participación manifestando la importancia que tiene para nuestros países de la región centroamericana la cooperación internacional, porque esta ayuda a la promoción y al apoyo técnico y financiero de las actividades de la población y el desarrollo de la región, a través de un conjunto que se puede realizar de actividades incluidas en los planes, en los programas, en los proyectos, que brindan herramientas y brindan sobre todo lo que más necesitamos en nuestra región, oportunidades de crecimiento a personas, colectivos y territorios que se encuentran en situaciones de vulnerabilidad. Las actividades englobadas en los planes de cooperación al desarrollo que llevan a cabo las agencias de cooperación de los países, junto con diversas actividades como fundaciones y las ONG, se enmarcan en diferentes líneas de trabajo, como por ejemplo la lucha que se tiene contra la pobreza, que implica actividades como dotación de viviendas con acondicionamientos mínimos, dotación de materiales para trabajar la tierra, seguridad alimentaria, el acceso al agua y energía eléctrica, entre otros. El tema de equidad de género, porque aún hoy en día se viven situaciones de gran desigualdad en relación al género. También el fortalecimiento de la gestión de riesgo y adaptación al cambio climático. Esta línea de acción está en la mayoría de los casos encaminada a fortalecer, y estamos trabajando un proyecto en ese sentido, las capacidades académicas de las personas que intervienen en los centros de prevención y en las universidades para que se incluyan en la parte curricular este tema tan importante que le permita al ser humano contar con esa capacidad de dar una respuesta rápida, una resiliencia efectiva en el caso de una catástrofe. Podría continuar citando más ejemplos, pero desde el 2015 la cooperación internacional se ha preocupado por colaborar con los países menos favorecidos en cumplimiento de los acuerdos establecidos precisamente en la Agenda 2030 de Desarrollo Sostenible, la cual tiene, como todos sabemos, 17 objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y 169 metas que, como todos sabemos, buscan erradicar la pobreza, combatir las desigualdades y promover la prosperidad al tiempo que protegen el tema del medio ambiente. Como podemos constatar, la cooperación internacional es el esfuerzo conjunto que deben de realizar gobiernos apoyados por el dinamismo de organismos internacionales, la sociedad civil, la academia, sector privado, para promover acciones fundamentales que contribuyan al desarrollo sostenible y a mejorar el nivel de vida de la población a través de la transferencia, la recepción, el intercambio de información, conocimientos, tecnología, experiencia y recursos. Es un instrumento que impulsa las relaciones diplomáticas también entre países y cuya ejecución debe estar guiada por las prioridades nacionales de desarrollo, una gestión que debe estar basada en resultados, la creación de asociaciones incluyentes, la transparencia y la mutua rendición de cuentas entre cada uno de los sectores. El reto, yo siempre menciono esto porque es muy importante, el reto radica en trabajar de una manera más colaborativa, coordinada, solidaria e integrada. En ese sentido es oportuno hablar acerca de la integración desde dos vertientes. La primera es evidenciar las oportunidades que implica la integración y la segunda, la incidencia de la educación superior como un componente de esa integración regional. El proceso de integración centroamericano es trascendente para asumir desde una visión plural, desde sus principios fundamentales que permitan los cambios necesarios para que la región centroamericana pueda contribuir en un futuro promisorio para su ciudadanía, consolidando espacios dentro de una democracia representativa y por supuesto que sea participativa para la consolidación de aspectos que sean estructurales y sustantivos en donde tenga un punto de encuentro la paz, la justicia y la democracia. Afortunadamente, en marzo del 2020, la declaración conjunta de los jefes de Estado y gobierno de la región del SICA, denominada Centroamérica y República Dominicana unidos contra el coronavirus, en un claro ejemplo de integración en los tiempos de pandemia, de un modelo de integración sobre el cual se trabaja actualmente, cuyas fortalezas y oportunidades se identifican en la negociación conjunta para la compra que se pueda hacer de medicamentos y dispositivos médicos para la prevención, para la contención y tratamiento del COVID y otras enfermedades de rápida diseminación en el marco de las acciones y medidas del plan de contingencia regional que debe trabajarse conjuntamente por todos los sectores. Es importante reconocer que el proceso de integración se viene trabajando por espacio de casi 30 años, con múltiples esfuerzos por parte de la Secretaría General de Integración Centroamericana, SICA. La integración centroamericana es una herramienta que propicia la articulación de espacio político común entre sus Estados miembros. Esto debe generar una mayor cooperación, una mayor articulación y colaboración que promuevan un discurso propio de desarrollo regional como debe ser la realidad. Razón por la que uno de los retos prioritarios para la región es habilitar espacios de diálogo y participación efectiva para la juventud, porque los jóvenes son un porcentaje importante y mayoritario de la población centroamericana. Sin embargo, siguen teniendo que enfrentar desafíos para una inclusión real y efectiva. Y un verdadero desarrollo sostenible debe contar con escenarios de colaboración conjunta con las personas jóvenes quienes tendrán a su cargo el futuro de nuestra región. Ahí están los futuros tomadores de decisiones. Por ello es necesario asegurar la formación de las y los líderes del mañana, quienes deben estar informados, deben estar involucrados y comprometidos con la visión centroamericana del futuro. La segunda vertiente a la que quería hacer mención es la incidencia de la educación superior como un componente de la integración regional. Las universidades, y en este caso las que represento, las universidades públicas, han sido la columna vertebral del progreso social, económico y cultural de muchos países del mundo, siempre y cuando hayan mantenido algo muy importante como es su libertad frente a intereses particulares de sectores económicos y políticos. Dentro de nuestro quehacer como Confederación Universitaria Centroamericana, el SUCA, es oportuno decir que nuestra misión se enmarca en ser la organización de integración regional de los sistemas públicos de la educación superior de los países del Sistema Centroamericano SICA, que promueve el desarrollo de las universidades a través de la cooperación y un trabajo conjunto con la sociedad y el Estado, convirtiéndose en un importante ejemplo de integración el trabajo que realizan las 24 universidades públicas del Consejo Superior Universitario a través de los sistemas regionales de la Confederación Universitaria, instancias académicas que constituyen órganos ejecutivos importantes, operativos, por medio de los cuales se organiza esa participación activa de todas nuestras universidades agremiadas. Los sistemas tienen una comunicación y coordinación regional entre sí, pero además es pertinente decir que los sistemas llevan implícito de manera intrínseca aspectos tales como la integración, la cooperación internacional de una manera transversal. Los retos y desafíos que la educación afronta hoy en día son grandes y descomunales y diversos, derivados de las convergencias que se producen a nivel global, las que han sido aceleradas por el crecimiento, por el creciente acceso y el uso de las tecnologías de la comunicación, los desafíos de los ODS de la Agenda 2030 y en particular por la emergencia sanitaria provocada por la aparición de la pandemia COVID-19. En ese sentido, en la educación se debe priorizar y destacar la importancia cada vez mayor de la calidad y de la transparencia en su aseguramiento, así como los resultados tanto en su gestión al interior de las instituciones y programas como en términos de pertinencia y excelencia educativa. Quiero, para finalizar, felicitar a los organizadores y participantes de esta importante actividad. Yo creo que actividades como estas son de reflexión, de análisis, de propuestas muy importantes para nuestra región y para Latinoamérica en general y el mundo entero. El Consejo Superior Universitario Centroamericano, a través de sus universidades públicas, ha venido trabajando y, como lo decía, ha sido parte fundamental en el desarrollo y progreso social de nuestra región y estamos en toda disposición de poder trabajar de la mejor manera con algo muy importante que es la creatividad, la innovación y ese compromiso que debemos tener con nuestras sociedades a las que nos debemos, por supuesto. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias por su muy buena presentación dentro de la participación de esta última sesión del día de hoy o de estos 2 días. Vamos entonces a continuar con el próximo presentador que tenemos para ahora. The next speaker is Dr. Luciano Castillo from Purdue University. He is the Kenninger Chair Professor of Renewable Energy and Power Systems at Purdue University. Prior to joining Purdue University, he was the inaugural Center Director of the National Wind Resource Center and the Don K. Clay Cash Distinguished Engineering Chair in Wind and Energy at Texas Tech University. For many years, professor at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in the Mechanical and Aerospace Department. These areas of research interest include turbulence, renewable energy, and bioengineering. He has imparted several keynotes, lectures, plenary lectures, and distinguished lectures, including an invited talk at the Academy of Medicine, Engineering, and Science of Texas. Currently is Associate Editor of Wind Engineering and Science and serves in various scientific committees on renewable energy in Europe. He has many other very important academic merits, but for the time constraint, I will just ask Dr. Luciano Castillo to please start his presentation. Thank you very much to be here. We are very delighted to see you and to hear what you are going to tell us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sicto, for this kind invitation, for the introduction. It's an honor to be here, actually, and I appreciate the presence of all of you. Particularly, I enjoyed the previous speaker, and I want to thank Leo Violini for this kind of invitation. And what I would like to talk when Leo mentioned about this event, I was thinking about a project that we have been working for several years. And when I look at the integration with Latin America, this actually in 2015, I was able to give a planetary lecture in Dominican Republic in LATSE. And at that time, I was looking at the map of the entire Caribbean, and I suggested that it would be valuable to sustain the area, to provide economic growth on the area by integrating a major power grid with water in the Caribbean. And recently, since two years ago, we started looking how we could actually look at the US-Mexico border. As many of you know, there's a lot of discussions, every administration has some crisis with the US-Mexico border. But what I would like to share with you today is that the Caribbean, as you look at the energy resources, the water resources, and solar resources in the Caribbean and in Central America, that indeed Guatemala and the Caribbean could be a major player in solving this issue in the northern border of Mexico, United States. And basically, if you look at this side, what we're basically proposing is that the entire US-Mexico border, which is about 2,000 miles in length, that we could convert that zone instead of a border, has been suggested for many administration, but to convert it into the biggest innovation park ever built in the world. We're talking about building something of as massive as the Panama Canal. And basically, the idea is that we want to take water. The whole idea is that you could take water from the Gulf of Mexico, water from the Pacific, use solar and wind energy, and transport all of that energy and water along the US-Mexico border. And the idea is that you could basically provide water and energy security in that region. By doing so, we argue that you could then provide economic prosperity because there will be jobs, opportunity, and there will be opportunity for precision agriculture. Now, what I wanted to show is that how does Guatemala is the key to this solution, and the Caribbean to this problem, okay? And if you look at the distances of the islands, you would see actually that the distances are around 146 between Cuba and Florida. Between Cuba and Haiti is about 48 miles. Dominican Republic to Puerto Rico is about 81 miles. So you could see that the location are really close between one and to the other. And actually, when you look at in Barranquilla, from Barranquilla to Panama is about 375 miles. And you could see that the integration of the Caribbean with Central America and South America and even United States is not that crazy. And this imagine creating this mega power grid that interconnects the Caribbean with the continent could be doable. And in fact, the argument that we're making is that this region, if you look at these simulations of the wind from 2014 by Ricardo and Citas, you could see that the high wind speed in the northern part of Colombia and Venezuela exists. In fact, you have winds about 9 to 10 meters per second in this region. In fact, that region is called the Caribbean low-level jets. It has one of the best wind resources offshore in the hemisphere. And if you look further, let's look at Guatemala. And I know we have a brother from Guatemala just giving the previous talk. But what the reason why Guatemala is so important is because if you look at the northern border, the southern border of Guatemala with Mexico, you can see that this border right here highlighted in black is about 541 miles in length. If you look Belize and Mexico here in pink, this is about 160 miles. And then if you look at Belize with Guatemala, you're talking about 150, 165 miles. And then you could see Honduras and Guatemala of the order of 159 miles. Here in blue, you could see El Salvador and Guatemala about 125 miles. Guatemala is a very unique, not only because it's surrounded by 4 borders. It has 4 borders in Central America, but if you look at this wind resource map at about 50 meters in altitude, you could see that in the Caribbean region, tremendous wind resources exist, but then in those regions in red, along the west side of Guatemala, you could see tremendous wind resources. In fact, in El Salvador, all the way down, you have tremendous wind resources, and these extend all the way to Mexico. And if you look at the solar resources of El Salvador, look at this region, all is exceptional. In fact, anything dark orange to very dark means that there's a tremendous solar resource. This is solar irradiation per square meter. And that means that there's tremendous wind solar resources in the Guatemala, in the Salvador region, and Honduras. The reason why I'm making this argument is that you could integrate solar and wind in the region to then, instead of talking about walls here in those borders, we could be talking about prosperity zones where many of the families that are escaping violence, that are looking for, starving for opportunities, could actually be in having opportunities for job, for education. And by doing so in the southern border, you could duplicate that in the northern border between Mexico and the United States. And instead of having been talking about negativity as we are every year, every government, we could actually be talking about great opportunities for families and children. And what we said here is that Guatemala is the key country in solving the US-Mexico border migration crisis. Now, if you look further, let's look at our brothers in Venezuela. This is from 2020. This is some of the data that was published in Scientific American. The migrants from Venezuela are about 173,000 into the Caribbean. To Colombia was about 1.3 million. To Brazil, about 170 million. Peru is getting about 800,000 migrants from Venezuela. But if you look here into the Central America to Panama, we're having about 94,000 people from Venezuela going to Central America. So when we look at these borders, you could actually be looking at this. This is the Caribbean low-level jets. This is one of the best wind resources that exists in the hemisphere. And what that means that you could convert this border between Venezuela and Colombia as an innovation corridor. This is what we're calling opportunity corridors. What we believe is that all of these borders in Latin America, in Central America, and all the way to Mexico and United States could be opportunity zone. These could be regions where family could come to prosper and get education. If you look at these low-level jets here in pink are all of those regions, and it goes all the way down to the Andes. And if you look at Africa, in many regions of the continent, you have these eustrophic winds that has one of the best wind resources. And I want to make the argument, why is that I'm talking about wind energy? And I will tell you why I'm so inclined to wind and solar photovoltaic for this region. Now, if you look at this is the border in Arizona, and obviously you could see immediately that in many of these regions, when this is a film in Nogales, and you could see this young boy trying to escape from one side of the border. What I'm trying to make here is that borders do not solve a problem. In fact, when you build those walls, you end up with infrastructure that you have to maintain. What we're arguing is that you could convert those regions by creating wind and solar. By doing so, you're creating value that instead of being investing money, you will be creating an economic growth for the United States, for Central America, and for the rest of Latin America. And this is actually what we're suggesting, is that by bringing solar, wind energy, renewable energy, you will create jobs in the creation of this, but also you will be bringing precision agriculture to the desert. This could be a game changer in terms of bringing water security, energy security, and food security for our brothers. And what we're talking here is by creating this, and I'm hoping that many of you could join our consortium, because this cooperation between Central America and the Caribbean are going to be key to solving this problem. And if you look at Mexico and you look at the trading partners of United States from around the world, okay? And in 2019, my apologies, Canada is the first trading partner, okay? And if you look at Mexico, our brothers in Mexico are the second trading partner in the world, not in this hemisphere, in the world for the United States. And if you look at also our brothers in Brazil, they're also one of the key players in terms of trading with the United States. So what we think is that by integrating, creating opportunity corridors along all of these borders in Latin America and Central America, many of our countries, brothers in Central America, could be key players here. And instead of talking about the crisis we're talking about right now, we could be talking about innovations. We could be talking about the prosperity that could emerge for something like this. Now, this is the variations by quarters. Let me show you this. Why water is so key. Yesterday, one of our friends had a discussion about water, okay? And if you look at this is a computation that one of my postdocs did at Purdue. He computed the drought severity index, which is a weighted average by county for the entire state in the United States, okay? And I'm sorry, I only show you the United States, the state in the state. But you look at anything darker, red represent severity droughts. Droughts are bad event because they last 3 to 5 years in some cases. You could wipe out cities just by having droughts. And what is very important here that I wanted to stress is the following. Let's look at the following states. Texas depends on groundwater 36%. Arizona depends 43% of the groundwater that exists right now for the state. Look at this, New Mexico, 87%, okay? And why I'm saying this, because water, as everybody knows, is the next big crisis that we're facing right now, and one that could create geopolitical tensions. So when you're looking at the climate change that we're facing right now, that could be more severe in Central America or in other parts of South America, more migration could happen. So what I'm saying is that instead of waiting for that to happen, why not to convert borders into biggest innovation parks to create value for people? Now, there is this study that we show in Scientific American in 2018 that we show in the United States only 45% of the water that we extract is for the cooling of the thermoelectric in the production of electricity. Let me say that again. In the United States, about 45% of the water is being used for the cooling of the thermoelectric. This is a crisis waiting to explode. And let me show you what I mean with those values. In this graph that we have that we published, you could find that in Scientific American, what we have in the vertical axis is billions of gallons of water per day that is withdrawn. And you could see a set of applications, right? From livestock, domestic application, mining. Look at this. Sorry. Irrigation is about 33%. Everybody knows this. What not everybody knows is that about 46%, nearly 50% of the water withdrawn in the United States is for cooling of the thermoelectric. And this is published, okay, you could find it. And about 35% of that water is fresh water. This is what I call a crisis. This is a crisis. Now think about having a more severe climate change where drought could wipe out cities. We saw some of that in South Africa, right? Now, let me show you how different sources of energy is employing the water. And this is why I'm making the argument that in the Caribbean, in Central America, and in the South America, we need to move. We have to move to solar energy, solar photovoltaic, and wind energy. Now look at this. If you look here, this vertical axis represents in black terawatt hour of production of electricity per year, okay? And in red, it represents trillions of gallons of water per year in the generation of electricity, okay? All right, so what I'm saying is that we're using that water, how much of the electricity, how much water is being used in the electricity production, okay? And I'm sorry, I need, look at this, 84% in United States of the electricity production is for natural gas, coal, and nuclear energy. And you know how much water we use for there? 30 trillion gallons of water a year, okay? And if you look at solar and wind, wind and hydro, you use negligible amount of water and you produce 12% of the water. Biopower is a lot of water, okay? But so what I wanted to point out is that solar and wind along the US-Mexico border will save water because you're not using water in the production of electricity. So wind doesn't use water, solar photovoltaic doesn't, and yet there's a lot of sun and wind. So what I wanted to stress is that we also use the Inequality Human Development Index by the United Nations to determine the correlation between energy per capita in many countries and the quality of life of people. And if you look at this graph, this is under review in one of the papers. This is the Inequality Human Development Index in the vertical axis. Horizontal axis represents energy expenditure per country, okay? Look at this in green. Ahora I want you to look at the green, Brazil, Mexico, Uruguay, Argentina, all of these in green represents countries in Central and South America. And you could see our quality of life for energy capital is very low. All of the European countries, all of the wealthy nations with the best quality of life has a higher energy access. And what I'm trying to say is, in Latin America, in order for us to bring prosperity to our brothers and sisters in Central America and South America, we need to enable energy. And it's the access to energy that is going to improve. Look at this. This in green, Central America, green, Caribbean, South America. Our quality of life is very poor compared to the wealthy countries here in blue. And what I'm saying is that we have so much plenty of resources of energy available from the sun and wind that we could make our border energy secure. And since we have energy, we could desalinate the water to bring water security to our border state in Guatemala. This, to conclude, I would like to point out that the major observations here is that the US-Mexico border is an optimal region to build the biggest innovation park ever built around the world. This could be of the magnitude of the Panama Canal. And most importantly, by creating this project that we're proposing here, we're bringing water security to the border state for Mexico and United States. Number two, we would like to conclude that using water for cooling of the power plant is a quiet crisis in the making. And this is something that I'm warning our brothers in other countries, because if we go back and use more coal, nuclear energy, and fossil fuel, or natural gas for that matter, we will be in a crisis very soon. And so the other important point is that Guatemala is a key country in the solution of the crisis between US and Mexico. We cannot solve the US-Mexico situation unless we create an opportunity corridor in Guatemala. These are some of the articles where all of these ideas were published, including the Washington Post, Scientific American, The Atlantic. And I need to thank so many people that work with us, that help us, including our good friend Leo Violini, Victor Castaño from UNAM, And I'm hoping that many of you from the international community could be part of this consortium, and we find a way to solve this. And one of the important aspects that was stressed before is the need to create not only this cooperation to solve this problem, but create these summer institutes where people from Latin America could come to US and people from US could come to Latin America and have that mutual exchange of knowledge and innovation. And with that, thank you so much for your time. And my apologies that I took a bit longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such an interesting presentation. I think that is what is really called thinking outside the box. And it's something that will be good to think about for a while, because you are offering solutions to crisis and also trying to prevent the development of new crises along the way. So
Thank
so
you,
much. Thank you so
Gracias.
much.
Gracias.
And then I will have move on to our next presentation and next presenter. We have now that we will have Rutilia Calderon. Dr. Calderon is from IESAC, Silvina Ponce, and Presidente-electa de UAPAP, is from Honduras citizen, medical epidemiologist, ex-dean and ex-vice dean of the Autonomous University of Honduras, UNA, and professor and researcher for 36 years at the same university, and she is retired from the university. She also is an ex-minister of Education in Honduras, and also work in the OPS OMS for Venezuela and the Dutch Antilles. At present, she is a member of the Government Council of IESAC UNESCO. So let us hear now the presentation from Dr. Calderon.
Buenas tardes a todos. Una gran satisfacción estar compartiendo y como le decía al profesor Violini, sobre todo aprendiendo de estas experiencias desde diferentes sitios del mundo. Muchas gracias a los organizadores, tanto del simposio como de esta mesa redonda. Y voy a hacer mi presentación en español, hablaré lento para facilitar, espero, la comprensión. El tema de cooperación e integración regional, rol y perspectivas de fortalecimiento es un tema muy actual, ¿verdad? Sobre todo en estos escenarios de pandemia, pero también con visión de los escenarios post-pandemia. En términos generales, hay diferentes perspectivas que van desde la filosofía, las ciencias sociales, las ciencias económicas, las ciencias ambientales, ciencias de la salud, etcétera, que coinciden en que las evidencias orientan a que esta pandemia del COVID-19 ha generado que se exprese, vamos a decirlo así, lo mejor y lo peor, tanto a nivel individual como colectivo. Acabamos de escuchar y desde ayer hemos estado escuchando experiencias que hacen ver cómo proyectos, programas, innovaciones han surgido o se han fortalecido o se han redimensionado en esta pandemia. Pero de igual manera enfrentamos también conflictos serios, por ejemplo, el tema de las vacunas que está hoy en el tapete, en donde hay países, personas, grupos demandando que las vacunas sean tratadas como bienes públicos y sociales y el acceso a ellas como un derecho humano. Mientras hay otras personas, grupos, organizaciones que mantienen que las vacunas son bienes comerciales y por tanto el mercado debe de ser su gran regulador. Entonces este escenario conflictivo, incierto, hay aproximaciones a decir la pandemia va a comenzar a superarse para el próximo año, en algunos países, en otros países, sobre todo los de nuestra región, de América Latina, posiblemente nos va a llevar más tiempo. Entonces, el tema de cooperación e integración regional está también involucrado en estos debates, en estos conflictos, en este escenario de incertidumbre que mencionábamos. Y desde IESAL, que es un instituto especializado, es el único instituto especializado en educación superior de la UNESCO, que su ámbito es para la región de América Latina y el Caribe, pero que tratándose de educación superior trasciende y es un referente mundial. Entonces, tratando de compartir hoy algunas de las reflexiones y de las propuestas que desde IESAL hemos venido trabajando para que la cooperación y la integración fortalezcan o asuman incluso nuevos roles, pensando sobre todo en estos escenarios post pandemia. Un primer elemento que enfatizamos es que debemos de ir superando esa idea que se escucha con mucha frecuencia de una nueva normalidad, como ya se manifiesta también en diferentes escritos, estudios, etcétera. Lo que rige nuestro siglo XXI más bien es la incertidumbre más que la normalidad, entendida como algo estable y ya conocido. Y miramos que la incertidumbre no es un problema, al contrario, es una oportunidad para plantearnos cómo ser mejores y cómo hacer las cosas mejor y diferente, más acorde con lo que la realidad nos va demandando. Y en ese sentido, entonces, la cooperación internacional que data de muchas décadas e igual la integración regional, ya nos hablaba, por ejemplo, el doctor Alvarado del Zuca, cómo este organismo surge en 1948, o sea, son décadas ya de existencia, pero frente a estos escenarios de incertidumbre cada vez más complejos, entonces es una buena oportunidad para que los propios organismos, en el caso de Centroamérica se mencionaba el SICA, SUCA, pero igual los hay a nivel iberoamericano, la Organización de Estados Iberoamericanos, el sistema mismo de Naciones Unidas con todas sus agencias, y también las propias universidades, los propios ministerios de ciencia y tecnología, que ya tienen una tradición de cooperación y de proyectos o programas de integración. Entonces el escenario post-pandemia se convierte en una gran oportunidad para fortalecer o repensar e innovar estas prácticas de cooperación y de integración. La pregunta que también muchos se hacen es ¿cómo logramos entonces que la cooperación y la integración, manteniendo los principios que ya hemos venido escuchando desde ayer, la solidaridad, la colaboración, la búsqueda de sinergias, de complementariedades, el conocimiento y el respeto a la diversidad, etcétera? Entonces, ¿cómo logramos que la cooperación y la integración regional sean cada vez más pertinentes a lo que demanda la realidad? Y parece fácil decirlo, pero la vía es el diálogo de saberes, el diálogo entre investigadores, el diálogo entre decisores, el diálogo entre quienes invierten en ciencia y tecnología por el tema que nos reúne en este congreso y en el simposio, de manera que a través de ese diálogo vayamos conociéndonos mejor, comprendiendo esas diferentes lógicas, esas diferentes dinámicas, esos diferentes intereses, esas diferentes realidades, pero que al final son la base sobre la cual definitivamente se puede innovar y fortalecer la cooperación y la integración regional. Y como decía, se dice fácil que el método sea el diálogo, pero el diálogo es un proceso, ¿verdad? Donde hay bases científico-técnicas, no es algo meramente emocional, ¿verdad? Tiene un componente también para ese diálogo, por ejemplo, entre saberes o entre comunidades científicas, entonces se necesita también tener bases científicas, tener evidencias generadas a través de la investigación, precisamente para superar el mero diálogo basado únicamente en lo que yo pienso, yo creo, a mí me parece, que el gran riesgo es que en vez de fortalecer y mejorar e innovar la cooperación y la integración regional, más bien muchas veces se convierten en obstáculos ilimitantes. Por supuesto, los roles de la cooperación y de la integración regional en estos nuevos escenarios post-pandemia y aún en los escenarios de la pandemia actualmente, tienen mucho que ver con cuáles son los principios, los valores y los fines que orientan a ambos, ¿verdad? Porque sabemos, y eso lo han recopilado muy bien, sobre todo desde las ciencias sociales, cómo muchas veces la cooperación no ha sido realmente cooperación, sino que ha sido subordinación o dependencia o imposición. Entonces, los principios que ya se han mencionado, como decíamos, de valorar, conocer, buscar la cooperación solidaria, buscar la integración para un ganar-ganar, las partes que se integran, etcétera, son aspectos sustantivos que habrá que seguir considerando para que ese rol sea efectivo, tanto de la cooperación como de la integración regional. Definitivamente otro rol que actualmente está ganando visibilidad y relevancia para la cooperación y para la integración es democratizar el conocimiento científico. Que el conocimiento científico y las técnicas o la tecnología que se deriven de él dejen de ser patrimonio de ciertos países, de ciertas organizaciones, de ciertas instituciones, y como lo acaba de mencionar el doctor Luciano, que, por ejemplo, la visión de una cooperación sur-sur o de una cooperación más horizontal, en donde cada quien aporta sus fortalezas, pero al mismo tiempo cada quien reconoce sus debilidades y apuesta porque la cooperación y la integración van a ayudar a superar estas. También otro rol importante que lo acabamos de ver también tanto en el proyecto para las fronteras como el anterior que se presentaba siempre en el campo ambiental y de las ciencias naturales, un rol de contribuir a la sostenibilidad, ¿verdad? Y en este caso, entendida la sostenibilidad, pensando no solo en generaciones actuales, sino futuras, y donde definitivamente en el escenario de hoy y en el escenario futuro, todo proyecto, programa de cooperación y de integración debe de tener un contenido explícito en relación a la sostenibilidad, cómo va a contribuir ese proyecto, ese programa de cooperación o esas acciones de integración regional a la sostenibilidad, no solo local, sino regional y mundial. Y finalmente, las perspectivas para el fortalecimiento. Consideramos que aquí es importante que se integren múltiples perspectivas, porque también, aunque estamos abordando el tema desde la perspectiva de la ciencia y de la técnica, también la cooperación y la integración regional tienen una perspectiva política. Definitivamente es una toma de decisión en cualquier nivel si la cooperación va a responder o no a ciertos principios, a ciertos fines, si la inversión que vamos a hacer para la integración regional va a buscar ese beneficio mutuo, ese ganar-ganar. Entonces, la perspectiva política no hay que obviarla, aunque estemos trabajando en ciencia y tecnología. Por supuesto, hay una perspectiva financiera que es fundamental. Lo acabamos de vivir, el logro de la vacuna, por ejemplo, ¿verdad? Que implicó inversiones de billones en empresas e instituciones productoras de ciencia y de tecnología, ¿verdad? Entonces, también esa perspectiva financiera y económica es fundamental involucrarla para lograr el fortalecimiento y la mejora continua de la cooperación y la integración. Por supuesto, hay una perspectiva organizacional que no podemos obviar si son organizaciones pensadas más como sistemas cerrados que como sistemas abiertos, o si no hay una institucionalidad pública y privada que garantice que esa cooperación y esa integración va en búsqueda de fines, como decíamos, de bien común, etcétera, entonces también van a fracasar. Y por supuesto, en los escenarios de hoy, la perspectiva ambiental, que ya la mencionábamos, y una perspectiva que muchas veces obviamos, pero que es fundamental, que es la perspectiva ética. Definitivamente, sí, consideramos que la cooperación tiene que estar fundada en principios de solidaridad, de complementariedad, de bien común, y que la integración regional igualmente, entonces la perspectiva ética para el fortalecimiento es fundamental. Por ello, el diálogo interdisciplinario, el diálogo intersectorial, el diálogo interorganizacional, el diálogo intergeneracional, también lo consideramos fundamental para que la cooperación y la integración regional puedan dar los aportes que el mundo de hoy necesita para que salgamos de esta pandemia siendo mejores y haciendo mejores y sostenibles nuestras acciones. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, doctora Calderón, por su presentación y sus palabras tan importantes para todos nosotros con relación al rol de la integración regional y todos estos, digamos, casi podríamos decir que requisitos que no todos son tan tangibles, como es sobre todo el caso de la ética, que es muy importante, y cómo debemos de tratar de integrarnos más para seguir adelante en este mundo que nos trae tantas cosas que a veces no esperamos o no esperamos tan claramente como ha sido el caso de la pandemia. We have now our next presenter, which is our colleague from the State University of Haiti, Dr. Dicel Predelou. He's a research member of the Laboratory of Science for Environment and Energy of the Université d'État d'Haïti, has a PhD in physics at Lyon University, and his research activities are framed within different fields of knowledge, such as fluorescent nanoparticle transfer in the boson, sun, and photovoltaic energy.
Can I interrupt you a bit?
Yes.
Because I thought it was my turn, actually. Because you mentioned my name when you introduced the previous speaker. I am Silvina Ponce. So when you
I am very
described
sorry.
Rutilia, you also included my name in her description, but not my description. So I don't know if it's my turn or not, but that was on the program. I was this.
Sixto.
Yes.
Creo que efectivamente, io l'avevo notato, quando tu leíste el perfil de Rutilia, pero nombrando también a Silvina Ponce. Tú tienes también el perfil de Silvina Ponce. Y estaba, yo creo, o puede ser que en el mail que te mandé yo hubo algún error y entonces que puede haber sido. De todas formas, hagamos una cosa, lo más sencillo. Es posible que por algún error mío no le haya llegado a Sixto el perfil tuyo, Silvina. Entonces, mientras habla Pedelus, yo le mando el perfil tuyo, así que se arregla todo y no hay problema.
Sí, mis excusas porque yo realmente parece que no lo vi. No sé si lo habré saltado, pero mis excusas. Y entonces,
pero en el momento de la presentación de Rutilia hubo una mención a mi nombre también y un poco a mi rol dentro de la UPAP. Pero bueno, está ok, puedo esperar.
Bueno, ok, vamos a hacerlo entonces. Sorry for that. Lo siento mucho.
Sí.
Okay, then we will continue with the finishing the presentation of the Dr. Predelou, which is the director of the École Normale Supérieure de l'Université d'État d'Haïti. And please, Dr. Predelou, if you can make your presentation.
Sorry, I don't understand when you speak now. I don't know if Mayam want to speak before me or no.
No, that's okay. There is a mistake on my side, and I apologize for that. But then you are going to present now. Then the next speaker will present after your presentation. So please present now.
Okay, very good. Okay, I'm Jessel Predelus. I'm a physicist and I'm working at the University d'État d'Haïti, UAH. University d'État d'Haïti is a public university. Okay, I'm a director at ENS. ENS, this is a school we work about physics, mathematics, science, etc. I want to say something quickly about the importance, the standing of cooperation, international and science. I want to say the importance, okay, for Haiti of the cooperation international. Now we are a lot of programs, okay, science program, master and mathematics, master and physics and IT. Now we are working about a program, a national science program. What to develop to improve the science and IT now. I think is very important. Okay, IT can work with the country close of IT. is very important for Haiti to develop the cooperation international. And now we have the COVID-19. Now we cannot travel. I think it's very important to include I forget how can I say that the online possibility to work. I think is very important to include that in the cooperation international. I know there are the SUCA, the program. Haiti isn't part of the program SUCA. I think it's very important if Haiti can include the program SUCA. Now, I can say Haiti is open for the cooperation international. We want something with the country who close with Haiti. It's very important to include Haiti and the program. I think this meeting today is very important. This meeting, I think, is very important again if we can work with Haiti, together, Donc, I cannot say something more, but I can say this is a very important meeting. This subject is very important for the country and the Central America. I stay there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation and participation in this workshop today. And I want now to apologize again to Silvina Ponce. She is the president-elect of IUPAP. Dr. Ponce is a full professor of the University of Buenos Aires, superior researcher, Argentinian National Research Council, CONICET, acting president designate in International Union of Pure and Applied Physics, senior associate, International Center for Theoretical Physics of Trieste, associate editor of the editorial board of Biophysics for Frontiers. She was chair from 2005 to 2009 of the Physics Department of the University of Buenos Aires. Her main research interests are in biological and statistical physics and nonlinear dynamics. For the last 20 years, she has been involved in numerous activities to help reduce the gender gap in physics and science. She was Latin American representative and chair of the Working Group of Women in Physics of the IUPAP and vice president at large with gender champion duties. She is member of the executive committee of the Gender Gap in Science project and coordinator of its Latin American chapter. She co-edited with Lilia Mesa Montes of Puebla, Mexico, a book on the gender gap in STEM in Latin America. She is member of the Network of Gender, Science and Technology, and of the advisory committee for the program on gender equality of the Argentinian Ministry of Science. So it is a real pleasure to have Dr. Ponce with us now. Please, Dr. Ponce.
Okay. Thank you, Sixto, and thank you, Galileo, for the invitation for this very interesting meeting. Okay, so I'm going to share. I guess I should be able to. Is that right? Okay. So I am not occupying any governmental position. So I am going to discuss some activities that maybe we can promote related to this integration and cooperation in the region from the scientific communities or from the societies, scientific societies and organizations. So basically there are various levels at which this cooperation can exist. And one is through intergovernmental agreements, then it's interinstitutional agreements, and also through some scientific organizations like scientific societies or science academies, and then the members of the communities, that you could have networks and you can organize activities. You could make use of some of these instruments that are created by governments or institutions, also apply for funds somewhere, and which sometimes is very hard. That was our pathway with the issue of gender some years ago. And then there are different areas where you could think of cooperation. One is education, science education at different levels. Another one is research. Then the practice of science, and by that I mean changing the ecosystem of how science is practiced and good practices also. And then popularization of science, and maybe I am forgetting some of them, because then you have how to liaise with government and policymakers, and so you could also try to cooperate, to reach out to government representatives. So some possibilities I'm going to list. In education, the things that I was thinking of is, for example, shared postgraduate programs, that you could have some sort of mobility of students that could take some courses in a country and other courses in others. So I'm thinking a little bit like the EU is organized with their programs, in which this Erasmus program, where people can go around universities and take courses in different places. And then there are also special schools that are organized for graduate students in the region, and there is a experience in that. And then now that there are all these virtual activities, maybe it's even easier to have programs at a distance, I call it, where you could have students from many different countries taking courses that are given by a particular university of the region. So some of the examples of these sharing a postgraduate programs, one is the one that was signed by CAPES in Brazil and the Secretariat of Public Universities in Argentina, that was in the early 2000s. That was the program of associated centers, where also they promoted the mobility of professors, so people who were teaching in these postgraduate courses and go and teach at another university in Brazil, for example, from Argentina to Brazil. And then also they had these fellowships for students to go and also co-advising of students from people from different universities. Then regarding schools for graduate students, there was a very good line of funding in the, I would say, 90s and early 2000s also. That was the Pan American Advanced Studies Institute, that was funded by the National Science Foundation in the US and was meant for schools in remote regions of the Americas for students from the different countries and also teachers from different countries. And so maybe we can sometimes use this funding that comes from outside Latin America and the Caribbean to be able to promote activities in our region. Argentina has something that was sort of a downsized during our last government, that was called Selfie, is a interdisciplinary Latin American center. And the idea was to have also a fellowships for students to come and stay for, I don't know, a couple of months or maybe half a year at an Argentinian institution. And then also schools for graduate students that would, I don't know, and with also a per diem and travel expenses for the students from other Latin American countries to come and stay in Argentina, different places of Argentina. So these ideas of having exchange of students and professors, that's something that there are some lines of funding and could be interesting. And then there are all these degrees that are simultaneously awarded by more than one institution, or that maybe have like a stamp. The biophysical societies in South America, at least, had reached an agreement that it was not a new doctoral program. It was pre-existing doctoral programs that could affiliate themselves with these Latin American program on biophysics or something like that. And so that students then were also allowed to have scholarships to take special courses in particular countries, and then their thesis would have the stamp or of having been approved by these Pan-American, Latin American biophysical PhD program, at least. And then, of course, this is something that I would like to happen, but, well, I don't know, we can try to push policymakers and government to start conversations, which is like, for example, having shared research facilities. Synchrotron is an example, but to do experiments and also for computing facilities. Of course, now all the access to papers and these repositories of publications and stuff, they are extremely expensive, and maybe we could negotiate as region better prices, or maybe have a policy with a repository of the papers that are produced in the region. Argentina has an open repository policy that is mandatory for people who publish from Argentina to put that in this repository that is organized by the National Research Council or the Ministry of Science. And we could also try to see how the NIH in the US manages to have all papers that are published that have been financed with funds from the NIH. They have to be available 6 months after publication for free on the NIH site, which is PubMed. And so we could think of some schemes to make available at least the publications that are produced by researchers with affiliation in the region, and also to negotiate with publishers that are always very, very expensive. And then you have open access also journals that are typically very expensive if you want to publish in them, and they have a special agreement with some institutions, and I haven't seen too many institutions from Latin America on their lists, and it's usually institutions from developed countries that maybe put some money on those editing companies. And so maybe from the region we could try to reach agreements that would help the development of, I don't know, availability of publications and sharing publications within the region. I think that if we could coordinate efforts, we should be stronger to negotiate. And then, of course, I would like to have some funding agency or something like the Horizon 20 whatever program in the EU at the level of Latin America and the Caribbean, with programs, with mobility of students, with collaborative projects and stuff. Anyway, So then this is something that I've been working on, which is related to gender, but it can be extended to other, not only to women, but also to other underrepresented groups in STEM fields, and which is how science is practiced, whether we can increase inclusion and diversity in science. And in particular, in order to advance in that regard, you need to have data. And in order to have data, you have to be able to discriminate those data by some gender indications or other indicators that you want to use to know if you want to then develop some specific policies, in particular in gender. And so we could to reach an agreement on what would be a good indicators in our region. And then, of course, there could be collaborative programs for institutional improvement. In that regard, I like very much the NSF Advanced program it's for gender advancement. Basically, they have 3 lines of funding for institutions to introduce new policies to change the environment of their institutions and make them more equal gender-wise. And then there are also some lines of funding for different institutions to collaborate among themselves. There are evaluation schemes, like in the UK, this Juno project that is for physics department, where you have goals, and the institutions' goals, because you want to make the institutions more friendly from the point of view of gender and stuff like that, and more equal, giving more equal opportunities. And so what institutions do is they have their own discussion and present themselves to some evaluation committee of that program that will award you a title. You are gender champion or whatever. And we could have some sort of evaluation scheme in that regard at a regional level. And then, of course, we could have workshops and conferences, and we've been organizing with Latin American colleagues these workshops on career development workshops with a gender perspective, and we have a very active network of women in STEM. And then popularization of science, we can think of some activities that could be done simultaneously in many countries. Like, for example, we have the Eratosthenes project in Argentina that is for school kids, and school kids from many different countries participate in that, which is measuring the radius of the Earth with this method. And of course, social networks, we have to move to social networks and have very active people on social networks to change the perception of STEM fields, and we should try to coordinate that across the region, and we could even have a science news agency in the region for this. Well, and finally, I want to mention a little bit about this International Year of Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development that the IUPAP, which is the International Union of Pure and Applied Physics, is trying to get it approved by the General Assembly of the United Nations. And it's already been approved by the General Conference of UNESCO. And now we are waiting for the United Nations General Assembly to approve it. And I think what IYBSSD can offer is an excuse to start new collaborations. And so hopefully we will have it celebrated from mid-2022 through mid-2023. And we could have many of these activities where we could start cooperating, started with the excuse of that year. In particular, I organized a session at the CILAC Forum this year where we discussed possibilities of collaboration within projects of co-creation of knowledge, science popularization, inclusion and diversity, and the use of social networks that I've already mentioned. And people who participated there were a physicist from Colombia who is very active in gender issues, and she's also very active doing transfer of science to different peoples in Colombia. Valeria Hernandez, who is part of a project of co-creation of knowledge. She's an anthropologist working in Argentina with crop growers in Chaco, together with a climate scientist. She is a very active person on social networks. She couldn't participate on the forum because of personal problems, but I will try to bring her on board in the future. And then Pepe Franco from UNAM, Mexico, who is the person who organizes the Night of the Stars. So to end, I would like to turn the world upside down and make science in our region more inclusive and more connected with our societies. Thank you. So let me stop sharing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ponce, for such a good presentation. And you offer us a broad view of cooperation in many different ways. And I think especially taking into account the gender considerations, which are so important, and also the youth, education in science for children and young people, both males and females children. And I think it's something that is very important. I think we should be watching for the UNESCO declaration of next year or so and see how we all could contribute and who knows, even participate. I appreciate much your presentation. And again, sorry and excuse me for my...
No, it's okay. It was just that I was getting prepared and suddenly I thought, oh, maybe they are completely missing me because I thought you were never going to call me. That's what
I was very glad that you did it, but sorry.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. And now we have the next presentation, and this is going to be the last presentation of this afternoon and of this session also. We have Dr. Sandra Wind from the Caribbean Academy of Science. Dr. Wind is a science and technology specialist with expertise combining scientific and management training in science and technology policy, aquaculture, environmental issues, capacity building and training. She served in various capacities in implementing Jamaica's National Aquaculture Development Program and as the first executive director of the National Commission on Science and Technology. She has represented Jamaica in international fora, in particular the negotiations of the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety under the Convention of Biological Diversity. So please, Dr. Wind, you have the word now. And welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Thank you for inviting Jamaica to participate in this symposium. I'll echo Arnoldo Ventura's sentiments in that regard. Now, I am technologically challenged here. How do I share my slide presentation? If not, I'll just read it. I can't see where I need to,
Go to share screen.
I'm looking for it. I can't see it. I don't
abajo, see. Está abajo, en la parte de abajo. Que dice al lado de chat, está share screen.
Post. Oh, okay. I need to expand the screen. That's the problem. Okay. Okay, fine. I found it. Yes, thank you. Are you seeing it? I've done it. Are you seeing it now?
Yes.
Are you seeing the slides?
Yes, very well now.
Okay, good. As you can see, my presentation is dealing with trying to develop an integrated Caribbean science, technology, and innovation system. We have been doing some work in this regard for quite a while now, for several decades, but I will start by looking at the present reality of the Caribbean. The Caribbean recognizes that science and technology are important tools to modernize their economies, but the extent to which they are crucial to growth and production are not fully appreciated. And I think I don't have to go into too much detail about that, but there have been several efforts over the past decades to try to get science and technology embedded into various systems across the region. Members of the S&T community have been making consistent calls for some form of regional collaboration to improve research and development and S&T capabilities as means to drive remedial economic and social policies and activities.
Excuse me for a second. If you just click the widen screen so we can see the full screen, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Is that better?
Yes, that's right. Thank you very much. No, but you still have to, you know, when in the PowerPoint, you have to go down and then where it says on the presentation, you know, there is a little tiny screen
that says
okay, but that will be okay. Go ahead, don't worry, and we can see it
okay,
better now.
Yes, I've never done this before.
You push the slideshow, and then from the beginning.
The slideshow. I do start from the beginning. Start the show from the first slide. That one.
Right.
Is that it?
Exactly.
Yes, that's much better.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Sorry about that. And what does this regional integration require? We're talking about a systematic improvement and streamlining of the policy planning systems and the implementation structures of each territory within the Caribbean region to enable greater coherence in information flows and concerted actions. As you know, even though we have various structures, various organizations within the Caribbean, we tend to operate as silos. And so information does not flow as freely as it should. And therefore we are challenged when it comes to developing effective collaborative initiatives. Just some background to give you a feeling as to why we think that this is timely and is of great importance to the region. The region's general approach to economic growth has been to intensify investments in traditional pursuits. And I don't have to go into any detail about those. I think we are all familiar with tourism, mining, and agriculture. It's common across the region. The region lacks concerted attempts to diversify or innovate into new and emerging areas of endeavor, with the exception of, over the last maybe 3 decades, financial services and the creative industries. The region has largely been uncompetitive with the exception of tourism, and which draws heavily on domestic utilities. So of course it's a major user of electricity and water. And so it's actually competing with the native populations for those utilities. It also relies heavily on the coastal environment, and it is a major source for providing manual jobs. The region over this period has tended to regard the marine environment as the domain of traditional fisheries, space for tourism for recreation, and mainly for goods transshipment. The region has seen many explicit and implicit S&T policies and programs of varying scope and detail. These attempts have not heralded substantial changes in the perception of or the impact on socioeconomic development and environmental stewardship, which have taken on added significance, of course, seeing now that we are now parties to the various environmental conventions, and we all are adhering to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, etc. So we are now part and parcel of looking at our development, not just from national perspectives, but also against criteria set out in and agreed to in the international arena. The Caribbean has As many of you may be familiar with, the Caribbean has one of the highest emigration rates in the world. Long-term emigration of skilled Caribbean nationals have decimated many sectors of the workforce substantially, even though it increases foreign exchange flows through remittances. And you can see some information there, some data. 70% of tertiary educated workforce from the Caribbean has migrated from the Caribbean, rather. And what the COVID-19 pandemic has now done, it has shown us how fragile our economies are, with, of course, tourism being one of the hardest hit, excuse me, as borders were closed, hotels were closed down, and of course, those workers in the diaspora were also hard hit in their own countries of residence, and so remittances also dried up. A part of the brain drain from the Caribbean, of course, has impacts science-based professions greatly. This includes nursing, medicine, engineering, information and communication, technologies, and teaching. Of course, with the exception of Cuba, who are net exporters of medical and nursing capabilities across the world. This we don't think will change anytime soon, as it continues to be a situation wherein teachers and nurses in particular are seen to be in high demand. And I suspect that even after the COVID pandemic, this will continue to be so as economies revive their systems of operation. And also having to deal with the demise of many of the medical personnel who were actually treating patients during the COVID pandemic in their own countries. What is the rationale for integration? Caribbean territories are not isolated from the rapid and transformative advances in technology, such as artificial intelligence, big data, nano, and biotechnology, and will be profoundly affected by them as these methods improve, converge, spread, and become more impactful. Therefore, the Caribbean region is obliged to build adequate capacity to follow, anticipate, gain, and integrate these new processes into local infrastructures. Artificial intelligence, for example, has great power to assist in a number of areas, including agriculture, energy production efficiency, water conservation and supply, and improved decision-making. The skills and financial resources of small individual countries are unable to implement effective programs requiring advanced and expensive hardware, software, and expertise. Consequently, pooling of programs and resources can be an effective option that augments the abilities of the least resourced to participate in aspects of the fourth industrial revolution. Some scientific research and investment in innovation is taking place by local and foreign entities across the Caribbean region. They are isolated and scattered, and consequently, their socioeconomic impacts are suboptimal, localized, and largely unknown outside of the body or country undertaking the work. There have been a number of studies that have looked at specific industries, research bodies, etc. And they do have some data, but by and large, we need to have some comprehensive work done to show and to really clearly show what is existing within the region in terms of research, what is there in terms of innovation, and what we have that we can build on. Regional administrators and leaders of S&T have not paid sufficient attention to the fact that the limited resources applied to these operations may be compounded, deepened, and extended if marshaled in a regionally coordinated manner. In other words, done individually, you get X in terms of benefits, but if coordinated and put together, it's possible that we could get X plus Y as benefits to the entire region. Recasting the Caribbean Sea as a major regional resource that with prudent management can provide new opportunities for economic endeavors based on scientific research, Sound environmental stewardship and equitable distribution of potential benefits is emerging as a priority on which to build in addition to traditional economic sectors. The Caribbean has not seen significant benefits from a repatriation of skills as seen in many of the advanced economies. It is imperative that the region, if it hopes to attract the diaspora with these skills, it will continue to build the infrastructure that is able to accommodate the wealth of knowledge embodied in this body of people. This has been a complaint from many quarters, wherein there are very skilled people who would like to come back to the Caribbean, but there are no jobs available for them. Oh, I'm sorry. A way to a regional integrated S&T framework. This is premised by saying that a casual approach is just not going to be help us at this point, because the technologies are evolving rapidly and we are always playing catch up. We need a concerted effort and timely investment to create an umbrella body to develop and guide S&T competence and capacity building in the Caribbean. To start the establishment of a Caribbean Science and Technology Regional Organization, and this is just a proposed name for the time being, requires the appointment of a senior S&T advisor. And this is within the framework of dealing, of trying to implement this process through CARICOM. Because this project has really been focusing on the English-speaking Caribbean, but it does not mean that this is restricted to the English-speaking Caribbean. We're talking about the Caribbean region, the Dutch, French, Spanish-speaking Caribbean, the region as a whole. And many territories are associate members of CARICOM, so this is something that can be rolled out across the entire region through various instruments that are available to us. The Caribbean population should also be meaningfully involved to encourage their participation in shaping the Caribbean S&T agenda in terms of its pivotal role in enhancing their economic prospects, social well-being, and environmental resilience. And we proposed an organizational management system, which I will show you on the next slide. It is just to give you an idea of how we think it could come together. And you will see we're looking at CARICOM as the umbrella body under which it would sit. But then there is a council, and this council would be the body that actually deals with setting up a network and dealing with developing a framework that would bring all the national science councils, the academies, academic institutions together, all of those bodies that are involved in science and technology development, be it at the policy level, be it within the private sector, as long as there is a science and technology component, there could, this body could have some relationship with them. And I leave this proposed idea, this proposal for discussion with everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Dewin. And I think it has been a very interesting presentation, and which were going over some of very important and relevant issues for us in the Caribbean region, and end with a proposal for a Caribbean Science and Technology Regional Organization, which I think is a good proposal and that we should discuss it over. I don't think we have the time right now. I hope that you will share your screen, your presentation through Dr. Biolini. and so it could be seen more broadly, and it's more time within members in the Caribbean regions or interested in the Caribbean region science development, so that we can continue to further discuss this proposal of you. But thank you so much. Now we have reached the end of these presentations, and also I think we're getting to the end of the day. So now I pass the word to Dr. Biolini. Thank you very much, all of the participants, for your very interesting presentation during this last session of the day. Dr. Biolini.
Thank you, Sisto. Well, we arrived at the last talk of these 2 long days, and I would like to say just a few comments before the closing session, the closing speech, which will be given by Dr. Carlos Rodriguez, Director of Research in Scientific Research of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology of Dominican Republic. I will just a couple of things to say. First of all, I want to thank all the people who have collaborated with their participation to this workshop. It has been very successful, in my view, given the difficulty in which you operated, but this has been really merit of of people who collaborated with me. You have seen more me than other people, but I would like to thank in a special way 3 persons. Lucia Nietzsche, because she has been essential in a lot of details you have not seen about the organization of the workshop. Really, without her, I think we would have been lost much earlier than the moment in which you have been lost. So thank you very much, Lucia, for your wonderful and intelligent cooperation. Incidentally, she has been the author, with only a few minutes of announcement, of the poster you have seen and all of the web presentation you have seen in the web, which was really a very important thing. And then I would like to thank in a special way also 2 people who helped me for technical things, just beside me. One was Mr. Rigoberto Reyes, and the other is Mr. Esterlin Olivares, who helped me in a lot of technical details, which for a person of a different generation, you may imagine are not so easy. And so I know that there have been some problems which at some moment have created a problem to all of you. I beg your patience. I appreciate your patience. I beg your pardon for that. But the last moment, Mr. Roberto told me that already is available in the web the record of the yesterday talks. And I imagine that tomorrow you will have also the record of the talks of today, and this is going to make a very tough work of splitting also by session, so that also single sessions will be available. Concerning the printing of this, we'll see, but what is more important, we must think now how to implement many of the ideas which have been brought from such a distinguished group of people, and I'm sure that this 2 days seminar will be a useful thing for the future, at least a few months. So goodbye. Thank you very much again. And I would like to introduce you the 2 collaborators of mine who were here. Please.
Buenas tardes. Es un placer para mí haber sido parte de este equipo, y realmente nuestra mayor satisfacción es saber que el deber, nuestro compromiso ha sido cumplido exitosamente. Muchas gracias por confiar en el equipo.
Muy buenas tardes para todos y todas. Mi nombre es Sterling Olivares. Estuve con ustedes detrás de cámara todo el día dándole siempre el apoyo necesario para que esto marchara lo mejor posible. Muchas gracias a todos. Escuché toda su presentación y los felicito realmente y fue un placer.
Muchas gracias.
Ahora le pido el favor al doctor Carlos Rodríguez que nos acompañe para cerrar oficialmente este workshop con algunas palabras más dirigidas al contenido del workshop y todo esto, el punto de vista del ministerio, que quiero agradecer, porque lo que no dije es que todo eso ha sido posible gracias a la hospitalidad que me ha dado para realizar el workshop el ministerio. Yo he estado hablando con ustedes desde la oficina de un director primero del viceministro y luego de un director que me la han prestado y a los cuales soy muy agradecido. Un agradecimiento especial va también naturalmente al viceministro Genaro Rodríguez, que nos ha acompañado durante todo este tiempo con su atención, su seguimiento a todo esto y a todo el personal del viceministerio, porque de una u otra manera otras personas han colaborado que no he mencionado. Por ejemplo, en la organización del workshop, quiero recordar la señora, de la cual no recuerdo el apellido, secretaria del viceministro, que me ha ayudado muchísimo en muchas llamadas internacionales para organizar el workshop.
Leudi Nova. Leudi Nova.
Leudi
Nova.
Leudi Nova. Leudi Nova. Entonces, si está, la podemos presentar, si está. Bueno, un momento. Bueno, la voy a llamar para que ella también pueda recibir el agradecimiento merecido por la colaboración en la etapa organizacional que, créanme, no ha sido sencilla.
A los presentadores que quieran enviar sus diapositivas para poderlas poner en el sitio web. Yo soy el webmaster, entonces si ustedes no las pueden compartir, por favor, entonces las cargamos al sitio web y que estén disponibles porque pues fueron muy buenas presentaciones todas.
¿Cómo querés que la compartamos?
En el correo, este correo que les entra de Leo del SIC 15, ese es el que está asociado a la página web. Se puede ir por PDF, de hecho, mejor PDF para que no pueda ser modificado, ¿verdad? Gracias.
¿Se va a publicar en algún lado esto?
Sí, también se van a publicar las memorias, vamos a hacer resúmenes de las mesas y se van a publicar las memorias, no estoy segura en dónde, pero seguro también en la página web. Pero Leo, creo que Leo sabe dónde va a ser.
Ya se hizo la clausura, ¿no? ¿Verdad?
No, es que nos falta una persona que ayudó mucho a organizar.
Ok. Yo acabo de salir de la reunión, por eso.
Ahí. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
La señorita que nos ha ayudado con todas las llamadas internacionales preparatorias.
Un placer, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, mucho gusto también.
Ok, bueno, gracias.
Buenas tardes.
Ahora el doctor Carlos Rodríguez finalmente ahora se dará oficialmente el simposio. Carlos, por favor.
Muy buenas tardes o buenas noches, depende de donde se encuentren. En nombre del Ministro de Educación Superior, Ciencia y Tecnología, doctor Franklin García Fermín, en nombre del Viceministro de Ciencia y Tecnología, doctor Genaro Rodríguez, en nombre de todo el personal del Ministerio y en mi propio nombre, queremos primero felicitarles por participar durante estos días en este evento donde se han discutido aspectos muy relevantes, sobre todo que tocan relación a las políticas de ciencia, tecnología y alianzas estratégicas para hacer investigaciones y para caminar juntos en varios aspectos que tienen que ver con ciencia, tecnología, desde el punto de vista de las políticas académicas y de investigación. Durante estos 2 días ha habido la participación de unos 62 expositores de 29 países con un promedio de participantes en general de 40 personas por mesa redonda. Y entonces, en ese sentido, ha habido por día unas 250 personas en total, y es un número importantísimo. Y todo esto se debe en grandísima parte al esfuerzo del profesor Galileo Violini, quien se empeñó a fondo en que esto fuese posible, en hacer todos los contactos del lugar para que cada uno de los que hemos expuesto acá participemos, y eso es sumamente importante para la interacción. Señalaba ayer en una de las sesiones que me tocó dirigir que un asunto importantísimo en este caso sería poder publicar las exposiciones de cada uno de ustedes, aun sea un trabajo corto, 2 o 3 páginas, pero el Ministerio está dispuesto a hacer eso porque lo que está escrito se presta a múltiples discusiones y además se va a hablar los avances que se producen después de determinadas interacciones. Y sabemos que estas interacciones son lo que hacen posible no solo el avance de la ciencia, sino el avance de la humanidad en sentido general, y esta interacción muy amistosa y de colaboración precisamente apunta hacia eso, pero debemos tratar de sacar el mejor provecho con las publicaciones de estas intervenciones. Reitero el agradecimiento del Ministerio, mi propio agradecimiento, y espero que podamos organizar otros eventos de esta naturaleza para este tipo de interacción, para enriquecer todo lo que podamos obtener de la experiencia de cada uno de nosotros, y que esto permita que haya mayores lazos de colaboración para hacer alianzas estratégicas en términos de lo que es investigación, política y tecnología, entre otras cosas. Buenas noches y muchísimas gracias de nuevo.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes, buenas noches.
Muchas gracias.
Adiós, muchas gracias.
Te agradezco por el soporte que me has agradecido.
Un saludo, Carlos Alvarado.
Muchas gracias, Carlitos Rudamas. Un saludo a El Salvador y